Introduction. When, in the year 1892, Sir Peter Le Page Renouf began the publication of his translation of the Book of the Dead, his intention was that the work, once completed, should be preceded by an elaborate introduction, giving, besides all the information concerning the form and the history of the book, his views as to its sense and its religious value. As with the unfinished part of the translation, so here, we are left without any notes or any clue whatever as to the form which this introduction was to have taken, and we are obliged to resort to the fifth of the Hibbert Lectures, given by Renouf in 1879, in order to know his views about the book. Before speaking of its contents, we have to state briefly under what form the book has come down to us. It is hardly necessary to repeat that it is no book at all in the ordinary sense of the word. It is neither a unity nor a whole. It is a collection which has grown by degrees at various epochs. Undoubtedly, part of it goes back as far as the Old Empire. The texts of the Middle Empire show already that there were various editions, and we are forced to admit that its origin is not much later than the beginning of Egyptian civilization, as we see that some of the rubrics attribute certain chapters to a king of the first dynasty. In the course of centuries, the original text was modified and enlarged, new chapters were added, revisions were made, without casting these detached fragments into a whole. The various parts of the book were always independent, like the Hebrew Psalms. The acceptance of a chapter does not necessarily imply the acceptance of the next chapter, and it seems as if the relatives of the deceased chose in the collection which was at their disposal what they liked best, and the number of chapters which corresponded to the price they wished to pay for a papyrus. This description applies chiefly to the texts of the Book of the Dead of the period prior to the XX5th dynasty. Under the Saite kings, it seems that a complete revision of the text was made. A definite order was adopted, which was not rigidly binding on the writers, but to which they generally adhered. Various chapters were added, especially the last ones, 160–165, which are never found in the older copies. It seems also that something like what we should call an authorized version was adopted, and this was done by men to whom the book was hardly intelligible. A great many glosses were introduced, which were copied afterwards in all the hieroglyphic and hieratic texts. Although we do not find the strict accuracy of Hebrew manuscripts, the number of variants in the Saite, Ptolemaic, or Roman texts is considerably smaller than in the manuscripts of the Theban period, and a collation of the hundreds of papyri of late epoch which fill our museums would lead to no great result. However, it is from a text generally considered as Saitic, but which I believe to be of the Ptolemaic epoch, that the Book of the Dead has been first made known in all its extent. In 1842, Lepsius published the long papyrus in the Turin Museum, a document which he called the largest piece of Egyptian literature which has been preserved. Before him, Champollion had seen it, and had noticed that a great number of repetitions of the same text existed in various museums. He made use of it in his grammar, quoted here and there a sentence taken from it, but he did not make a special study of the document. Lepsius understood at once the importance of the book, which was the vade mecum of the deceased, and seeing how much more extensive the Turin papyrus was than the short copies which had been published before, he traced the whole document and published it 2 years afterwards. Lepsius gave to this work the name of Totenbuch, Book of the Dead, in opposition to the name of ritual adopted by Champollion, which is certainly incorrect. It is no ritual. A few chapters with a ritualistic character have been introduced into it. For instance, the chapter connected with the ceremony of opening the mouth of the deceased, which is occasionally met with, or chapter 171, chapter of wrapping up the deceased in a pure garment, but these are rare exceptions. On the whole, the Book of the Dead differs widely from a ritual. It is not the priest who speaks. There are no minute prescriptions as to how a ceremony is to be performed. All the prayers and hymns are put in the deceased's mouth. It is he whose speech is supposed to be heard in the other world. Totenbuch, Book of the Dead, is not a translation of the Egyptian title, which is Book of Pert Mhru. As Renouf says, 3 simple words, perfectly unambiguous when taken singly, but by no means easy of explanation when taken together without a context, and in fact at the present day, no final translation has been given of these 3 words. Renouf translates, coming forth by day, as will be seen in the numerous examples which occur in this volume. But several objections may be raised against this interpretation, to which we should prefer coming out of the day being the period of a man's life, having its morning and its evening. The book is divided into fragments called, to each of which Lepsius has given a number, following the order of the great Turin papyrus, and which he calls chapters. Although his numbering is not quite correct, it has been adhered to in all the subsequent editions. In his lecture on the Book of the Dead, Renouf insists on the difficulty of translating it. Nothing can exceed the simplicity and the brevity of the sentences, and yet the difficulties which a translator has to overcome are very great. In the first place, the text is extremely corrupt. The unsatisfactory condition of the text is owing to different causes. The reasons which writers on Hebrew, Greek, or Latin paleography have enumerated for the purpose of accounting for mistakes in manuscripts apply with much greater force to the funereal manuscripts of the Egyptians. For as these were not intended to be seen by any mortal eye, but to remain forever undisturbed in the tomb, the unconscientious scribe had no such check upon his carelessness as if his work were liable to be subjected to the constant inspection of the living. But the most conscientious scribe might easily commit numerous errors. Many of them are to be traced to a confusion between signs which resemble each other in the cursive, or as it is called, the hieratic character, but not in hieroglyphic writing. Besides the errors of copyists, there are different readings, the origin of which is to be traced to the period during which the chapters were handed down by word of mouth only. There are copies which bear evidence that a critical choice has been made between the different readings of a passage, but the common practice was to admit the inconsistent readings into the text itself. Some of the variants have unquestionably arisen from the difficulty of understanding the ancient texts. I have no doubt whatever that some of the chapters of the Book of the Dead were as obscure to Egyptians living under the 11th dynasty as they are to ourselves. The most accurate knowledge of the Egyptian vocabulary and grammar will however not suffice to pierce the obscurity arising from what M. de Roguet called symbols or allegories, which are in fact simple mythological allusions. The difficulty is not in literally translating the text, but in understanding the meaning which lies concealed beneath familiar words. These words of Renouf have still a very great force, although in the last 20 years some progress has been made towards a better understanding of the text. When Renouf gave the above description of the difficulties of the translation, the main source from which he could derive his information was what he called the corrupt Turin text. Since then, a critical addition has been made. It is based on texts of the Xth and Sixth dynasties, written at a time when the intelligence of the book was not lost to the same extent as under the Sites or the Ptolemies, as may be ascertained from the considerable number of glosses introduced into the Turin text which are absent from the older versions. This edition has been compiled from various papyri, as the older ones are much shorter than the later ones. It is not a single document like Lepsius' Totenbuch. Most of the chapters have been found in their old form. A few are missing, but a good number have been added to the list which have fallen out of the late versions. Generally, it is from this critical text that Renouf made his translation. Occasionally, he may choose an older version from a tomb, or perhaps a papyrus of the British Museum, but he hardly ever reverts to the Turin Totenbuch unless he has no other resource at his disposal. Nevertheless, the difficulties which Renouf enumerates are only partly removed. We are still very far from being able to give a final translation of the Book of the Dead, and I have no doubt that Renouf would repeat about his own work what he says of Dr. Birch's translation. Many parts of it, where most faithful to the original, must in consequence of that very fidelity be utterly unintelligible to an English reader. No doubt Renouf's translation is a great step towards making the book more intelligible. Still, the reader may often stumble over sentences out of which it is hardly possible to make a reasonable sense, in spite of their grammatical correctness, and which at first sight will seem childish, not to say, with Renouf, outrageous nonsense. But we may say with certainty that they were not so to the old Egyptians. Under this extraordinary or even ridiculous garment may be hidden some very simple or even elementary truths. Let us remember that we have not yet unraveled all the intricacies of the Egyptian mythology, which plays such an important part in the book. Moreover, We only begin now to understand how the Egyptians expressed abstract ideas. When we speak of passion, shame, remorse, hope, we have so thoroughly lost sight of the concrete element in these words that we are apt to forget that originally they must have been metaphors and that they must have expressed something striking the senses and connected with the material world. An instance will illustrate the difficulty in this translation. Chapter 112 relates how, owing to an imprudent request, Horus was the victim of Sudu, who inflicted a wound on his eye which caused him great suffering, and the text adds, "Lo, he ate his heart." Renouf translates, "And wrath devoured his heart." I should prefer, "He regretted sorely his foolish request." I believe to eat one's heart to mean, to feel regret, repentance, or remorse. There the abstract meaning is not difficult to find out. But in other cases, as long as we have not discovered the key to the metaphor, we may go far astray, or if we do not go beyond the literal explanation, we miss the abstract sense, which is the true one. However, because the work will not bear the character of finality, because some obscurities will not be removed, and some difficulties remain unsolved, there is no reason why a scholar like Renouf should have shrunk from attempting the translation of the Book of the Dead, a work which he had before his eyes for years, and which he considered as the crown of his Egyptological labors. The lecture quoted above gives us Renouf's ideas as to the purpose and the sense of the book. It is the beatification of the dead considered in three aspects. The renewed existence, as upon earth. The deceased enjoys an existence similar to that which he has led upon earth. He has the use of his limbs, he eats and drinks and satisfies every one of his physical wants exactly as in his former life. The gods themselves minister to him occasionally and contribute to his welfare and to his pleasures. The bliss of the future state consists chiefly in the pleasures of agricultural life. Transformation. The deceased has the range of the entire universe in every shape and form he desires. He can assume any appearance he likes, but these transformations are not forced upon him. He has no definite series to go through. They depend simply on his pleasure. Identification with Osiris and other gods. The identification with Osiris, which is already mentioned in the earliest parts of the book, is taken for granted later on, since the name of the deceased is always preceded by Osiris. He may be assimilated to other gods. For instance, in the 42nd chapter, every limb is assimilated to a different deity. This Osirian nature gives the deceased the power to triumph over the numerous enemies whom he has to face. To these three benefits which the book confers on the deceased, we should add a fourth, viz., complete preservation from dismemberment and decay. There is evidently in some of the prayers a remembrance of a time when the deceased were dismembered at their burial, and this way of treating the corpse is for the deceased an object of horror. The frequent mention of reconstituting the body, the promises that no part of it shall be taken away, all this shows of what supreme importance it was for him that his body should remain intact. Without a well-preserved body, there could be no life in the other world. Its destruction implies the destruction of the whole individual. This belief is the origin of mummification, for decay is the strongest agent of dismemberment and the certain ruin of the body. These are the outlines of the principal tenets of the Book of the Dead. If we inquire where they originated, there is no doubt that the bulk of the book came from Heliopolis. It is the doctrine of that ancient city and of its priests. Some of the chapters may be attributed to the priests at Abydos, as M. Maspero suggests, but it seems certain that, except for a small part, the birthplace of the Book of the Dead is the city of Ra-Tmu, the place connected with the oldest religious traditions of the country, and which may rightly be called the religious capital of Egypt. January 1904. Edouard Naville. Footnote 1. See introductory note to chapter CXL. Footnote 2. The Hibbert Lectures, 1879, p. 172. Footnote 3. See also Lifework, T. Roman 3, p. 51, the title of the Book of the Dead, and p. 59, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Footnote 4. Des Egyptisch Tatenbuch der Roman 18 bis Roman 20 Dynasty, Zusammengestelt und hergestellt von Edouard Naville, Berlin, 1886. Book of the Dead. Chapter 1. 1. The beginning of the chapters of coming forth by day of the two, words which bring about resurrection and glory, and of coming out of and entering into Amenta, said upon the day of burial of N, the victorious. 3. Who entereth after coming forth. 4. Here is N the victorious. He saith. O 5. Bull of Amenta, it is Thoth, the everlasting king, who is here. I am the great god in the bark, who have fought for thee. I am one of those gods, the 6. Powers who effect the triumph of Osiris over his adversaries on the day of the weighing of the words. I am thy kinsman, Osiris. I am one of those gods to whom Nut hath given birth, who slay the adversaries of Osiris and imprison the 7. Sebau on his behalf. I am thy kinsman, Horus. I have fought for thee, and have prevailed for thy name. I am Thoth, who effect the triumph of Osiris over his adversaries on that day of weighing of the words in the 8. House of the prince, which is in Heliopolis. I am 9. Tati, the son of Tati, conceived in Tatu and born in Tatu, and Tatu is my name. I am with the mourners and weepers who wail over Osiris in 10. Richit, and who effect the triumph of Osiris over his adversaries. Ra issued the mandate to Thoth, that he should effect the triumph of Osiris against his adversaries, and the mandate is what Thoth hath executed. I am with Horus on the day of covering 11. Teshdesh, and of opening the fountains for the refreshment of 12. The god whose heart is motionless, and closing the entrance to the hidden things in 13. Restau. I am with Horus, as the avenger of that left arm of Osiris which is in 14. Sekhem. I enter in, and I come forth from the 15. Tank of flame on the day when the adversaries are annihilated at Sekhem. I am with Horus on the day when the festivals of Osiris are celebrated, and when offerings are made, on the feast of the 6th day of the month, and on the feast of 10/8, 16. In Heliopolis. I am the priest, 17. In Tatu and exalt him who is on the height, 18. I am the prophet in Abydos, on the day when the earth is raised. I am he who seeth what is shut up at Restau, 19. I am he who reciteth the liturgies of the 20, Sol who is Lord of Tatu. I am the same priest in all that pertaineth to his office. I am the archcraftsman, on the day in which the ship of Sakaru is laid upon its stocks, 21. I am he who seizeth the mattock, on the day of the feast of hoeing in Sutenhenan, 22. O ye who bring beneficent souls into the house of Osiris, do ye bring the soul of En together with you into the house of Osiris. Let him see as you see, let him hear as you hear, let him stand as you stand, and sit as you sit. O ye who give bread and beer to beneficent souls in the house of Osiris, do you give bread and beer at the 2 periods to the soul of En who is with you. O ye who unclose the ways and open the roads to beneficent souls in the house of Osiris, unclose then the ways and open the roads to the soul of En who is with you. Let him enter boldly and come forth in peace at the house of Osiris, without hindrance and without repulse. Let him enter at his pleasure and go forth at his will, triumphantly with you, and let that be executed which he shall order in the house of Osiris. No lightness of his in the scale has been found, and the balance is 23, relieved of his case. Plate I. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 1, Papyrus in the British Museum, No. 9901 C. Naville, Book of the Dead, IPL, I and Roman II. Notes. The text taken for the basis of the translation of Chapter 1 is that of the Papyrus of Huneferu, Ag of M. Naville's edition. 1. The title here translated is that usual in all the papyri representing the 3rd period of the text. It occurs, however, in the Papyrus Ag of Huneferu, who lived in the days of Seti I, at the beginning of the 6th dynasty. It is also found in the Papyrus of Ani. The most common title of Chapter 1 in the older manuscripts is Chapter of Coming to the Divine Powers Attached to Osiris. These divine powers are Amsta, Hapi Tuamatef, and Kebesenuf, the children of Horus, who stand upon the lotus which springs from the water beneath the throne of Osiris, in pictures of the psychostasia. Chapter 124 bears the same title in the older manuscripts, which sometimes begin with it. 2. These are 2 very difficult words, and very different meanings have been assigned to them. But when the entire evidence is examined, the result is plain enough. Each of the words has for determinative the sign, expressive of some kind of utterance. It is a lambda omicron gamma omicron sigma of some kind, has for its first letter the causative. The question, therefore, is, what are the meanings of the simpler forms, tes, and letter 1e2bu? The most common, indeed the only true, meaning of is rising and even raising. This is too well known to require proof, is causing to rise. The pyramid text of Teta says, L270, Horus hath given his children that they may raise thee up. In the same religious text, L248 is the rising from the funereal couch after the recitations made over the dead. The raising up, or resurrection, here spoken of, is said not only of the soul, but of the body of the deceased person. The Papyrus of Nebseni has preserved 2 chapters, to which M. Naville has assigned the numbers 177 and 178. 177. Chapter of raising up the Chu, and giving life to the soul in the Netherworld. 178. Chapter of raising up the body, of giving it eyes and the possession of ears, and establishing the head made firm on its props. Letter 1e2b a t is not simply the body. It is the dead body, that which has fallen, like the Latin cadaver, the Greek pi tau letter 1 ff6 mu alpha, the Hebrew meme Hebrew a Hebrew pe Hebrew a Hebrew lamade Hebrew a Hebrew kate. See Transactions Soch. Bib. Arch. Volume Roman 8, p. 221, note 2. The true meaning of letter 1e2bu is not luminous, but clear, distinct, glittering, coruscans, and hence bright, splendid, illustrious, glorious, and the like. Like the Greek lambda alpha mu pi rho omicron sigma, the Latin claris, the Hebrew tayin Hebrew he Hebrew lamade, or the French eclat, it is applied to sound as well as to light. It is said of Thoth in the wretched orthography of a tablet of the Zix dynasty, he glorified them with the clear utterances of his mouth. Corresponds to the Greek lambda alpha mu pi rho omicron phi omega nu iota alpha. As a verb, is claro, and is clarifico, glorifico. There are, it is true, variants in the title of Chapter 17, giving the form. In spite of the excellent authority of these variants, they must be considered as giving an erroneous reading. The words remember, and are different in origin and meaning. The latter signifies confer glory, and they are religious formularies recited by priests, identifying the deceased person with Osiris and other divinities. There are numerous pictures in the tombs representing priests performing this office. 3M Deveria has produced excellent evidence showing that mot letter 1e2beru has the sense of victorious, triumphant, but the sense of véridique is untenable. Letter 1e2beru is voice, not speech. In Proceedings SBA, Volume Roman 6, p. 192, note, I have quoted a passage from a chapter, now numbered 181 in M. Naville's edition, in which signifies want of success, failure. Mot letter 1e2beru really signifies one whose voice is law. It is essentially a divine title c. altar at Turin, Transactions Roman 3 pl. Roman 2 line 10, appended to Mr. Bonomi's article, and in no Egyptian text is it used of mortals supposed to be living. The translation juste devoir limits the conception of mot to one of its secondary acceptations. Semot letter 1e2beru is also, and necessarily so, a divine act, that of Thoth, and it is done through his utterances. For an in this place, as in very many others, is not a preposition, still less is it a verb. It is a demonstrative particle, like the Latin n, x, or the Hebrew he Hebrew Hebrew vav. Nothing is more common than this particle, followed only by a proper name, e.g., on the funereal figures. There is not the slightest reason for supposing that there is an ellipse of the verb, seth. The particle is used like the corresponding Latin one under the Scottish picture of Edward I. En rex Edwardus debacans ut leopardus. When I translate, it is Thoth, who is here. I do not wish to imply that is the verb to be, any more than I should in the frequent expression, it is his son who revives his name. Is a demonstrative particle and nothing else. Instead of looking out for moods and tenses and paradigms, Egyptologists ought to wake to the consciousness that the Egyptians never rose to the conception of what we mean by a verb. 5. The bull of Amenta is Osiris. Bull, like lion or hawk, was one of the figurative names of gods or kings, and Osiris is sometimes represented with a bull's head. 6. Tiadet. This word is often wrongly translated judges. The divine judges are called Tiadet, but the proposition is not simply convertible. They were the not only of Osiris, but Tot, 22 also of every god and every goddess. And all the ancient towns of Egypt had their divine. It is a term used, cf. p. 55, as exactly synonymous with. In a mythological system, like the Egyptian, no god stood alone. Every god involved others in close connection with himself, and every act of his necessitated corresponding acts on their part. 7. The Sebau are the enemies of the sun, either as Ra or Osiris. I believe that under this mythological name the dark clouds are personified. 8. Hetsaru, House of the Prince, is the name of the great sanctuary at Heliopolis. It must be remembered, however, that many of the geographical localities named in the Book of the Dead have their counterparts in the Egyptian heaven. 9. Or, the firm, stable, unalterable, abiding, eternal one, whose origin and progress are in eternity. The city, or, has a name like the Palestinian Hebrew-Tayin Hebrewa letter FB4B Hebrewa Hebrewe, Gaza, the strong city, and many other Hebrew names connected with the root Hebrew-Tayin Hebrew-Zayin Hebrew-Zayin. 10. Rechit, a locality in the north of Egypt. The mourners and weepers alluded to are chiefly Isis and Nephthys. 11. Teshtesh is one of the names of Osiris, perhaps, as might be inferred from a text at Dendera, of his molten image. 12. The god, whose heart is motionless, is Osiris. 13. Restau, one of the gates of the Netherworld. Its situation is specified in chapter 17, line 19. 14. Sekhem, Letopolis, where the arm of Osiris had been deposited when the other limbs of the god were dispersed throughout the cities of Egypt. 15. The tank of flame, as may be inferred from the vignettes of the papyri, is where the sun rises or sets. Cf. Yunus 393, 506. 16. Tenate, Feast of the 7th day of the month. 17. The speaker now assumes the persons of various priests in succession, the Ob, the letter 1e25 en neuter prophet, the Sem, and the Ura letter 1e2b erp letter 1e25 em, and he describes himself as performing certain religious ceremonies. It must never be forgotten when reading these texts that the Egyptian priests had divine titles, and that their ceremonies were dramatic and symbolical of the acts performed by the gods. 18. The text here is hopelessly corrupt. The translation given follows ag. Instead of exalt, several MSS. Have, which has been rendered anoint with oil. One might translate the Turin text, I lustrate with water in Tadu and with oil in Abydos, exalting him who is in the heights in excelsis. For this text combines different readings, but as it is written may have another meaning. Bec signifies clear, bright, shining, and the olive tree derives its name from this. The determinative and the causative furnish the sense. I make bright, illustrious, glorious, I celebrate or glorify. He is who on the height, equals Hebrew Tayin, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Yod, Hebrew Vav, Hebrew Nun, is, according to chapter 17, the sun. 19. This is perhaps supposed to be said by the priest called the Archseer at Heliopolis. 20. One of the designations of Osiris. Perhaps the word Ba should be translated ram, for in the Mendesian nome Osiris was worshipped under this form and was called letter 1e23 eru Shephet, god of the strong face. The fact is that whether applied to the soul or to a ram, the word Ba is expressive of power, force. The same word under the form is used in chapter 120, 2 equals 12, 2, in the sense of splitting up. And this is clearly the Egyptian concept of the soul, the internal force, that which works within us. Tau, letter 1F78, letter 1F10, nu epsilon rho gamma, omicron, letter 1Fe6 nu. The word is ideographically written, or both the ram and the crane-like bird being called Ba. Some have cleverly inferred that the Egyptians thought that the soul was of a bird-like form, and others have not hesitated to consider Ba as expressive of the cry of the ram. The odd thing is that only the ram has this name, not the sheep or the lamb, who nevertheless indulge in the same cry. The truth is that in spite of appearances, the word Ba is not onomatopoeic here. Whether applied to the ram or to the heron, the word is expressive of human action and signifies digging through, cleaving, piercing, splitting. The hieroglyphic variants are very expressive. The last is already found in Denkum, Roman 2:51. The ram is called in Egyptian Ba on account of the digs which he makes with his head, and a force which has occasioned the name of ram to be given to powerful engines. The heron is also called Ba, because with its bill it cleaves the fishes which it attacks. And the word which we translate soul or spirit is called Ba, because it is conceived as something which pierces, penetrates, and divides. It is right to point out, to those who may wonder at this Egyptian etymology, that the Latin scio, I know, is etymologically akin to sico, cut, securus, and axe, and the Greek kappa epsilon iota omega, kappa epsilon alpha zeta omega, split, cleave. 21. The Sem and the Ura letter 1e2b, ERP letter 1e25em were priests in the service of Ptah. The latter, who held perhaps the highest sacerdotal office in Egypt, as high priest of Ptah at Memphis, is repeatedly found combining with his own special office, that of the Sem. The ceremony which is here referred to consisted in a grand procession round the walls of the great sanctuary of Ptah, conveying upon a sledge the bark, in which the coffin of the god was supposed to rest. Sakaru signifies the coffined, and Ta Sakaru is only a form of Osiris. Abundant details of the ceremony will be found in the plates of M. Mariette's Abydos, I.P.L. 36 and following. The king Seti I is represented as a Sem priest presiding at the festival. 22. Sutan letter 1e25en was called by the Greeks Heracleopolis. 23. Or rid of his business. The word sep, turn, has the different significations of the Latin vices. In the later recensions, this chapter is lengthened out by other petitions. The deceased asks, among other things, to appear before thee, O Lord of the gods, to attain the region of Mot. May I rise up a living God, let me shine like the divine host which is in heaven, let me be as one of you. Let my steps be lifted up in Sherabout. Let me see the ship of the holy Sahu, traversing the sky, let me not be prevented from seeing the lords of the Tuet, smelling the fragrance of the sacrificial offerings made to the divine host, and sitting with them. Let the Sherheb make invocation over my coffin. Let me hear the prayers of propitiation. Let the divine ship Neshemet advance for me, let not my soul and its possessor suffer repulse. An invocation to Osiris follows. Hail to thee, Prince of Amenta, Osiris, Lord of Nephura. Grant that I may advance in peace towards Amenta, and that the lords of Tassert may receive me and say to me, Salutation, salutation, in peace. Let them make for me a seat by the Prince of the Divine Powers, let the two Chenemta goddesses receive me, in presence of Unneferu, the victorious. Let me be a follower of Horus in Restau, and of Osiris in Tadu. Let me assume all forms for the satisfaction of my heart, in every place that my genius wisheth. The following rubric is found as early as the 6th dynasty in connection with this chapter, but it seems to have originally been attached to chapter 72. If this discourse is learnt upon earth, or is written upon the coffin, he, the deceased, may come forth upon every day that he pleaseth and again enter his house without impediment. And there shall be given to him bread and beer and flesh meat upon the table of Ra. He shall receive allotment in the fields of Aru, the Elysian fields of Egyptian mythology, and there shall be given to him there wheat and barley, for he shall be flourishing as when he was upon earth. Chapter 1 is followed in M. Naville's edition by another, which the learned editor calls 1b. This chapter is found in so very few copies that the text cannot as yet be restored. The two texts published by M. Naville differ widely from each other. It was known, however, down to the Roman period, though not inserted into copies of the Book of the Dead. It is called Chapter of Introducing the Mummy into the Tuat on the Day of Burial. The 124th chapter bears a similar title. The word here translated mummy is probably not to be understood of the visible mummy, but of the living personality which it enclosed. The chapter opens with an invocation, Hail to thee, who art in the sacred region of Amenta, though Osiris knows thee and thy name, defend him from those worms which are in Restau, who live upon the flesh of men and swallow their blood. The names of the worms were given, but in consequence of the gaps in the text, they cannot now be recovered. The chapter finished with prayers in which the deceased identifies himself with Horus, who has taken possession of the throne which his father has given him. He has taken possession of heaven and inherited the earth, and neither heaven nor earth shall be taken from him, for he is Ra, the eldest of the gods. His mother suckles him and offers him her breast, which is on the horizon at dawn. Footnote 5. Sharp EIPL 97. The papyrus de which is of the same period reads in the title of chapter 17, instead of glory, éclat. The correspond by their name very closely with the devas of Indian mythology, and the dead are called on the pious hypothesis of their having obtained glory. The word has nothing to do with intelligence. It is particularly applicable to the heavenly bodies, the sun, moon, and stars, the glittering ones, and the horizon at sunrise letter 1e2b ut, and fire derive their names from their éclat. Footnote 6. See Denkum, Roman 2, 71b, 72a-b, 101b, cf. 98h, 116c, and Roman 3, 260c. Footnote 7. The evidence produced by W. Max Muller in behalf of this reading of the priestly name is quite convincing. Footnote 8. The human head with a beard, sometimes given to the bird, merely indicates the avine nature of the soul. Footnote 9. This is one of the meanings of, but in this place it may simply mean going round in a ship. Chapter 2. Chapter for coming forth by day and living after death. O thou only one, who shinest from the moon, let me come forth amid that train 2, of thine at large 3, and let me be revealed 4, as one of those in glory 5. And when the tuet is opened to the gods, let N come forth to do his pleasure upon earth amid the living. Notes. This chapter occurs in only 2 of the ancient MSS, collated by Naville, AE, and PF. It is also found in the Papyrus of Ani. 1. Unicus, the sole and only one, is one of the many appellatives of the sun. He is here represented as shining in or from the moon, cf. Note on chapter 132. 2. Multitude, throng, train, here put for the heavenly host. The letter 1F04 kappa rho oda tau omicron sigma, letter 1F04 sigma tau rho omega nu, letter 1F44 chi lambda omicron sigma. Euripid. Fr. 596, or the Hebrew tayin, Hebrew bait, Hebrew aleph, Hebrew kate, letter FB2a, Hebrew mame, Hebrew yod, Hebrew mame. Osiris is the leader of the host, sharp, I 105. 3. Hebrew aleph, Hebrew lamade, Hebrew makaf, Hebrew mame, Hebrew hay, Hebrew vav, Hebrew tsadi, foras, 4th, out of doors, at large, in opposition to enclosure in the tomb. 4. Explicar, disclose, unfold, reveal, make clear. 5. Or among the glorious ones. Chapter 3. Another chapter like it. O Tmu, who proceedest from Urhenhenu, 1, who art resplendent as the lion-faced, 2, and who strewest thy words to those who are before thee. Here cometh the faithful N, from the band of those who do the bidding of thy words. O ye seamen of Ra at the gloaming of the day, let N live after death, like Ra daily. Hear the helmsman. As Ra is born from yesterday, so he too is born from yesterday, and as every god exulteth in life, so shall N exult even as they exult in life. I am Thoth as he goeth forth from the house of the prince in Heliopolis. 3. Notes. The only ancient copy of this chapter is in the Papyrus of Amen-Neb, I, and here it is imperfect. 1. A personification of the Nile. The later texts read, the great goddess in the water. 2. The later texts have, implying the 2 lions Shu and Tefnut, but the older texts have, a single god with a lion's face or form. The 2 notions, however, are found in combination in the pyramid texts of Unas, L 558, and Teta, L 332. 3. See Note 8 on Chapter 1. Chapter 4. Another chapter, for traveling on the road which is above the earth. It is I who travel on the stream 1, which divideth the divine pair, 2. I am come, let there be given to me the lands of Osiris. Notes. This 4th chapter has not as yet been found in any of the papyri of the best period. 1. Literally weeping, flood of tears, hence overflow, inundation, stream, or canal. It is one of the names of the Nile on earth and in heaven and of his personification as a god. See Chapter 61 and PSBA Roman 13, p8 and 9. 2. Or are 2 divinities in opposition or contrast, like Set and Horus, Chapter 17, 25, or the sister goddesses named Murda 37, 1. Thoth is the umpire between Set and Horus, darkness and light, and mediates between them, but he and Ra, the moon and sun, are Teta, L69, spoken of as the 2 Rihu gods traveling over the sky. Chapter 5. Chapter whereby work may not be imposed in the Netherworld. Here is N, he saith, I am he who raiseth the hand which is motionless, and I come forth at the hour. 2. I am the living soul. 3. And there go before me the longings. 4. Of those who bring salutation. 5. Notes. This chapter is found in several of the best MSS, but the text is extremely corrupt and must have become absolutely unintelligible. The Turin text differs greatly from that of the older copies, and the transposition of words clearly shows how little the transcribers understood what they were writing. I followed chiefly the text of Aa, the papyrus of Nebseni. 1. These words only occur in the later copies. 2. Is the older reading, but seems to be the more correct. 3. The oldest text must have had simply the ideographic, I gives ba, but PD has letter 1e2 binemu. The living soul is that of the sun, whether he is called Ra or Osiris. 4. Desires, wishes, loves, literally hearts. 5. Signifies salute, as in chapter 12, 1 and 14, 1, and, with various other forms, the saluter, is the name of the ape who is seen in the vignettes of the papyri saluting the rising of the sun. C. M. Naville's Totenbuch, I, plates 21 and 22, the Papyrus of Ani, plate 2, the Totenbuch of Lepsius, chapters 16 and 126. I do not know how far it is correct to illustrate this undoubted origin of the Egyptian name for the ape, as the saluting one, by the following extract of a letter to Cuvier from M. du Vassel about the Siamang apes in the neighborhood of Bencoolen in Sumatra. They assemble in numerous troops, and thus united, they salute the rising and the setting sun with the most terrific cries, which may be heard at the distance of many miles, and which, when near, stun, when they do not fright. This is the morning call of the mountain Malays, but to the inhabitants of the town, who are unaccustomed to it, it is a most insupportable annoyance. In this place of the Book of the Dead, the sign is a mere determinative of the sound on with the notion of salutation, just as the sign is a determinative of the sound, with the notion of thirst. The saluters of the rising sun are neither real apes nor men, but the spirits of the East, who, as we are told in an inscription of the tomb of Ramesses Roman VI, affect the rising of Ra by opening the door at each of the 4 portals of the eastern horizon of heaven. They it is who light him on both sides and go forth in advance of him, and when he arises they turn into 6 Sinos folly. The Egyptian words in the later texts are the alternative reading being itself a proof that the difficulty of the text was already felt by some Egyptian scribe. But if the scribe had consulted the oldest texts accessible in his day, he would probably have seen another way out. Our oldest Ms., that of Nebseni, reads Bescua abu aa, nu, which signify literally, antecedent me corda salutantium. The word bes is a very common one in pictures representing the introduction of a king or a god into a temple. It is the technical term used in the tablet of Canopus for the inducting, by the king, of priests into their offices. The subject of this verb is hearts, an independent word, instead of being the mere determinative of. The object of the verb is the speaker. Kua, me, as the papyrus pa reads, like ah, and it is easy to see how the later text, which is already found in Acts, has been corrupted out of the older. Footnote 10. Champollion notices Tom, Roman 2, p. 640. Chapter 6. Chapter whereby the funereal statuettes may be made to do work for a person in the Netherworld. O statuette 1. There, should I be called and appointed to do any of the labors that are done in the Netherworld by a person according to his abilities, lo, all obstacles have been beaten down for thee. Be thou counted for me at every moment, for planting the fields, for watering the soil, for conveying the sands of east and west. Here am I, whithersoever thou callest me. Note 1. This chapter is inscribed on the funereal statuettes, of which enormous quantities are found, sometimes by hundreds in the neighborhood of a single mummy. Much information on the subject, both archaeological and philological, will be found in Mariette's catalogue General des Monuments d'Abydos, p. 25 and following, and in M. Lauret's articles, Les statuettes funéraires du Musée de Boulec, published in the Recueil de Travaux, tomes Roman 4 and v. In the earlier texts, in the later. The latter word being read Ushepti has very naturally been considered as derived from, in Coptic letter 2C9F, letter 2CA9, letter 2CB1, letter 3E3, letter 2C83, to answer. For the statuette is addressed at the beginning of the chapter, and it replies at the end. But there is no reason for supposing that the earlier form had the same meaning. Chapter 7. Chapter of passing through the chine of apepi, which is void. O one of wax, one, who takest captive and seizest with violence, and livest upon those who are motionless. Let me not become motionless before thee, let me not be paralyzed before thee, let not thy venoms enter into my limbs, for my limbs are the limbs of Tmu. And if thou wouldst not be paralyzed, let me not be paralyzed. Let not thy languors enter these limbs of mine. I am the one who presideth over the pole of heaven, and the powers of all the gods are my powers. I am he whose names are hidden, and whose abodes are mysterious for all eternity. It is I who proceed from Tmu, and I am safe and sound. 2. Notes. Apepi is the personification of the storm cloud, and as such, is the enemy of Ra, by whom he is vanquished. As representing a natural phenomenon of irregular occurrence, he is not deified like Sudu, the darkness of night. On comparing this chapter with the 99th, it would appear that the occasion for reciting it is on the journey of the heavenly boat through ridges of cloud, which are pictured as the coils of a great serpent and described as inanes, empty, void. In the Papyrus of Nebkit, p. the vignette shows the deceased person transfixing the dragon. The chapter itself was said over a wax figure of the demon. 1. These wax figures of gods and other personages were used not only for ritual but for unlawful magical purposes. The Roland Papyrus reports about a criminal condemned to death for magical arts. He was charged with making gods of wax, and some men for the purpose of paralyzing the limbs of men. See Chaba's Papyrus Magique, p. 170, and Deveria, pap. Judiciaire de Turin, p. 131. 2. The more recent texts omit this ending and substitute, I know. Some MSS have both readings. Chapter 8. Chapter of opening the tuet by day. The hour 1. Discloset what the head of Thoth keepeth close, who giveth might to the eye of Horus. 2. And I call upon the eye of Horus, which gleams as an ornament upon the brow of Ra, the father of the gods. I am that Osiris, the lord of Amenta, and Osiris knoweth his day, and that it is in his lot that he should end his being and be no more. 3. I am Sudu, the father of the gods, the imperishable one. Stay, Horus, for he is counted among the gods. Notes. 1 time. 2. See note on chapter 17, 27. It must be sufficient here to say that Thoth is a personification of the moon, and that the relations of solar and lunar phenomena are the sources of a great deal of Egyptian mythology. 3. This is one of the most difficult passages in the Book of the Dead, but I do not see how it can be grammatically understood otherwise. It is understood from the passage from light to darkness and the converse. In his lot, literally in him. End his being, more strictly, bring to an end his activity. Being, though inevitable in a modern language, is much too abstract a word for these ancient texts. Implies motion, activity, and is not a simple negation, but implies completion end, tau epsilon lambda epsilon omega, tau epsilon lambda omicron sigma, though not cessation. Our modern acceptation of the word perfect is often wrongly applied to. We should think rather of such phrases as anum perficere, sol perfecto. Chapter 9. Chapter for opening the tuet. O soul most mighty, 1. Here am I am come to thee that I may see thee. I open the tuet that I may see my father Osiris, and may drive away the darkness. I am he whom he loveth. I have come to see my father Osiris, to pierce the heart of Sudu, and to perform all duties to my father Osiris. I open all the paths in heaven and upon earth. I am the son who loveth his father, and I am come as a mummed one, glorious and well equipped. O all ye gods and goddesses, the path is made for me. Note. 1. Soul most mighty is one of the principal names of Osiris. The whole chapter is spoken in the person of Horus, the son of Osiris. Chapter 10. Chapter for coming forth victoriously. I come forth victoriously against the adversaries. I cleave the heaven, I open the horizon, and I travel over the earth on foot. There come forward to me the glorious and the great ones, for I am furnished with numberless words of might. I eat with my mouth, and I chew with my jaw. For lo, I worship the God who is Lord of the Tuet, and that is given to me which endureth amid overthrow. Chapter 11. Chapter for coming out against the adversary in the Netherworld. Here is the Osiris N. O eater of his arm, away from his path. I am Ra coming forth from the horizon against his adversary, who shall not be delivered from me. I have stretched out my hand, as the Lord of the crown, and lifted my feet. I shall not be given up, my adversary shall fall before me, he hath been given up to me, and shall not be delivered from me. I rise up like Horus, I sit down as Ta, I am victorious as Thoth, and powerful as Tmu. I walk upon my feet, I speak with my mouth, searching for him who hath been given up to me, he shall not be delivered from me. Note: there is unfortunately no early text of this chapter, which we have in a very corrupt form and can only restore conjecturally. The eater of his arm is evidently darkness, which is destroyed by the sun. Chapter 12. Chapter for entering and for coming forth out of the Netherworld. Salutation to thee, O Ra, who guardest the secrets of the gates. 1. Over this domain of Seb, and this balance with which Ra raiseth up Mot 2 daily. Here am I who cleave open 3. The earth, grant that I may come and acquire advance in age. 4. Notes: this chapter, like the next, occurs only in Pa among the older MSS. It comes twice in the Turin copy, being repeated as chapter 120. 1. So Pa, the Turin copy has the Tuet. 2. In many places, it is important to treat Mot as a proper name. 3. Or a word not confined to agricultural operations. See note 20, p8. 4. As the sun, who is represented as an infant at dawn and as an aged man at sunset. Chapter 13. Chapter for entering after coming out from Amenta. I enter as a hawk and come forth as a Bennu 1, at dawn. Let the way be made for me that I may adore Ra at the fair Amenta, and the locks, too, of Osiris. I urge on the hounds of Horus. Let the way be made for me that I may adore Osiris, the Lord of life. Notes: this chapter in the MSS, of which the Turin copy is the type, is repeated as chapter 121 with the following rubric. Set over an ear-ring of the flower Anchamu, put upon the right ear of the deceased person, with another ear-ring, put in fine linen, upon which is written the name of N on the day of burial. 1. The Bennu is a bird of the heron kind. He is very commonly, but I think, erroneously identified with the phoenix. The bird described by Herodotus, Roman 2, 73, was an outline and size very like an eagle, which no one could say of the Bennu. He appeared only once in 500 years, whereas the Bennu appeared every day. The fable as told by the Greeks is utterly unsupported by any Egyptian authority known to us. 2. This passage is, unfortunately, both in the ancient and the recent forms, corrupt. Chapter 14. Chapter for removing displeasure from the heart of the god, against the deceased person. Hail to thee, O God who sendest forth 1. The moment, who presidest over all the secret things 2, and protectest the utterance of my words. Here 3. Is a God displeased against me, let wrong be overwhelmed, and let it fall upon the hands of the Lord of law. Remove 4. The impediments which are in me and the evil and the darkness. 5. O Lord of law, and let that God be reconciled to me, removing that which detaineth me from thee. O Lord of offerings in Kenu. 6. Let me offer to thee the propitiatory offering by which thou livest, and let me live by it and be reconciled. Let all the displeasure, which is in thy heart against me, be removed. Notes: there is a very great difference between the earlier and the later texts of this chapter. Former translators, having chiefly the Turin text before them, have understood the title of the chapter as intended to remove the impurities from the heart of the deceased person. The Turin text of the chapter is really unintelligible, and even in the earlier texts, certain passages are so corrupt as to defy translation. One like the Latin mitter has the sense of let go, give free course, set at liberty. 2. The secrets, here as elsewhere in the funereal texts, are those of the tomb and of the world beyond the grave. 3. The older texts have the later. 4. The Lord of law is in the singular, but the imperative remove is in the plural. 5. The word was a puzzle to the oldest transcribers. It is susceptible of different meanings. The Chiran text, the god is joined with law, which is supported by some of the older papyri, is intelligible in itself, but not in this context. I have understood, coming as it does after, in the sense of deep darkness. 6. The MSS differ hopelessly on this proper name. Chapter 15. Him I wond. Adored be Ra, when he riseth up from the eastern horizon of heaven, they who accompany him extol him. Here is the Osiris En, the victorious, and he saith, O thou radiant orb, who erasest each day from the horizon, shine thou upon the face of the Osiris En who adoreth thee at dawn, and propitiateth thee at the gloaming. Let the soul of En come forth with thee into heaven, let him journey in the Maudit boat, and finish his course in the Sectit boat, too, till he reach in heaven unto the stars which set 3. He saith, as he invoketh his Lord, the Eternal One, Hail to thee, Horus of the two horizons, 4, who art Chepera self-originating, 5. Beautiful is thy rising up from the horizon, enlightening the two earths with thy rays. All the gods are in exultation when they see thee the King of heaven, with the nebbed unnut established upon thy head, and the diadem of the south and the diadem of the north upon thy brow, which maketh her abode in front of thee. Thoth abideth at the prow of thy bark, that he may destroy all thine adversaries. They who dwell in the Tuat are coming forth to meet thy majesty, and to gaze upon that beautiful semblance of thine. And I too come to thee that I may be with thee to see thine orb each day. Let me not be detained, let me not be repulsed. Let my limbs be renewed by the contemplation of thy glories, like all thy servants, for I am one of those who honored thee upon earth. Let me reach the land of ages, let me gain the land of eternity, for thou, my Lord, hast destined them for me. The Osiris En, he saith, Hail to thee who risest up from the horizon as Ra in union with Mot. Thou dost traverse heaven in peace, and all men see thee as thou goest forward. And after being concealed from them, thou presentest thyself at the dawn of each day. Brisk is the bark under thy majesty. Thy rays are upon men's faces. The golden glories they cannot be told, not to be described are thy beams. The lands of the gods, the colors of Punit, 6, are seen in them, that men may form an estimate of that which is hidden from their faces. Alone art thou when thy form riseth up upon the sky. Let me advance as thou advancest, like thy majesty, without a pause, O Ra, whom none can outstrip. A mighty march is thine. Leagues by millions, and hundreds of thousands, in a small moment thou hast travelled them, and thou goest to rest. Thou completest the hours of the night, according as thou hast measured them out. And when thou hast completed them according to thy rule, day dawneth. Thou presentest thyself at thy place as Ra, as thou risest from the horizon. The Osiris En, he saith, as he adoreth thee when thou shinest. He saith to thee when thou risest up at dawn, as he exalteth thine appearance. Thou comest forth, most glorious one, fashioning and forming thy limbs, giving birth to them without any labor, as Ra rising in heaven. Grant that I may attain to the heaven of eternity and the abode of thy servants. Let me be united with the venerable and mighty Chu of the Netherworld. Let me come forth with them to see thy glories, as thou shinest at the gloaming, when thy mother Nut, 7, enfoldeth thee. And when thou turnest thy face to the west, mine hands are in adoration to thy setting as one who liveth, for it is thou who hast created eternity. I have set thee in my heart unceasingly, who art more mighty than all the gods. The Osiris En, he saith, Adoration to thee, who erasest out of the golden, and givest light to the earth on the day of thy birth. Thy mother bringeth thee forth upon her hands, that thou mayest give light to the whole circumference which the solar orb enlighteneth. Mighty Enlightener, who risest up in the sky and raisest up the tribes of men by thy stream, and givest holiday to all districts, towns, and temples, and raising food, nourishment, and dainties. Most mighty one, master of masters, who defendest every abode of thine against wrong, most glorious one in thine evening bark, most illustrious in thy morning bark. Glorify thou the Osiris En in the Netherworld. Grant that he may come into Amenta without defect and free from wrong, and set him among the faithful and venerable ones. Let him be united with the souls in the Netherworld. Let him sail about in the country of Aru after a joyful journey. Here is the Osiris En. Come forth into heaven, sail across the firmament, and enter into brotherhood with the stars. Let salutation be made to thee in the bark. Let invocation be made to thee in the morning bark. Contemplate Ra within his ark, and do thou propitiate his orb daily. See the ant fish in its birth from the emerald stream, and see the obtuse fish and its rotations. 8. And let the offender fall prostrate, when he meditates destruction for me, by blows upon his backbone. Ra springs forth with a fair wind, the evening bark speeds on and reaches the haven. The crew of Ra are in exultation when they look upon him. The mistress of life, her heart is delighted at the overthrow of the adversary of her lord. See thou Horus at the lookout of the ship. 9. And at his sides Thoth and Mot. All the gods are in exultation when they behold Ra coming in peace to give new life to the hearts of the Chu, and here is the Osiris N along with them. 10. Adored be Ra, as he setteth in the land of life. 11. Hail to thee, who hast come as Tmu, and hast been the creator of the cycle of the gods. 12. Hail to thee, who hast come as the soul of souls, august one in Amenta. Hail to thee, who art above the gods, and who lightenest up the Tuat with thy glories. Hail to thee, who comest in splendor, and goest round in thine orb. Hail to thee, who art mightier than the gods, who art crowned in heaven and king in the Tuat. Hail to thee, who openest the Tuat and disposest of all its doors. Hail to thee, supreme among the gods, and weigher of words in the Netherworld. Hail to thee, who art in thy nest, and stirrest the Tuat with thy glory. Hail to thee, the great, the mighty, whose enemies are laid prostrate at their blocks. Hail to thee, who slaughterest the Sebau and annihilatest Apepi. Give thou delicious breezes of the north wind to the Osiris N. Horus openeth, the great, the mighty, who divideth the earths, the great one who resteth in the mountain of the west, and lighteneth up the Tuat with his glories and the souls in their hidden abode, by shining into their sepulchres. By hurling harm against the foe, thou hast utterly destroyed all the adversaries of the Osiris N. Hymn Roman 2, 13. The Osiris N, he saith when he adoreth Ra, the Horus of the two horizons, when setting in the land of life. Adoration to thee, O Ra, adoration to thee, O Tmu, at thy coming in thy beauty, in thy manifestation, in thy mastery. Thou sailest over the heaven, thou travellest over earth, and in splendor thou reachest the zenith. The two divisions of heaven are in obeisance to thee, and yield adoration to thee. All the gods of Amenta are in exultation at thy glory. They whose abodes are hidden adore thee, and the great ones make offerings to thee, who for thee have created the soil of earth. 14. They who are on the horizon convey thee, and they who are in the evening bark transport thee, and they say adoration at the approach of thy majesty. Come, come, approach in peace, O to thee, welcome, Lord of heaven, King of Akerta. Thy mother Isis, 15. Embraceth thee, seeing in thee her son, as the Lord of terror, the all-powerful, as he setteth in the land of life at night. Thy father Tatanen, 16. Carrieth thee, and his arms are stretched out behind thee, and that which hath taken place is made last upon earth. Wake up from thy rest, thine abode is in Manu. Let me be entrusted to the fidelity, which is yielded to Osiris. Come, O Ra, Tmu, be thou adored, do thy will daily. Grant success in presence of the cycle of the mighty gods. Beautiful art thou, O Ra, in thine horizon of the west, O Lord of law in the midst of the horizon. Very terrible art thou, rich art thou in attributes, and great is thy love to those who dwell in the Tuat. To be said when Ra sets in the land of life, with hands bent downward. 17. Hymn Roman 3, 18. Adoration to Tmu, as he setteth in the land of life. The Osiris N, he saith. Adoration to Tmu, as he setteth in the land of life. The Osiris N, he saith, adoring Tmu, when setting in the land of life and shedding his rays on the Tuat. Hail to thee setting in the land of life, O Father of the gods, thou art united to thy mother in Manu. Her two hands receive thee daily. Thy majesty hath part in the house of Sakaru. Exult thou because the doors are opened of the horizon at thy setting in the mountain of the west. Thy rays, they run over the earth to enlighten the dwellers in Amenta. Those who are in the Tuat worship thee with loud acclaim, and cherish hope when they see thee daily. Thou grantest to the gods to sit upon the earth, to those, namely, who follow thee and come in thy train. O august soul, who begettest the gods, and dost invest them with thine attributes, the unknowable, the ancient one, the mighty in thy mystery. Be thy fair face propitious to the Osiris N, O Chepera, father of the gods. 19. Freedom forever from perdition is derived through this book, and upon it I take my firm stand. He hath written it who spake it, and his heart resteth on the reward. Let there be given me armfuls of bread and drink, and let me be accompanied by this book after my life. Notes: the 15th chapter as it stands in the later recension, represented by the Turin Tatenbuch, is of very recent origin. It is in fact a collection of texts originally independent of each other. 1. A hymn to Ra at his rising. 2. A litany. 3. A hymn to Ra at his setting. 4. A hymn to Tmu at his setting, followed by a statement respecting the spiritual importance of the document. Of the last hymn, there are no copies of ancient date, but the other 3 compositions are found more or less perfect as far back as the 6th dynasty. The discrepancies, however, between the ancient texts furnish so much evidence of free composition on the part of the scribes that it is impossible to suppose that they had before them documents recognized as sacred and canonical. M. Naville has found it necessary to publish 4 different forms of the hymn to the rising and 3 of the hymn to the setting sun. The ideas and expressions throughout these hymns are current in the religious texts of the Xth and 6th dynasties. In the translation here given, I have followed the form adopted by the later recension, correcting the text when necessary by the copies written in the better periods. 1. The text of the Papyrus of Ani has been taken as the basis of the translation of hymn. It is the only ancient text which gives the hymn in the form subsequently acknowledged as canonical. 2. The sun was represented from the earliest period, as we may see in the pyramid texts, as performing his celestial journey in a boat, which during the morning was called the Madet, and in the evening the Sectet. 3. The stars which set were called the letter 227 letter 1e2b, miu Uratu. The stars which never set, but are always above the horizon, were called letter 227 letter 1e2b, miu Seku. The word letter 227 letter 1e2b, miu has often been taken for a mere negative, but it occurs by itself with the sign of stars as a determinative, and the whole term is written, denkum. Roman 3, 271d twice. As one of the meanings of letter 1e2b, em is minora, and as the ordinary meaning of the Demotic is small, like the Coptic letter 3, letter 2c9f, letter 2c99, equals lambda epsilon pi tau, letter 1f78 sigma. It is not improbable that the stars received this appellation on account of their tiny size as compared with the sun and moon. They were what Horace called the Ens minors. The sun and moon, as we all know, are called in Gen. I-16 the 2 great lights. 4. Both the eastern and the western horizon are mentioned in this chapter, but Horace of the 2 horizons has no reference to this distinction. Whatever the sun passes through or over is always conceived as double. The 2 earths imply simply the earth as divided by the passage of the sun above it. It is to M. Graybout that we are indebted for the discovery of this important key to many Egyptian expressions. 5. Letter 1e2b eper, like the German Werden, has primarily the sense of turning, hence of becoming. It never has the sense of creating. Letter 1e2b epertsf is the equivalent of the Greek alpha letter 1f50, tau omicron gamma epsilon nu eta sigma. Like that word is sometimes used for spontaneous productions of the mineral kingdom, as salt or natron as contrasted with artificial products of the same nature. It cannot be used for plants, as they have an origin in something external to themselves. 6. The land of the gods and Punit are the countries lying east of Egypt. When it is said that gods come from Punit, it is not meant by this that they are of Arabian origin, but simply that sun, moon, and stars and daylight rise in the east. Ex Orient Lux. 7. In many places, the divine name Nut has for determinative the sign. Is this an oversight on the part of the scribe, or is it one more proof that the Egyptians certainly believed in a sky below the horizon? If so, I have never seen it misplaced. 8. The ant and the obtu are sometimes represented by the side of the solar bark. From the egg of the obtu there rises the great cat, the sun. It is, as M. Lauret has proved, the tortoise of the Nile. As obtu, The month is phonetically homonymous with Abtu, the tortoise, and that the latter is characterized by its rotation, revolving, or turning. The word Abtu, whether applied to month or tortoise, clearly signifies the revolving one. Our modern words tortoise, tortu, tortuga rather express the turning or twisting of the creature's feet. In some texts, e.g., the inscriptions of Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, Mariette Karnak, PL 36, line 22, and at the beginning of the Ani papyrus, the word is written Abtu. In the later part of the Ani papyrus, it is written with the initial. 9. The lookout of the ship in Egyptian, or more fully Nefrit, is written in the papyrus of Ani. This interesting variant is of extreme value. It not only explains a word, the very existence of which has been called in question, but tells us the Egyptian name for that seat of Horus at the prow of the solar bark about which I wrote a note in Proc. Soch. Bib. Arch. Of Nav. 3, 1891. See the plates attached to the note, and the corresponding vignettes in Totenbuch, PL, Roman 6 and Roman 9. 10. The litany here translated is that of the Turin Totenbuch. It is found, but in a very mutilated condition, in the papyrus of Nechtwomen at Berlin, Ba, a manuscript of the 6th dynasty. Another litany, preceding hymn I, is found in the papyrus of Ani. It is addressed to Osiris, the everlasting Lord, Un-Neferu, Horus of the two horizons, of many forms and mighty of attributes. Ta Sacru, Tmu in Heliopolis, Lord of the unseen world, who hath built up Memphis and its gods. Hail to thee, Chabasu in Heliopolis, Hamamit in Sherabau, and unta more potent than the unseen gods in Heliopolis. Hail to thee, and Inen, Horus in the two horizons, who extendeth his steps and traverseth the heaven, he is Horchuda. Hail to thee, eternal soul, soul which is in Tadu, Un-Neferu, son of Nut, he is Lord of Akita. Hail to thee, as thou reignest in Tadu, the royal crown is fixed upon thy brow. Thou art the only one, the author of his own attributes, thou restest in Tadu. Hail to thee, Lord of Heracleopolis, for whom the bark of Sacru is placed upon its sledge, who repellest the Sebau, the doers of wrong, and who puttest the Udat into its place. Hail to thee, potent one, at thine appointed moment, most mighty one, Prince of Anaref, eternal Lord, author of eternity, thou art the Lord of Sutnhenin. Hail to thee, who restest upon Mot, thou art the Lord of Abydos, thy limbs reach to Totsert, thou art he who abominatest wrong. Hail to thee, in the midst of thy bark, who bringest the Nile from his fountain, upon whose dead body the light shineth. He is the one who is in Nechen. Hail to thee, author of the gods, king of north and south, Osiris, the triumphant one, possessing the entire universe in his beneficent alternations. He is the Lord of the universe. Grant me passage in peace. I am righteous, I speak not falsehood knowingly, I am not guilty of duplicity. 11. The land of life, one of the names given to the realm of Osiris after death, is not, as far as I can discover, mentioned anywhere in the earlier MSS. Of the Book of the Dead. Instead of resting in the land of life, the older texts have in Amenta, or in life in Amenta, or as one living in Amenta. 12. The word pat implies going round like a wheel or in a circle, going round on high with the sun. Hence the use of it as synonymous with, in the expressions equals, never, and equals, the first time, the beginning of time, prima vice. A sacrificial cake is called denkum, Roman 2:28 on account of its shape, like the Latin rotangula also written. And like the Greek kapupsilon kapalam domicron sigma, the word comes to signify a circle of persons. This circle is not necessarily of gods. The Bremner Papyrus in the British Museum, 14, line 8, says in a pidge not only to Apepi, who was no god, and to his soul and body and ghost and shadow and children, and to his kith and kin, but also to his that is all associated with him, Seu de son entourage. That should express the feast of the new moon is only natural, though Lepsius has pointed out serious difficulties on the subject, but also expresses the number 9. Whence in this relation arises the Egyptian conception of the number 9? Is it the round, we should say the square, number, 3 times 3? It certainly is merely a round number in many instances, but what is still more certain is that the same expression meaning circle of gods and 9 gods. The circle was supposed to consist of 9 gods and was enlarged to companies of 18 or 27. It is, I am sure, perfectly idle work to look for more profound reasons for the theory of the Ennead. Every god of importance had his, and the best theory that has ever been given is that given at the beginning of chapter 17. 13. The Turin text seems better adapted for the basis of a translation of Hymn Roman 2 than the older papyri. These have been used for checking the later text whenever possible. 14. A difficult passage, but the readings are unanimous. What is Bruges translates it, the talisman of the earth, and Pirat, le salut de la terre. No objection can be raised against the truth of either of these meanings taken by itself, but we have to look at the entire context. The expression literally signifies the back of the earth. In Latin, we say sinus, gremium, and viscera terrae. The Egyptians themselves talk of the back of Seb, out of which the plants grow, and in a place quoted by Dumachin, Zeitschrift, 1871, p. 92, note, Ta the earth is substituted for Seb. I believe then that is best translated by soil of the earth. 15. Thy mother Isis, so Ba. The Turin text has nut, which is inconsistent with what follows. 16. La gives Tatanen, Af Tunin, the Turin recension Tanin, names belonging to the god also called Ta, Sakru, and Osiris. See the inscriptions in Mariette's Abydos IPL 16:6 on the Tat figures. Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis, seems to be here addressed. 17. This rubric does not occur in the older MSS. 18. This hymn has not yet been found in the older MSS. A text carefully corrected from the papyri of the Louvre will be found in M. Lefebvre's Traduction comparée des hymnes au solil composant le Roman 15 e chapitre du rituel funéraire Egyptien. Paris, 1868. 19. Chepera, father of the gods. Expressions like this are liable to be misunderstood by superficial readers. They are not meant to imply that father of the gods was the special attribute of Chepera. Father of the gods is predicated in chapter 8 of Sudu, and it is predicated elsewhere of many other divinities. As in mathematics, any point in space may be conceived as the origin of a given line or surface, so in Egyptian mythology any god may be rightly called the father of the gods, and for the same reason. The day precedes the night, but not more truly than night precedes, or in mythological language gives birth to day. But we may begin at daybreak, or at noon, or at sunset, or with the sun or the moon, or with the rising of the Nile or any other natural phenomenon which obeys an evidently permanent fixed law. Footnote 11. One of the names of the Urius on the royal crown. Footnote 12. The glorious ones, see note 1 on chapter 1. Footnote 13. See note 11. Footnote 14. An abode of bliss, like the Elysian fields, frequently mentioned and described in the Book of the Dead. Footnote 15. The dragon Apepi. Footnote 16. Both Chabasu and Hammamet have the sign of the plural, which may arise from the omission of who art above before the first of these words. Unfortunately, we have no other copy to check the readings, but it is certain that the sign of plurality is often affixed to words which, though in plural form, like the Latin monia, literi, tenebri, have a singular meaning. Chabasu means a lamp, and the stars, especially the decans, were called by this appellation. Hammamet is the name given to those yet unborn. Footnote 17. Unta signifies the god who assumes the face or form of a hare, just as Mauta signifies the god with the face or form of a cat, Tehuda, the god with the head or form of an ibis. Footnote 18. I am deeply grieved that in my conversation and correspondence with Goodwin, see my miscellaneous notes on Egyptian philology, p. 15, I hit upon Ennead as a translation of. Goodwin took it up, and it has since been productive of much mischief. The word in itself, like triad, is perfectly innocent and correct, yet every word has its cycle of associations, and some of them lead the unwary astray. I had just been lecturing on Plotinus when Goodwin asked me for the word. Footnote 19. The 4 children of Horus are called Tempelins, I 41:1. Plate Roman 4. Book of the Dead, chapter 16. Illustration. A equals the rising sun. Papyrus, Leiden Museum, Roman 2. See Naville's Book of the Dead, IPL 21. Plate V. Book of the Dead. Chapter 16. Illustration. Equals B equals the setting sun. Papyrus laid in museum. See Naville's Book of the Dead, IPL 22. Chapter 16. Note: when Lepsius divided the Totenbuch into 165 chapters, that portion of it which was numbered as Chapter 16 was in fact merely the vignette of Chapter 15. It has been thought well to publish with this translation the vignettes from the great Papyrus of Leyden, representing a, the rising, and b, the setting sun. See plates. In a, the sun is represented as rising into heaven, saluted by the 6 cynocephalous apes. He is also saluted by 2 goddesses kneeling. In the Papyrus of Renouf, these goddesses say, "I am thy sister Isis. I am thy sister Nephthys." The tat, which is between them, is a symbol both of Osiris and of the East, and in Ba is replaced by the sign. In the later periods, the dawn was represented by the sign consisting of the sun rising out of the east, between Isis and Nephthys. The sign of life, a N letter 1E2B, which primarily means rise up, rises out of the tat, and with hands proceeding from it raises up the sun. In B, the central object is the sun setting in the west. He is saluted by 3 hawk-headed and by 3 jackal-headed divinities, the spirits of Pu and of Nechen. Below this, seen, the sun of yesterday and the sun of today in lion forms are saluted by Isis and Nephthys. Chapter 17. Chapter whereby one cometh forth by day out of the Netherworld. Let the words be said. Equals I am he who closet and he who openeth, and I am but one, equals one. I am Ra at his first appearance. I am the great God, self-produced. His names together compose the cycle of the gods. Resistless is he among the gods, 2. I who am Osiris, am yesterday and the kinsman of the morrow, 3. A scene of strife arose among the gods when I gave the command, 4. Equals Amenta is the scene of strife among the gods, equals. I know the name of the great God who is here. Equals Herald of Ra is his name, equals. I am the great Heron who is in Heliopolis, who presideth over the account of whatsoever is, and of that which cometh into being. 5. Equals who is that? It is Osiris who presideth over the account of all that is, and all that cometh into being, that is endless time and eternity. Endless time is day, and eternity is night, equals. I am Amsu in his manifestations. There have been given to me the 2 feathers upon my head. 6. Equals who is that, and what are his feathers? It is Horus, the avenger of his father, and the 2 feathers are the Uri upon the forehead of his father Tmu, equals 7. I have alighted upon my land, and I come from my own place. Equals what is that? It is the horizon of my father Tmu, equals. All defects are done away, all deficiencies are removed, and all that was wrong in me is cast forth. I am purified at the 2 great and mighty lakes at Sutenhunnen, which purify the offerings which living men present to the great God who is there. 8. Equals who is that? It is Ra himself, equals. Equals which are the 2 great and mighty lakes, the lake of Natron and the lake of Mot, equals 9. Equals I advance over the roads, which I know, and my face is on the land of Mot, equals. Equals what is that? The road upon which Father Tmu advanceth, when he goeth to the field of Aru, approaching to the land of spirits in heaven, equals. I come forth through the Tieser gate. Equals what is that? This gate of the gods is Hakar. It is the gate and the 2 doors and openings, through which Father Tmu issueth to the eastern horizon of heaven, equals 10. O ye who have gone before, let me grasp your hands, me who become one of you. Equals who are they? Those who have gone before are Hu and Sao. May I be with their Father Tmu throughout the course of each day, equals 11. I make full the eye when it waxeth dim on the day of battle between the 2 opponents. 12. Equals what is that? The battle of the 2 opponents is the day upon which Horus fighteth with Sut, when he flingeth his filth upon the face of Horus, and when Horus seizeth upon the genitals of Sut, for it is Horus who doeth this with his own fingers, equals. I lift up the hairy net from the eye at the period of its distress. 13. Equals what is that? The right eye of Ra in the period of its distress when he giveth it free course, and it is Thoth who lifteth up the net from it, equals. I see Ra when he is born from yesterday at the dugs of the Mehurit cows. 14. His course is my course, and conversely mine is his. Equals what is that? Ra and his births from yesterday at the dugs of the Mehurit cows. It is the figure of the eye of Ra at his daily birth. And Mehurit is the eye equals. I am one of those who are in the train of Horus. Equals what is that? One of those in the train of Horus. Said with reference to whom his Lord loveth equals. Hail, ye possessors of Mot, divine powers attached to Osiris, who deal destruction to falsehood, ye who are in the train of Hopebishaus, grant me that I may come to you. Do ye away the wrong which is me, as ye have done to the 7 glorious ones, who follow after the coffin one, and whose places Anubis hath fixed on that day of come thou hither. Equals Hopebishaus is the divine flame which is assigned to Osiris for burning the souls of his adversaries. I know the names of the 7 glorious ones who follow the coffined one, and whose places Anubis hath fixed on the day of come thou hither. The leader of this divine company equals. Anaref the Great is his name, 2 Cat, 3 the burning bull who liveth in his fire, 4 the red-eyed one in the house of gauze, 5 fear a face which turneth backwards, 6 dark face in its hour, 7 seer in the night. 15. I am he whose soul resideth in a pair of gods. Equals it is Osiris, as he cometh to Tadu, and there findeth the soul of Ra, each embraceth the other, and becometh 2 souls, equals. Equals the pair of gods are Horus, the avenger of his father, and Horus, the prince of the city of blindness, equals. I am the great cat, who frequenteth the Persea tree in Heliopolis, on that night of battle wherein is effected the defeat of the Sebau, and that day upon which the adversaries of the inviolate God, 16, are exterminated. Equals who is that great cat? It is Ra himself. For Sao said, he is the likeness Mao of that which he hath created, and his name became that of cat Mao, equals 17. Equals the night of conflict is the defeat of the children of failure ad Elephantine. There was conflict in the entire universe, in heaven and upon the earth, equals. Equals he who frequenteth the Persea tree is he who regulateth the children of failure, and that which they do, equals. O Ra, in thine egg, who risest up in thine orb, and shinest from thine horizon, and swimmest over the firmament without a peer, and sailest over the sky. Whose mouth sendeth forth breezes of flame, lightening up the 2 earths with thy glories, do thou deliver from that God whose attributes are hidden, whose eyebrows are as the arms of the balance upon that day when outrage is brought to account, and each wrong is tied up to its separate block of settlement. Equals the God whose eyebrows are as the arms of the balance is he who lifteth up his arm. Deliver me from those wardens of the passages with hurtful fingers, attendant upon Osiris. Equals the wardens of Osiris are the powers who keep off the forces of the adversaries of Ra, equals. May your knives not get hold of me, may I not fall into your shambles, for I know your names. My course upon earth is with Ra, and my fair goal is with Osiris. Let not your offerings be in my disfavor, O ye gods upon your altars. I am one of those who follow the Master, a keeper of the writ of Chepera. I fly like a hawk, I cackle like the smengoose, I move eternally like Nehibcow. 18. O Tmu who art in the great dwelling, sovereign of all the gods, deliver me from that God who lieth upon the damned, whose face is that of a hound, but whose skin is that of a man, at that angle of the pool of fire, devouring shades, digesting human hearts and voiding ordure. One seeth him not. Equals this God whose face is that of a hound, and whose skin is that of a man. Eternal Devourer is his name, equals 19. O fearful one, who art over the 2 earths, red God who orderest the block of execution, to whom is given the double crown and enjoyment as Prince of Sutenhunnen. Equals it is Osiris to whom was ordained the leadership among the gods, upon that day when the 2 earths were united before the inviolate God, equals. Equals the junction of the 2 earths is the head of the coffin of Osiris, whose father is Ra, equals the beneficent soul in Sutenhunnen, the giver of food and the destroyer of wrong, who hath determined the paths of eternity, equals. Equals it is Ra himself, equals. Deliver me from that God who seizeth upon souls, who consumeth all filth and corruption in the darkness or in the light. All those who fear him are in powerless condition. Equals this God is Sut, equals. O Chepera, who are in the midst of thy bark, and whose body is the cycle of the gods forever. Deliver me from those inquisitorial wardens to whom the inviolate God, of glorious attributes, hath given guard over his adversaries, and the infliction of slaughter in the place of annihilation, from whose guard there is no escape. May I not fall under your knives, may I not sit within your dungeons, may I not come to your places of extermination, may I not fall into your pits. May there be done to me none of those things which the gods abominate. For I have passed through the place of purification in the middle of the mescat, for which are given the messet and the tehinit cakes in Tainit. Equals the mescat is the place of scourging in Sutenhunnen, the tehinit is the eye of Horus. Tainit is the resting place of Osiris, equals 20. Tmu buildeth thy dwelling, the lion-faced god layeth the foundation of thy house, as he goeth his round. Horus offereth purification, and Sut giveth might, and conversely. I have come upon this earth, and with my 2 feet taken possession. I am Tmu, and I come from my own place. Back, O lion with dazzling mouth, and with head bent forwards, retreating before me and my might. I am Isis, and thou findest me, as I drop upon my face the hair, which falleth loosely on my brow. I was conceived by Isis, and begotten by Nephthys. Isis destroyeth what in me is wrong, and Nephthys loppeth off that which is rebellious. Dread cometh in my train, and might is in my hands. Numberless are the hands who cling fast to me. The dead ones and the living come to me. I defeat the clients of mine adversaries, and spoil those whose hands are darkened. I have made an agreeable alliance. I have created the inhabitants of Sherabat and those of Heliopolis. 21. And every god is in fear before the terrible, the Almighty One. I avenge every god against his oppressor, at whom I shoot my arrows when he appeareth. I live according to my will. I am Yutit the Fiery One. 22. And woe to them who mount up against me. What is this, of unknown attributes which Hemen, 23, hath given is the name of the funereal chest. The witness of that which is lifted is the name of the shrine. The lion with dazzling mouth, and with head bent forwards, is the phallus of Osiris. And I who drop the hair which hath loosely fallen upon my brow, I am Isis, when she concealeth herself. She hath let fall her hair over herself. Uatit the Fiery is the eye of Ra. They who mount up against me, woe to them, they are the associates of Sut as they approach. 24. Plate Roman 6. Book of the Dead, Chapter 17. Papyrus, Trinity College, Dublin, Roman 4. Plate Roman 7. Book of the Dead, Chapter 17. A. Berlin Museum. No, 1470. B. British Museum. No, 9901. C. Naville, Book of the Dead, I plate. Notes. The 17th chapter is one of the most remarkable in the whole collection, and it has been preserved from times previous to the Zeeth dynasty. The very earliest monuments which have preserved it have handed it down accompanied with scholia and other commentaries interpolated into the text. Some of the monuments enable us to some extent to divide the original text from the additions, in consequence of the latter being written in red. But there is really only one text where the additions are suppressed, and which therefore offers the most ancient form, as far as we know it, of the chapter. This is the copy on the wall of the tomb of Horhotep. The sarcophagus itself of Horhotep contains a copy of the text along with the additions. The chapter must already at the time have been of the most venerable antiquity. Besides these 2 copies of the chapter, we have those from the sarcophagi of Hora and Sitbastit, published, like those of Horhotep, by M. Maspero, 2 from the sarcophagi of Mentuhotep, and 1 from that of Sebekah, the 3 latter published by Lepsius in his Ailtes text. The British Museum has Sir Gardner Wilkinson's copy of the texts inscribed on the coffin of Queen Mentuhotep of the Zith dynasty, and also a fragment, 6636, of the coffin of a prince named Hornefru. Here then we have an abundance of witnesses of the best period. They unfortunately do not agree. The progress of corruption had no doubt begun long before, and the variants are not simply differences of orthography, but positively different readings. The differences, however, are chiefly in the scholia. Even when the explanations of the text are identical, the form differs. The latest recensions have retained the form, the ancient added the feminine. What is that? But some of the ancient texts give the equivalent words, and Horhotep does without them altogether. These words were evidently additions not merely to the text, but to the scholia. The text of the chapter grew more and more obscure to readers, and the explanations hitherto given were so unsatisfactory as to call for others. The texts of the manuscripts of the new empire furnish a good deal of fresh matter, much of which is extremely ancient, though the proof of this is unfortunately lost through the disastrous condition of literature in the period preceding the XVth dynasty. The XVth dynasty and its immediate successors inherited, but did not invent the new form of the Book of the Dead, with its succession of vignettes, which, however differing in detail, bear the stamp of a common traditional teaching. The manuscripts of a later period bear witness, with reference to this as well as to other chapters, to a recension of an authoritative kind. The text becomes more certain, though perhaps not either more true or more intelligible, and the notes and explanations have here reached their fullest extent. It would take an entire volume to give the translations of all the forms the chapter has assumed. It must be sufficient here to give the earliest forms known to us of the text and of the first commentaries. These are printed in characters which show the difference between text and later editions, all of which, it must be remembered, are of extreme antiquity, some 2,000 years before any probable date of Moses. Explanations or other interesting matter occurring in the manuscripts of the later empire will be referred to in the notes. The title in the early copies is the simple one here heading the chapter. In those which begin at the XVth dynasty, the title is very like that given for the first chapter. The chief additions are that the deceased person takes every form that he pleases, plays draughts, and sits in a bower, comes forth as a soul living after death, and that what is done upon earth is glorified. 1. It would be difficult for us to imagine that the very remarkable opening of the chapter is an addition, yet it is unknown to the primitive recension on the walls of Horhotep's tomb, though found everywhere else. The texts, however, which contain it do not agree. I am he who closet, and he who openeth, and I am but one. He who closet is tmu, he who openeth unen. As the God who closes and who opens is one and the same, I am but one, is a very natural ending of the sentence, and for its sense the whole may appeal to classical, and higher than classical, authority. Modo nanc padulcius idem, et modo sacrifico clusius or vocer. I am Alpha and O, the beginning and the ending, saith the Lord. The meaning of the Egyptian is quite plain, but the readings most probably through the absence of determinatives in the oldest style are somewhat different. Horhotep and other texts have, apparently as one word compounded of tmu and unen, which may signify the closer and opener, but Sebeka and later texts have. The papyrus of Nebseni has, in the third person, which does not alter the meaning, but this is quite an isolated reading. The later recension, as represented by the Turin Tatenbuch and the Cadet papyrus, has, which only prominently brings forward, what is implied in all the other texts, that the opener is a god. The absence of the determinative after is no objection to the sense opener, especially after. It is absolutely necessary when dealing with mythology to look to physical rather than to metaphysical meanings. I have sufficiently discussed the meanings of the word in my essay on the myth of Osiris and Nefer. Plate Roman 3. Book of the Dead. Chapter 15. The later recensions add an interpolation, not without very different readings, to the effect that the sun made his first appearance when Shu raised the sky from the height of Kemenu, where he destroyed the children of failure. The raising of the sky by Shu is very frequently represented in pictures. Seb, the earth, and Nut, the sky, have been sleeping in each other's arms during the night. Shu, daylight at sunrise, parts them, and the sky is seen to be raised high above the earth. Shu, who is of course the son of Ra, is in consequence of this act called en letter 1e25eru, the lifter up of the heaven. Kemenu is the geographical name of the town called by the Greeks Hermopolis. The mystical Kemenu, however, is alone referred to in this place. The word itself means 8, and Lepsius sees here a reference to 8 elementary deities. We must remember that the passage itself is an interpolation, of which there is no trace in the older texts. The children of failure, difficere dissolvi deliquium, are the elements of darkness which melt away and vanish at the appearance of day. This mythological expression here found in an interpolated passage is met later on in a genuine portion of the older text. 2. It would be impossible to find a more emphatic assertion of the doctrine of nomina numina, and that more than 3,000 years before Christ. The names of Ra, the sun god, are said when taken together to compose the cycle of the gods. Or the names which he has created, to which he has given rise, that is the names of all the solar phenomena, recurring as they do, day after day, to the eyes of all beholders, compose the cycle of the gods, who are also called the limbs or members of Ra. The scholia contained in the papyri of the Xviith and later dynasties explain the text as follows. It is Ra as he creates the names of his limbs, which become the gods who accompany him. And the present chapter later on says of Chepera, the rising sun, that the cycle of the gods is his body. The god who has hitherto been spoken of is Ra. In glaring contradiction to the whole text, a later note states that the resistless god is the water which is Nu, that is heaven. Nu is not alluded to at all in the primitive text, but the Papyrus of Nebseni already exhibits the corruption of the fine passage. I am he who closet and he who openeth, and I am but one. This is itself an addition, the true meaning of which was afterwards destroyed by the interpolation of the words. These are ambiguous. They might mean that the god was alone in heaven, or that he was alone as heaven. The Papyrus of Ani has, I was born from Nu. These attempted improvements do not give a favorable impression of the exegetical acumen of Egyptian theologians. But the mention of water in the Scholion has nothing whatever to do with the doctrine of Thales, and to suppose that it has implies a confusion between two very different realms of human thought. 3. The kinsman of the morrow, literally, I know the morrow. The word signifies can, ken, and kin. The Papyrus of Nebseni and all the subsequent texts give the explanation that yesterday means Osiris, and the morrow means Ra. And the vignette in the Papyrus of Ani gives the name of yesterday to one of the lions and of morrow to the other. 4. The earliest texts have either speak or command. The meaning is the same in both readings. Strife arose among the gods at the bidding of Ra. That is, every force in nature began its appropriate career of activity, necessarily coming into contact and conflict with the other forces. And of all this collision, the first cause, the origin of all activity and motion, is the sun. This mythological cosmology reminds one of the saying of Heraclitus that strife is the father and the king of all things, and the doctrine that all becoming must be conceived as the product of warring opposites. Pi alpha nu tau alpha kappa alpha tau, letter 1f1 rho iota nu, gamma iota nu epsilon sigma theta alpha iota. 5. The heron is the bird called Bennu, the numerous pictures of which enable us to identify it with the common heron or heronshaw. The reason for connecting this bird with the sun god has to be sought in the etymology of its name. Ben is a verb of motion, and particularly of going round. Beninu is a ring, also a round pill. The sun, therefore, is very naturally called Bennu, an appellative like kappa upsilon kappa lambda omicron epsilon lambda iota kappa tau omicron sigma in the Orphic hymns. Of that which is, and of that which cometh into being. Here, as in many other places, which is a verb of motion and really signifies rise up, spring forth, is pointedly distinguished from that which is. So far from signifying being that which is, it very much more nearly corresponds to, in the frequent expression, that which is and that which is not yet. The sense of good being, so commonly given to the divine name An-Nefer, is utterly erroneous. 6. The reading of the name is proved by the numerous variants of this passage to be Amsu. In M. Naville's edition, Roman 2, pl. 41, the name as written in C would seem to be Am, but I already in Zeicher. 1877, p. 98, pointed out that in this manuscript the last sign is at the top of a column, and that at the foot of the preceding column there is a space where the signs following, as they still do in the next passage, have been obliterated. No one from merely looking at M. Naville's copy would guess that there was any interval between and. The god's name is written on a tablet, Denkum, Roman 3, 114I, and the name is also written, or, which are ligatures of and. 7. Note that in the Scholion Horace, the avenger of his father, calls his father not Osiris but Tmu. In the more recent texts, there are many interpretations of the two feathers. One is his two eyes, F are the feathers. But the favorite one is Isis and Nephthys, who have risen up as two kites. 8. The RE letter 1E2B IT, by whom the oblation is made, the present generation as contrasted with the Pate, the past, and Hammamet, the coming generations. 9. Ma'at is supposed to be niter or salt, or some other substance used in the process of embalming. The more recent recensions thus answer the question about the lakes. Eternity is the name of one, and the great green one that of the other, the lake of Natron and the lake of Mot. 10. See the picture of this gate on the vignette, which shows the sun god passing through. One of the later explanations is that from this gate Shu raised up heaven. Another is that it was the gate of the Tuat. Hokar means behind the shrine. 11. Hu and Sao, sons of Tmu and his companions in the solar bark, are, like so many other gods, solar appellatives. Hui's the nourisher, Sao, the knowing one. The god is also called the seer, he who heareth. These names are not personifications of the senses, but, as in all cases, appellatives expressing attributes. 12. See Note 2 on Chapter 4. 13. The eye, being the sun or moon, the period of distress, is that of obscuration or eclipse, and the hairy net, which is removed, is the shadow which passes for a time over the heavenly body. The explanation which M. Maspero has recently given, PSBA. Roman 14, 314 of the word, as connected with health, receives confirmation from the Scholia in the papyri, according to which Thoth not only delivered the eye from the veil of darkness which oppressed it, but carried it off in life, health, and strength without any damage. 14. Mehurit is explained in the ancient Scholian as the eye, but it is really the sky from which the sun is born daily. The sign of plurality after Mehurit, if it means anything, only indicates the daily succession of the skies whence Ra is born. 15. The coffined one is of course Osiris, as it is plainly stated in the later Scholia, which further add that the 7 glorious ones who follow the coffin, or, as they read it, their lord, are to be sought in the constellation of the Thigh in the northern sky. That is in the 7 stars of the Great Bear. These stars never set, but are perpetually revolving round the pole. It is therefore evidently with the polar star that we must identify the coffin of Osiris. The names of the 7 glorious ones vary according to the different authorities, and these stars themselves receive other mythical forms. That of the 7 cows and their bull is recorded in the 148th chapter. Names like the red-eyed or the red-haired cow seem to imply double stars. The red-eyed is said to abide in House of Gauze, perhaps a cobweb. The papyri add the important note that the day of Come Thou Hither represents the moment when Osiris says to Ra, Come thou hither, or, as some read, Come thou to me. The speaker adds that he sees the meeting of the 2 gods in Amenta. 16. Possessor of completeness, integrity, hence, inviolate. This name is given to Osiris when restored to his first condition after having been dismembered and cut into pieces. The god is called Ratiamuneberter in the Great Harris Papyrus, 15:3. 17. It is most probable that the cat became the representative of the sun because of the homonymy between the Egyptian name Mao of the animal and the attributive Mao, shining, set of the sun. But the Egyptian scribe gives a different etymological explanation. Sao said of Ra, he is Mao of what he hath made. May, like the Latin exemplar, be either the type or the prototype, the copy or the original. The creatures of Ra were made after his likeness. Sanskrit literature, from the Satapatha Brahmana down to the Vishnu Purana, is full of similar etymologies. The Egyptians from the very first delighted in this play upon words. 18. Ne letter 1225 ebu cow, or is the son of Seb and Renenut. The etymology of the name is indicated in the pyramid texts. Ne letter 1225 bu is to carry, sustain, support. Whence Ne letter 1225 bet a neck, and Ne letter 1225 be a yoke, and the rest of the word is the plural of ka, which is susceptible of more than one meaning. It might signify the divine or human ka, but the word is sometimes, e.g., tot. 125:32 written victuals. The god is one of the 42 judges of the dead, and in some copies of the Book of the Dead he is described as coming forth from his, a word most frequently used for the source of the Nile. The serpent, which is a most frequent determinative of the name, is an additional reason for identifying this god with the Nile. A conclusion which seems fully justified by the pyramid texts, which speak of him as water and describe him as of many windings. See Pepi I, 341 and 487. 19. This devourer has the same functions as the strange animal called Amit in the pictures of the Psychostasia. The later scholia add that the devourer comes from the basin of Punit, the Red Sea. They add other names: Mat's Flint, stationed at the gate of Amenta, and or Baba, who, in ch. 63-2, is described as the firstborn of Osiris. He is a terrible god from whom the deceased prays in ch. 125-36 to be delivered. His name implies one who searches or probes thoroughly, as a digger or miner. And such are his functions at the judgment of the dead. Instead of Tessum, a hound, Larid Sow, a sheep. 20. The Mescat is a place of scourging. The word is known as signifying violent treatment by beating and has been illustrated by Chabas and Goodwin. See Zeicher, 1874, p. 62. In the 72nd chapter, the deceased prays that he may not perish at the Mescat. A kindred word mesca signifies a hide. We can understand the connection between flay, cudgel, thrash, and delt epsilon Romu alpha, a hide. And we ourselves have the familiar phrase of giving a hiding. But purification as well as punishment was found at the heavenly Mescat. It is mentioned in the Harris Magical Papyrus simply as a heavenly thing. In the more recent scholia, the purifier is said to be Anubis, who is behind the chest containing the remains of Osiris. After the scholion, which has just been translated, the early texts pass on to the 18th chapter. For the rest of the chapter, we are compelled to follow the texts of the papyri. The character of this portion differs considerably from the former part and is clearly an addition. The speakers rapidly succeed each other. I am Tmu, I am Isis, I was conceived by Isis. Isis destroyeth what in me is wrong, and finally, I am Uatit. 21. Sheribat and Heliopolis, like all the localities here mentioned, are in heaven, not upon earth. 22. Uatit is literally the pale one, a name of the dawn. But here the fiery dawn is spoken of, letter 1F20 mega sigma, phi lambda omicron gamma epsilon rho alpha, pi upsilon rho oda beta rho omicron mu omicron sigma. 23. Hemen is a divinity seldom, if ever, mentioned after the Middle Empire. In the pyramid texts, he has a snake, the river, in his hand. 24. The last line of the chapter has suffered in all the best papyri. See M. Naville's collation. In the Papyrus of Ani, the chapter is unfinished. The later papyri end the chapter by saying that it has been granted to the speaker by those who are in tattoo to destroy by fire the souls of his adversaries. This consummation is already found in law. Footnote 20. Preconium, preco. Footnote 21. The god who lifteth up his arm is Amsu. Footnote 22. Anem, skin, according to Horhotep, and the first coffin of Mentuhotep at Berlin. But the second coffin of Mentuhotep has already letter 227 and letter 1E25U, eyebrows, which afterwards becomes the received reading. It is that of Queen Mentuhotep. Footnote 23. An interpolation in the text of Horhotep. Footnote 24. Mission archéologique francaise au Caire, Roman 2. Footnote 25. Ovid Fast, I 129, 130. Footnote 26. Apocalypse I 8. Footnote 27. The last form of the chapter, as found in the hieratic papyrus T16 of Leyden and others in the British Museum, changes the opening as follows: I am Atmu, who made the sky and created all that hath come into being. Footnote 28. In the historical inscriptions, is just like the Greek gamma, upsilon letter 1FD6 alpha, lambda epsilon u tau omicron. Lambda epsilon tau omicron, gamma omicron epsilon u alpha tau alpha, kappa alpha letter 1F76, phi iota lambda omicron u, letter 1F21 tau omicron rho. Footnote 29. It is certain that from the earliest times heaven, as the great weeper, was considered as the source of life to gods and men. But myths must not be mixed. One must not be considered as the explanation of another. Plate Roman 8. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Papyrus of Ani, Introduction to Chapter 18. Illustration. Leyden Papyrus. Illustration. Chapter 18 equals Papyrus Busca equals Naville, Book of the Dead. Plate Roman 9. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 19 equals Papyrus du Louvre 440 equals E. Derogue, Études sur le riddle funéraire, p. 14. Illustration. Chapter 19. Equals Papyrus du Louvre, 3079 equals E. Derogue, Études sur le riddle funéraire, p. 13. Chapter 18. The Mount 1, Seth. I come to you, ye great circles of gods, too. In heaven, upon earth, and in the world below, I bring to you void of offense towards any of the gods, grant that he may be with you daily. Glory to Osiris, Lord of Restau, and to the great gods who are in the world below. Here is En who saith, Hail to thee, Prince of Amenta, a Neferu who presidest in Abydos, I come to thee with righteousness, without sin upon me. I am not knowingly a speaker of wrong. I am not given to duplicity. Grant me bread, the right of appearance at the tables of the lords of Mot, entering in and going out of the Netherworld, and that my soul may not suffer repulse in its devotion to the orb of the sun and the vision of the moon god forever. The Mariaf Seth. I come to you, O circle of gods in Restau, and I bring to you En. Grant to him bread, water, air, and an allotment in the Sechet Hotpu like Horus. Glory to Osiris, the Lord of eternity, and to the circle of gods in Restau. Here is En, and he saith, I come to thee, I know thy will, and I am furnished with thine attributes of the Tuat. Grant me an abiding place in the Netherworld by the lords of Mot, my permanent allotment in the Sechet Hotpu, and the receiving of cakes before thee. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let En be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the circle of gods about Ra, and about Osiris, and the great circle of gods in Heliopolis, on that night of the Eve's provender, 3. And the night of battle when there befell the defeat of the Sebau, and the day of the extinction of the adversaries of the inviolate God. The great circle of gods in Heliopolis is of Tmu, Shu, and Tefnut, and the Sebau who were defeated and extinguished were the associates of Sut on the renewal of his assault. 2. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let En be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries before the great circle of gods in Tadu, on the night wherein the Tat is set up in Tadu. 4. The great circle of gods in Tadu is of Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Horus the avenger of his father, and they who set up the Tat are the 2 arms of Horus, prince of Sekhem. They are behind Osiris as bindings of his raiment. 3. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let En be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the great circle of gods in Sekhem, on that night of the Eve's provender in Sekhem. The great circle of gods in Sekhem is of Horus in the dark, 5. And Thoth, who is of the great circle of Aneraref. The Eve's provender is the dawn upon the coffin of Osiris. 4. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let En be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the great circle of gods in Pu and Tepu. 6. On that night of erecting the flagstaffs of Horus, and of establishing him as heir of his father's property. The great circle of gods in Pu and Tepu is of Horus, Isis, Msta happy, and the pillars of Horus are erected when Horus saith to those who follow him, let the flagstaffs be erected there. 5. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let En be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the great circle of gods of the 2 regions of Richit, on that night when Isis lay watching in tears over her brother Osiris. The great circle of gods on the 2 regions of Richit is of Isis, Nephthys, Msta, and Happy. 6. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let En be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the great circle of gods in Abydos on the night of Hakra. 7. When the evil dead are parted off, when the glorious ones are rightly judged, and joy goeth its round in Thinnes. The great circle of gods in Abydos is of Osiris, Isis, and Apuet. 7. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let En be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the great circle of gods on the highway of the damned. 8. Upon the night when judgment is passed upon those who are no more. The great circle of gods on the highway of the damned are Thoth, Osiris, Anubis, and Estes. And judgment is passed on the highway of the damned when the suit is closed against the souls of the children of failure. 8. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let N be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the great circle of gods at the great hoeing in Tadu, on the night of hoeing in their blood and effecting the triumph of Osiris over his adversaries. The great circle of gods at the great hoeing in Tatu. 9. When the associates of Sut arrive, and take the forms of goats, slay them before the gods there, while their blood runneth down, and this is done according to the judgment of those gods who are in Tadu. 9. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let N be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the great circle of gods in Anararef on the night of hiding him who is supreme in attributes. The great circle of gods in Anararef is of Shu, Babai, Ra, and Osiris, and the night of hiding him who is supreme of attributes is when there are at the coffin, the thigh, the head, the heel, and the leg of Un-Neferu. 10. O Thoth, who makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, let N be made triumphant over his adversaries, even as thou makest Osiris triumphant over his adversaries, before the great circle of gods in Restau on the night when Anubis lieth. 10. With his hands upon the objects behind Osiris, when Osiris is made to triumph over his adversaries. The great circle of gods in Restau is of Osiris, Horus, and Isis. The heart of Horus rejoiceth, the heart of Osiris is glad, and the two parts of heaven are satisfied when Thoth effecteth the triumph of En before these 10 great circles about Ra and about Osiris, and the circles of gods attached to every god and every goddess before the inviolate God. All his adversaries are destroyed, and all that was wrong in him is also destroyed. Let the person say this chapter, he will be purified and come forth by day, after his death, and take all forms for the satisfaction of his will, and if this chapter be recited over him, he will be prosperous upon earth, he will come forth safe from every fire, and no evil thing will approach him, with undeviating regularity for times infinite. 11. Notes. The 18th chapter is one of those found in the earliest copies of the Book of the Dead, on the wooden coffins of the Old and Middle Empires, the most complete ancient copy being on the coffin of Queen Mentuhotep of the 11th dynasty. It consists of a litany addressed to Thoth, who is invoked for securing the triumph of the departed against his adversaries in presence of the gods of certain localities. Each petition has reference to some mythological event, and is supplemented by the enumeration of the gods constituting the divine company presiding at the locality named, and sometimes by a short comment on the myth referred to. The order of petitions is somewhat different in the later recensions, and the text has suffered other alterations. Copies of this chapter are extremely numerous, particularly in the later periods. The chapter really begins with the petitions to Thoth. The preceding portion is, as far as I know, found only in the papyrus of Ani. But as the vignette which belongs to this portion has a place in the great Leiden papyrus of Kenna, the text cannot have been confined to a single manuscript. It is particularly valuable as illustrative of the ritual use of portions of the Book of the Dead. 1. The deceased person is supposed to be presented to the gods by 2 priests in succession, one called Anmautef and the other Simerief. Both names are titles of Horus, and it is the usual thing for Egyptian priests to bear divine titles, their ritual observances being dramatic and symbolical representations of the actions of the gods. Anmautef literally signifies column, support of his mother. Horus is called the Anmautef of the great company of the gods, Mariette Abydos IP 34, and in Denkmäler Roman 3, 206e, he is called the Anmautef of Osiris, cf. Abid, Roman 2, 54. Simerief signifies the beloved son, and the priest of this name in the funereal rites personified Horus in his dutiful offices to his father Osiris. I do not know why is always translated, the son who loves him, instead of the son he loves, which is the right meaning. Is the place which he loves not the place which loves him? And similarly, is the wife whom he loves not who loves him? 2. There is a short note 6 on chapter 1 upon the word, but the present seems to be the suitable place for a more extended notice of this feminine word, which is a collective noun and never found in any other sense. The ancient form renders it more than probable that is not phonetic in the later form, but that as in chi originally. Whence the Coptic letter 2C95, letter 2C9F, letter 2CA7, letter 2C95, letter 2CB1, letter 2CA7, letter 2C89, a circle, a round vessel to go round. It is ideographic of roundness. This concept is certainly to be found in the word, the Coptic letter 3EB, letter 2CB1, letter 3EB, a head, or rather top of the head, as in the Latin vertex, akin to vortex from the same root as verter. The sign, which in later texts often appears as the determinative, has its origin in the cursive form of carelessly written. Instead of we also find, which is certainly not phonetic but ideographic of enclosure, as in the word a wall, pares, letter 1F15 rho cap omicron sigma. This word occurs already in the pyramid texts under the form. See Pepi I, 571, which M. Maspero renders La Grande en Saint Dawn. The evident etymological relationship to the Coptic letter 3EB, letter 2CB1, letter 3EB has led some scholars to translate the Egyptian word as signifying chiefs, princes. But though the lexicons give dux and princeps as meanings of the Coptic word, these are but secondary applications of head. We have to inquire why letter 3EB, letter 2CB1, letter 3EB means head or top of the head. And the reason is its roundness, as indicated by the ideographic signs, or. The old Egyptian word invariably implies an association of persons, and this is why in consequence of its etymology I translate it as circle of gods. It is synonymous, cf. Chapter 41, Note 8 with 3. The eaves provender. Later authorities read the provender of the altars, but this is a corruption of the ancient, which had probably ceased to be intelligible. According to this pantheistic system, the deceased through his identification with the sun absorbed and consumed all that came in his way, and this is expressed in somewhat brutal style. Men and gods disappear before Unas, he makes his breakfast at dawn, upon great gods, his dinner upon gods of middling quality, and his supper at even upon the minor deities, is the ancient dialectic variant of, which however is really the older form. This word, which means things, has, like the Latin res, a wide application. It frequently means property, estate, and sometimes suit. For on the last day of the month of Choiak, the great solemnity of setting up the tat, as the symbol of Osiris was observed down to the latest periods. The tablets of Pascherempta, high priest of Ptah at Memphis, speak of this great dignitary as the king's second or deputy in raising the tat. But Bruges has published a picture, Thesaurus, v. 1190, copied by Dr. Ehrman from a tomb of the XVth dynasty, in which a Monophys Roman III himself helps to raise the tat, and the Queen T and the royal princesses take part in the ceremony. The procession is described as marching 4 times round the sanctuary of Ptah Osiris. See Plate Roman 9. 5 on Horus in the dark, or blindness or invisibility, see note Proc. Soch, Bible, Arch, June 1886. 6. Pu and Tepu are named together in the earliest texts as one locality, which is recognized by Bruges as the metropolis of the northern nome, called by the Greeks Phi Theta Epsilon Nu Omicron Tau Eta Sigma. 7. The feast of derives its name, as Goodwin supposes with great probability, from the words Hoc letter 227, come thou to me, said of a legendary incident like that mentioned at the end of note 15 on chapter 17. The early papyri read, but this is no objection, the sign being here the determinative of the entire group, which gives its name to the feast. 8. Literally the dead, that is those who have died the second death. 9. The vignette is given by M. Naville from the tracing taken by Lepsius of the now lost papyrus Busca. It represents the great hoeing in Tadu. The long text at Dendera, Mariette Tom, Roman 4, PL 39, contains directions to be observed the festival commemorative of the ancient myth. 2 black cows are put under a yoke of wood, the plow is of tamarisk wood and the share of black bronze. The plower goes behind, with a cow led by a halter. a little child with the lock attached to its head is to scatter the seed in the field of Osiris, a piece of land of which the dimensions were given in the text, now imperfect. Barley is sown at one end, spelt at the other, and flax between the two. And the Sherheb-in-chief recites the office for the sowing of the field. 10. The older texts have lie, the later ones lay. 11. In the formula, shes is the measuring line used by builders, and shes signifies ad amasum, nach der Schnur, o cordo, according to the line, hence with the strictest accuracy. Hibbert Lectures, 1879, p. 121. According to the line of Mott means with undeviating regularity. Footnote 30. The later recensions read, the first coffin of Mentuhotep Ailtes text, 461, has the phonetic. Footnote 31. Literally, when the things are shut up. Footnote 32. Footnote 33. North and South. Chapter 19. Chapter of the Crown of Triumph. Thy father Tmu hath prepared for thee this beautiful crown of triumph, the living diadem which the gods love, that thou mayest live forever. Osiris, prince of Amenta, maketh thee to triumph over thine adversaries. Thy father Seb hath decreed that thou should be his heir, and be heralded as triumphant, Horus son of Isis and son of Osiris, upon the throne of thy father Ra, through the defeat of thine adversaries. He hath decreed for thee the two earths, absolutely and without condition, 1. And so hath Atmu decreed, and the cycle of the gods hath repeated the glorious act of the triumph of Horus, the son of Isis, and the son of Osiris for ever and ever. Osiris, the prince of Amenta, the two parts of heaven united, all gods and all goddesses who are in heaven and upon earth join in effecting the triumph of Horus, the son of Isis, and son of Osiris over his adversaries before the great circle of gods in Heliopolis. On the night, etc. Horus repeateth the proclamation 4 times. All the adversaries fall and are overthrown and slaughtered. N repeateth the proclamation 4 times, and all his adversaries fall and are overthrown and slaughtered. Horus son of Isis and son of Horus repeateth an infinite number of festivals, and all his adversaries fall down, are overthrown and slaughtered. Their abode is transferred to the slaughtering block of the east, their heads are cut away, their necks are crushed, their thighs are lopped off, they are given to the great annihilator who resideth in the valley, 2. That they may not ever escape from under the custody of Seb. 3. This chapter is said over a consecrated crown placed upon the face of the person, and thou shalt put incense upon the flame, for N, the deceased, effecting his triumph over all his adversaries, whether dead or living, that he may become one of the followers of Osiris. And there shall be given to him drink and food in presence of this god. Thou shalt say it at dawn twice. A great protection is it, with undeviating regularity for times infinite. Notes. The 19th chapter is a very recent recension of the 18th. The MSS, containing it, as far as we know, are not older than the Greek period. It derives its origin from the practice of placing garlands or floral crowns upon the mummies. The mummy of Ahmsai, the first king of the 18th dynasty, when found portate oku, M. Maspero writes, une guirlande de jolies fleurs roses de Delphinium oriental. Remains of such crowns are to be found in our museums. For farther details, I must refer to an excellent paper entitled La Couronne de la Justification by Dr. Plate of Leyden, in the 2nd volume of the Transactions of the Oriental Congress held at Leyden in 1884. And see Plate Roman 8. 1. This adverbial expression is apparently connected with, and I therefore understand it in the sense of letter 1F00 pi omicron tau omicron mu omega sigma, precise, absolutely, without condition. 2. The valley of darkness taught, 136 and death, whose secrets are absolutely unknown, 148 2. 3. That is, they shall remain interred forever. Chapter 20. The 20th chapter is entitled Another Chapter of Crown of Triumph, but it is simply a tabulated form of chapter 18, with the rubric. Let the person say this chapter, and purify himself with water of natron, he will come forth by day after death, and take all forms according to his wish, and escape from the fire, with undeviating regularity for times infinite. The earliest example of this tabulated form of the chapter is found on the Berlin sarcophagus of Mentuhotep. Chapter 21. Chapter whereby the mouth of a person is given to him in the Netherworld. Hail to thee, Lord of light, who art Prince of the house which is encircled by darkness and obscurity. I am come to thee glorified and purified. My hands are behind thee, thy portion is that of those who have gone before thee. 1. Give me my mouth that I may speak with it, and guide 2. My heart at its hour of darkness and night. Notes. The oldest papyrus containing this chapter is that of Ani, and the translation is based upon it. But the text differs both from those written on the very ancient coffins of Heru and Set Bastet, copied by M. Maspero, and from the later texts. The second paragraph seems to be spoken by the god, the first and third being from the deceased. My hands are behind thee is a formula implying protection. On the coffins, the invocation is addressed not to Osiris, Lord of Light, or Radiant One, but to the one whose head is clothed with radiant white of the house of darkness and obscurity. Instead of obscurity, the coffin has without a determinative, but shows what the word means. This ancient text continues, Come thou to me, glorified and purified, let thy hands shine thou with thine head. Give me my mouth that I may speak with it, and guide me on the glorious roads which are in heaven. The Turin text is very corrupt, and parts of it are incapable of translation. 1. 2. Let me guide, according to the Ani papyrus, but the later, hieratic texts have the second person, which is more correct. Footnote 34. Mission archéologique française, Roman 2, p. 216 and 223. The text is unfortunately incomplete on both coffins. Plate X. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 28 equals Papyrus Leiden T16 equals. Illustration. Chapter 22 equals Tomb of Renouf equals Lepsius, Denkmiller, Abth, Roman 3 BL, 267. Illustration. Chapter 23 equals Tomb of Renouf equals Lepsius, Denkmiller, Abth, Roman 3 BL, 260. Illustration. Chapter 28, Nicholson, Egyptiaca. Chapter 23. Chapter 24. Platesai. Book of the Dead. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Chapter 22. Another chapter whereby the mouth of a person is given to him in the Netherworld. I shine forth out of the egg which is in the unseen world. 1. Let there be given my mouth that I may speak with it in presence of the great God, Lord of the Tuat. Let not my hand be repulsed by the divine circle of the great God. I am Osiris, the Lord of Restau, the same who is at the head of the staircase. 2. I am come to do the will of my heart, out of the tank of flame, which I extinguish when I come forth. 3. Notes. This is one of the chapters of which the text certainly belongs to the earliest epoch. It is one of those copied by Wilkinson from the coffin 2 of Queen Mentuhotep. In the Papyrus of Ani, it is followed by chapter 21 as its conclusion, and both chapters are appended to chapter 1 before the rubric belonging to that chapter. 1. The egg in the unseen world is the globe of the sun while yet below the horizon. It is only through a mistranslation of chapter 54, 2, that the Indian notion of a mundane egg has been ascribed to the Egyptians. The 17th chapter addresses, Ra in thine egg, who risest up in thine orb, and shinest from thine horizon. 2. See the picture of Osiris at the head of the staircase, which is here given, see plate Zai, from the alabaster sarcophagus of Seti I in the Soane Museum. Similar pictures are given on other sarcophagi. The gods on the stairs are called the divine circle about Osiris. The staircase of the great god, at Abydos, is frequently mentioned on the funeral stele. 3. The tank of flame. See chapter 1, note 15. The red glow of the sky disappears after the sun has risen. He is therefore said to extinguish the flame after he has come forth. The same notion is expressed in the myth according to which Horus strikes off the head of his mother. Chapter 23. Chapter whereby the mouth of a person is opened for him in the Netherworld. He saith, Let my mouth be opened by Ptah, and let the muzzles which are upon my mouth be loosed by the god of my domain. 1. Then let Thoth come, full and equipped with words of power, and let him loose the muzzles of Sudu which are upon my mouth, and let Tmu lend a hand to fling them at the assailants. Let my mouth be given to me, let my mouth be opened by Ta with that instrument of steel, too, wherewith he openeth the mouths of the gods. I am Sechet, 3. Uatit who sitteth on the right side of heaven, I am Sahit encircled by the spirits of Heliopolis. And all the words of power, and all the accusations which are uttered against me, the gods stand firm against them, the cycles of the gods unitedly. Notes. 1. Osiris. On the sense of literally the god of the domain, see the articles of M. Naville and Professor Peel Zeicher, 1880, 146, 1881, 24 and 64. I hold with Dr. Peel that the domain meant in this formula is Abydos and that the god is Osiris. 2. The word here translated, steel, is, upon which see M. de Varia's dissertation. Lefer et Element in the Mélanges d'Archéologie Egyptienne et Assyrienne, Tome I, p. 2. A description of the ceremonies of the opening of the mouth as performed at the tomb will be found in the introduction to this translation. 3. The name of this goddess is phonetically written S-letter 1E2BT in the pyramid texts of Unas, L390, where the Murray Papyrus and other texts have the ordinary. The reading Sekhmet is indefensible, cf. Proc. Soch. Bible, Arch, Roman 12, p. 365. Footnote 35. Footnote 36. Tmu, Shu and Tefnut. Chapter 24. Chapter whereby the words of power are brought to a person in the Netherworld. I am Chepera, the self-produced on his mother's thigh. 1. The speed of bloodhounds is given to those who are in heaven, and the mettle of hyenas, 2. To those who belong to the divine circle. Lo, I bring this my word of power, and I collect this word of power from every quarter in which it is, more persistently, 3. Than hounds of chase and more swiftly than the light. O thou who guidest the bark of Ra, sound is thy rigging and free from disaster, as thou passest on to the tank of flame. Lo, I collect this my word of power from every quarter in which it is, in behalf of every person whom it concerneth, more persistently than hounds of chase and more swiftly than light, the same 4. Who create the gods out of silence, or reduce them to inactivity, the same who impart warmth to the gods. Lo, I collect this my word of power from every quarter in which it is, in behalf of every person whom it concerneth, more persistently than hounds of chase and more swiftly than the light. Notes. This is another of those chapters of which the antiquity is proved by the coffins of Horhotep and Queen Mentuhotep. And even in the early times to which these coffins belong it must have been extremely difficult to understand. In the translation here given I have adhered as closely as possible to the oldest texts, but these, as the variants show, are not entirely trustworthy. 1 thigh. This is the usual translation, which accords with the frequent pictures of the goddess Nut, as the sky with the divine scarab in the position described, but signifies that which runs from uar, run, future, and the noun, the runner, is often applied to running water. It is the geographical name of a river or canal. M. Naville has already pointed out that in the Book of the Dead it has for variants, and of which Bath is a fair translation. 2. The names of these two animals, especially of the second, vary greatly in the texts. But if we wish rightly to understand the sense of the chapter, we must bear in mind that it is not the animals themselves that are meant, but the characteristics implied by the names of the animals. And as the Sanskrit Vrkas, the Greek Lambda Kappa Omicron Sigma, the Old Slavonic Viluku, the Gothic Vulfs, and our own wolf signify the robber, so does the Egyptian, whether signifying wolf, wolfhound, or bloodhound, indicate speed. The names of the second animal in the earlier texts, whether they stand for hyenas or for other animals of the chase, imply either speed or ferocity. And what must we understand under the latter term? We must look to the context. It is of a god speaking of himself and of his attributes. He is proud of them and certainly does not wish them to be taken in a bad sense. Nor is it necessary that we should do so. We have only to remember what we learnt at school. Cicero de Sen, 10:33, contrasts the Phaerocitas juvenum, the high pluck of the young, with the infirmitas puerorum, and the gravitas and maturitas of later periods of life. Livy uses the term ferox in the same sense as Cicero. What we have to understand of the Egyptian expression is mettlesome, of high, unbridled spirit. In the later texts, the Benu bird has been substituted for the beasts of the chase. 3. The later texts read, but all the earlier ones give another word or. This is often used in a bad sense when spoken of the enemy, but it merely implies tenacity, pertinacity, obstinacy, which are, of course, very bad things in opposition, but in themselves virtues of a high order. The word is used as a name for the divine cynosphali, who appear at sunrise over the tank of flame. 4. The same who bringeth into being the gods out of silence, or reduceth them to inactivity. In addition to this interesting utterance of Egyptian theology, we have to note the idea of silence as the origin of the gods or powers of nature. The notion was also current in the Greek world. The writer of the Philosophumena, Romans 6:22, speaks of letter 1f21, letter 1f51 mu nu macron epsilon mu epsilon u eta, letter 1f10 cap epsilon iota nu eta, pi alpha rho letter 1f70, tau omicron letter 1f d6, sigma letter 1f15 lambda lambda sigma iota, zeta iota gamma eta. It was from this source that the early Gnostic Valentinus borrowed this item of his system. Saint Irenaeus, Hares, Roman 2:14, charges him with having taken it from the theogony of the comic poet Antiphanes. Footnote 37. New. Footnote 38. Footnote 39. See also in Plate, the vignette from chapter 17 in the Turin and all the later papyri. Footnote 40. Columella speaks of the contumatia pervicax baum. Chapter 25. Chapter whereby a person remembereth his name in the Netherworld. Let my name be given to me in the great house. Let me remember my name in the house of flame. 1. On the night wherein the years are counted and the months are reckoned, one by one. I am he who dwelleth in heaven, and who sitteth on the eastern side of heaven. And if there be any god who cometh not in my train, I utter his name at once. Notes. 1. Every Egyptian temple being symbolical of heaven had its great house and its house of flame, as most sacred Edita at the extremity opposite to the entrance. The former occupied the central position, like the Ladi chapel in our cathedrals, and the latter stood by the side of it. Chapter 26. Chapter whereby the heart one is given to a person in the Netherworld. He saith, heart mine to me in the place of hearts, whole heart mine to me in the place of whole hearts. Let me have my heart that it may rest within me, but 2. I shall feed upon the food of Osiris on the eastern side of the mead of amaranthine flowers. 3. Be mine a bark for descending the stream, and another for ascending. I go down into the bark wherein thou art. Be there given to me my mouth wherewith to speak, and my feet for walking, and let me have my arms wherewith to overthrow my adversaries. Let 2 hands from the earth open my mouth. Let Seb, the erper of the gods, part my 2 jaws. 4. Let him open my 2 eyes which are closed, and give motion to my 2 hands which are powerless, and let Anubis give vigor to my legs, that I may raise myself up upon them. And may Sechet the Divine One lift me up, so that I may arise in heaven and issue my behest in Memphis. I am in possession of my heart, I am possession of my whole heart, I am possession of my arms, and I have possession of my legs. 5. I do whatsoever my genius willeth, and my soul is not bound to my body at the gates of Amenta. Notes. 1. The Egyptian texts have 2 names for the heart, phonetically written ab, and also written and letter 1e25 a tu. The 2 words are commonly used synonymously, but they are sometimes pointedly distinguished one from the other. Etymologically, ab is connected with the sense of lively motion, like the Greek kappa alpha rho delta iota alpha, kappa rho alpha delta iota eta. Delta iota alpha tau letter 1f78, letter 1f00 pi alpha epsilon sigma tau omega sigma, sigma alpha lambda epsilon epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, with kappa rho alpha delta alpha omega and kappa rho alpha delta alpha iota nu omega. Other Indo-European names, our own heart, the Latin cor, cordis, the Sanskrit HRD, and the corresponding Slavonic and Lithuanian names have the same origin. From the orthography of it, seems to have been connected in popular opinion with its position in the anterior part of the body. And from various uses of the word, it appears to denote not merely the heart, but the heart with all that is attached to it, especially the lungs which embrace it. It is, for instance, to the that air is conducted according to the medical papyri. And it is not improbable that, and organs of respiration, are closely connected words. But perhaps the best argument may be found in the vignettes of chapter 28, where the two lungs are actually drawn as in the hieratic papyrus, PL. 2, published by Sir Charles Nicholson. In others, as Leyden, T16 even the larynx is visible. See Plate X. The Italian word corata is immortalized through its occurrence in a memorable passage in Dante Inf. Roman 28, but for want of a better English term than the butcher's technical word pluck, I use the expression whole heart. 2. But this is the most frequent reading both in the earliest and in the latest papyri. But some texts have simply, which is certainly a mistake, and others omit the conjunction before the verb. The sense is not much affected by this omission. Signifies if not unless until, but surely. Cf. The Semitic Hebrew Aleph, Hebrewi, Hebrew Mem, Hebrew Makaf, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Hebrew Aleph. Syriac letter 710, Syriac letter 737, Syriac letter 720, Syriac letter 734. Arabic Alif Det Hamza, Arabic Lam, Arabic Ha, Arabic Shada, Arabic Alif. 3. The mead of amaranthine flowers. Letter 1E33, AIU, is the name of a plant which frequently occurs in the medical prescriptions. It is also mentioned among the aromatic plants, required in the sacred laboratory of Dendera. One of the kinds is named letter 1E33, AIU of the Oasis. It is identified with the Coptic letter 2C95, letter 2C93, letter 2C9F, letter 2CB1, letter 2CA9, amaranthus. In several copies of this chapter, the name of the plant is followed by the geographical determinative, which is really implied in the context. Was this mythological mead of amaranth suggested by the oasis and its vegetation? 4. This sentence is a repetition in other words of the preceding one. On the title Urpa, see trans soch. Bibble, Arch, Roman 12, 359. My chief difficulty about understanding it as compounded of and signifying keeper of the pat, that is of the deceased, human beings, is that Seb is essentially the Urpa of the gods. Urpa is one of those titles which cannot be translated without perverting the sense of the original. 5. This passage is a very frequent formula not only in the Book of the Dead, as the papyri give it, but in other texts of the same nature. C. E. G. Ailtes text, 34:14. The next passage included in is an addition to the original text. It occurs, however, in some excellent MSS. Footnote 41. Ab, heart. Footnote 42. Letter 1E25 atu, whole heart. Footnote 43. This variant already occurs on the coffin of Imamu. Footnote 44. In late Latin corallum, whence the Romanic forms corage, corata, coratella, corre, curil. In Garin la Lohurins we find la Corel del Cures. Chapter 27. Chapter whereby the heart of a person is not taken from him in the netherworld. O ye gods who seize upon hearts, and who pluck out the whole heart, and whose hands fashion anew the heart of a person according to what he hath done. Lo now, let that be forgiven to him by you. 1. Hail to you, O ye lords of everlasting time and eternity. Let not my heart be torn from me by your fingers. Let not my heart be fashioned anew according to all the evil things said against me. For this heart of mine is the heart of the God of mighty names, 2. Of the great God whose words are in his members, and who giveth free course to his heart which is within him. And most keen of insight, 3. Is his heart among the gods. Ho to me, heart of mine, I am in possession of thee, I am thy master, and thou art by me, fall not away from me, I am the dictator to whom thou shalt obey in the netherworld. Notes. 1. There is a great difference here as in so many other places between the MSS. Of different periods. I long ago translated the of the Todtenbuch by non-ignorator of Vobis, M. De Rouget, after me, by non-renewator of Vobis. But M. Naville pointed out the fact that in some of the oldest MSS, the particle did not occur. It now appears that the particle is not found in any of the older MSS, and I have also found it omitted in hieratic papyri. The passage therefore must be translated differently, and this is possible through a slight change in the interpretation of from ignorare to ignoscere, ignoscitur illi avabis. The pronoun which in the older texts follows refers to what he hath done of the last clause. 2. The god of mighty names is Thoth, and the later texts read, for this is the heart of the great god who is in Hermopolis. 3. According to another reading, new, fresh, young, vigorous. Chapter 28. Chapter whereby the heart of a person is not taken from him in the Netherworld. O lion god, I am Unbu one, and what I abominate is the block of execution. Let not this whole heart of mine be torn from me by the divine champions, 2. In Heliopolis. O thou who clothest 3. Osiris and hast seen Sudu. O thou who turnest back after having smitten him, and hast accomplished the overthrow. This whole heart of mine remaineth, weeping over itself, in presence of Osiris. Its strength proceedeth from him, it hath obtained it by prayer from him. I have had granted to it, and awarded to it the glow of heart at the hour of the god of the broad face, and have offered the sacrificial cakes in Hermopolis. Let not this whole heart of mine be torn from me. 4. It is I who entrust to you its place, and vehemently stir your whole hearts towards it in sechet hopebit, and the years of triumph over all that it abhors, and taking all provisions at thine appointed time from thine hand after thee. And this whole heart of mine is laid upon the tablets. 5. Of Tmu, who guideth me to the caverns of Sudu, and who giveth me back my whole heart which hath accomplished its desire in presence of the divine circle which is in the Netherworld. The sacrificial joint and the funereal raiment, let those who find them bury them. 6. Notes. 1. Unbu is one of the names of the solar god, the offspring Tot. 42:19 of Nu and Nut. As a common noun, the word Unbu means the hawthorn or some other kind of flowering bush. This god is called the golden Unbu in the pyramid texts, Teta 39. We have no means of determining the exact sense of this word, which as an appellative expresses an attribute possessed both by the sun and by the fruit, foliage, or other parts of the tree. 2. Divine champions. In the earlier papyri, in the later. And sometimes both readings occur in the same mis such determinatives as certainly do not denote very pugnacious qualities in the divine champions. 3. Clothed is a word of many meanings, and the context generally determines which is the right one. In the present instance, we have no such help. Some of the more recent MSS give the determinative of clothing. 4. M. Pirret here breaks off his translation of the chapter, with the note, La fin de si chapiter est absolument inintelligible, les variants des manuscrits hiératiques ni l'éclaircissent pas. Like many other portions of the book, this chapter is hopelessly corrupt, and the scribes did not understand it better than we do. They have probably mixed up different recensions without regard to grammatical sense. The deceased addresses gods in the plural, but immediately afterwards we have the singular suffix. 5. Tablets or records. Caesaicher, 1867-50. The word already occurs in the pyramid texts, Pepi I, 364, in the sense of memory, his memory for man and his love for the gods. But there is another word, denkum, Roman 3, 65a, which signifies a stand upon which objects are placed. 6. The last words of the chapter were extremely puzzling to the scribes of the later periods, who altered them in ever so many ways. The older MSS read, and this is borrowed from an ancient text, which may be found on the sarcophagus of Horhotep, line 338. The variants of the papyri and of the sarcophagus show that it is the sacrificial joint which is meant, and not a verb as the scribes of a later period thought. For this verb they had to discover an object, and accordingly we find, I trod their caverns. Was in like manner converted into a verb. See the introductory note to Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Chapter whereby the heart of a person may not be taken from him in the Netherworld. Back thou messenger 1, of thy God, art thou come to carry off by violence 2. This whole heart of mine, of the living Zizi 3. But I shall not surrender to thee this heart of the living. The gods have regards to my offerings and fall upon their faces altogether upon their own earth. Notes. The 2 most ancient copies of this chapter are found upon the coffins of Amamu, plate XXX, and of Horhotep, Mission Arch. Francaise au Caire, T1, p. 157, lines 335–337. The Papyrus of Ani is the only one of the early period in which it occurs. None of these texts is perfect. A part of the text of Amamu has been destroyed, but there remains enough to show that Horhotep has omissions. And in the text of Ani, the word has slipped in from the 28th chapter, and is entirely out of place where it now stands. The scribes of a later period had to exercise their ingenuity on the subject. They changed letter 1e2b, entu into letter 1e2b, en letter 227, and this being itself a disagreeable word, they prefixed to it a negative or. 1. Messenger, a word used here and elsewhere in religious texts in the same sense as Hebrew mame, Hebrewa, Hebrew lamed, Hebrew shva, Hebrew aleph, Hebrewa, Hebrew kaf, Hebrew shva, an angel, ambassador of God. The later texts have every god, by the change of into. 2. By violence, cf. Harris Papyrus 500 verso. 3. The living and saved, in opposition to the dead and damned. This plural form is a mere sign of a common noun. Chapter X6b. Another chapter of the heart, upon carnelian. I am the heron, the soul of Ra, who conduct the glorious ones to the Tuet. It is granted to their souls to come forth upon the earth, to do whatsoever their genius willeth. It is granted to the soul of the Osiris, and to come forth upon the earth, to do whatsoever his genius willeth. Note: certain chapters having reference to the heart were written upon gems and served as amulets. The 26th upon lapis lazuli, the 27th upon green felspar, the 30th upon serpentine, and the foregoing chapter upon carnelian. M. Naville has called this chapter 29b, as marking its natural place in the Book of the Dead. It is not often found in the papyri. M. Naville found one copy in the Berlin Papyrus of Nechtuymen, and another traced by Lepsius in Rome from a papyrus now lost. A third copy will be found in the Papyrus of Ani in the British Museum. It differs from the two others in conducting the gods to the Tuet, and by omitting some words for which there was no room in the space provided. Footnote 45. See a charming article by Professor Ebers in the Zeitschrift of 1880, entitled Eine Genetita. Footnote 46. PL 33. Chapter XXXA. Chapter whereby the heart of a person is not kept back from him in the Netherworld. Heart mine, which is that of my mother. Whole heart mine, which was that of my coming upon earth. Let there be no estoppel against me through evidence. Let not hindrance be made to me by the divine circle. 1. Let there not be a fall of the scale. 2. Against me, in presence of the great God, Lord of Amenta. Hail to thee, heart mine. Hail to thee, whole heart mine. Hail to thee, liver. 3. Mine. Hail to you, ye gods who are on the side lock, conspicuous by your scepters. 4. Announce my glory to Ra and convey it to Nehibkau. And lo, though he be buried in the deep, deep grave, and bowed down to the region of annihilation, he is glorified there. 5. Chapter XXXB. Heart mine, which is that of my mother. Whole heart mine, which is that of my birth. Let there be no estoppel against me through evidence. Let no hindrance be made to me by the divine circle. Fall thou not against me in presence of him who is at the balance. Thou art my genius, who art by me the artist. 6. Who givest soundness to my limbs. Come forth. 7. To the bliss towards which we are bound. Let not those ministrants. 8. Who deal with a man according to the course of his life. 9. Give a bad odor to my name. Pleasant for us, pleasant for the listener, is the joy of the weighing of the words. Let not lies be uttered in presence of the great God, Lord of the Amenta. Lo, how great art thou as the triumphant one. 10. Notes. This chapter is found not only on papyri, but upon innumerable scarabs. The differences of text are very great, but the principal ones may be considered as represented by M. Naville's 30a and 30b. They branch off from each other after the mention of the balance. The oldest copy known on a scarab is that of King Sebak-hemsaf of the Ziyith dynasty. It is in the British Museum, number 7876, and has been described by Dr. Birch in his study of the formulas relating to the heart. This amulet, he says, is of unusual shape. The body of the insect is made of a remarkably fine green jasper carved in shape of the body and head of the insect. This is inserted into a base of gold in shape of a tablet. The legs of the insect are of gold and carved in relief. The hieroglyphs are incised in outline, are coarse, and not very legible. 1. The divine circle. This word on the scarab of Sebek-Hemsaf is written, which shows that a wall of enclosure is ideographic of the whole word. And this sign in hieratic, when placed upright, has given rise to the, which takes its place in the later texts. 2. Fall of the scale. The Coptic letter 2ca 3 letter 2c9 3 letter 2c9 5 letter 2c9 3, or the Greek letter 1 fe5 omicron pi letter 1 f7 4 tau omicron letter 1 fe6. 3. Liver. This seems to be the real meaning of. 4. These gods are mentioned in the pyramid texts in a passage closely resembling this one of the Book of the Dead. They bring to Unas, line 479, the 4 glorious ones who are on the side lock of Horus, who stand upon the eastern side of heaven and who are conspicuous through their scepters. They announce to Ra the glorious name of Unas and proclaim, cf. Letter 2c9f, letter 2ca9, letter 2cb1, letter 2c89, letter 2ca3, letter 2c9f, letter 2ca9, letter 2cb1, Unas to Neheb-Kau. The text of Teta is very imperfect in this place. The word appears to have the sense of insignier, designaire. This sense is a key to every passage in which the word occurs. 5. The few early copies of this paragraph are too fragmentary and too contradictory to furnish a restoration of the text, which must have meant something like what is expressed in this translation. 6. The artist, which is here a common noun rather than a proper name. 7. The deceased addresses his heart, and thereupon speaks in the first person plural, we, that is you and I. 8. The ministrants. There were high officials in the Egyptian court, but here they minister to Osiris in the Netherworld. They are apparently the same gods who are addressed in the 27th chapter as fashioning the heart of a person according to his deeds when living. 9. The determinative shows that is here to be taken in the sense of the duration of human life, and the pronominal suffixes or show whose life is spoken of. The latter suffix has reference to, which is accordingly to be translated in the singular. The plural sign merely indicates a common or collective noun. 10. As the triumphant one. So the papyrus of Nebseni. Another authority, BM 7865, quoted by Dr. Birch has like Ra, the triumphant one. The formula, how great art thou, occurs in other primitive texts. Cf. Ailtes text PL 5 lines 7 and 8. In line 8 it occurs twice. Footnote 47. Footnote 48. Zeicher, 1870, p. 32. Chapter 31. Chapter whereby the crocodiles are repulsed, who come to carry off the words of power from a person in the Netherworld. Back in retreat, back, crocodile sway, come not against me who live by the words of power. 1. I utter too, that name of the great God, who granteth that 2 of his messengers should come, the name of one is Bata 3, and the name of the other is thine aspect is fixed law. 4. Heaven determineth 5. Its hour, my word of power determineth all that which concerneth it, and my mouth determineth my word of power. I eat, and my teeth are like flint, and my grinders are like the cliff of tough. 6. O thou who art sitting, 7. With a watchful eye against this my word of power, do not thou carry it off, O crocodile who livest by thine own word of power. Notes. This chapter is but rarely found in the more ancient collections. It was on the coffin of Queen Mentuhotep, but M. Naville gives the readings of only 2 early papyri. The later recensions add a text which we shall find later on in chapter 69, and which has no connection whatever with the present chapter. 1. The words of power are supplied to the deceased by Thoth in chapter 23. 2. The Turin text and those which agree with it read, do not thou utter, as if the crocodile were about to use the word of power. I read, that was first corrupted into, and was farther improved into, which in its turn necessitated the addition of a suffix of the second person. 3. This name was changed in the later texts to the more familiar one of the divine ape Benet. 4. Fixed law, or, the central idea of theology in the Book of the Dead is that of regularity, whether in permanence or change. Those things alone are divine which abide unceasingly, or which recur in accordance with undeviating rule. 5 determineth. The word here, as in other places, has the sense of circumscribing, as in a circuit, prescribing the limits, fixing and determining. 6 the cliff of Thoth, literally his cliff, namely of Anubis, in allusion to his frequent title. 7 sitting. Here I follow PC and the papyri generally in reading. The scribe of Ka seems to have been thinking of a well-known magic text, Unas 320. Footnote 49. See Chapter 21, 1. Chapter 32. Chapter whereby the crocodiles are repulsed, who come to carry off the words of power from the glorified in the Netherworld. Osiris standeth up upon his feet. 1. His company of gods raise him up. O son who conversest with thy father, do thou protect this great one from these 4. 2. Crocodiles here who devour the dead and live by the words of power. I know them by their names and their way of living, and it is I who protect his own father from them. Back, thou crocodile of the west, who livest on the setting stars. 3. What thou execratest is upon me. Thou hast devoured the head of Osiris, but I am Ra. 4. Back, thou crocodile of the east, who livest upon those who devour their own foulness. What thou execratest is upon me. I have come, and I am Osiris. Back, thou crocodile of the south, who livest upon impurities. What thou execratest is upon me. Let not the red flame be upon thee, for I am Septu. 5. Back, thou crocodile of the north, who livest upon that which lieth between the hours. 6. What thou execratest is upon me. Let not thy fiery water be inflicted upon me. All things which exist are in my grasp, and those depend upon me which are not yet. I am arrayed and equipped with thy words of power, O Ra, with that which is above and with that which is below me. I have received increase of length and depth, and fullness of breathing within the domain of my Father, the Great One. He hath given to me that beautiful amenta in which the living are destroyed, but strong is its possessor, though he faint in it daily. My face is unveiled, and my heart is in its place. The Urius is upon me daily. I am Ra, who protecteth himself, and no evil things can overthrow me. Notes. This chapter is in even worse condition than the one which precedes it. There are a few scraps of it on a coffin at St. Petersburg which M. Golnischeff assigns to the earliest period. The only early MS, which is of any use, the Berlin Papyrus of Nechttumen, is here in a very mutilated condition, as may be seen on referring to M. Naville's edition. 1 Osiris standeth up upon his feet. So but the coffin at St. Petersburg lends its support to the text of Renouf of the 26th dynasty, which opens the chapter with the name of a crocodile. Let the great one fall upon his belly. 2. The ancient text had only 4 crocodiles, and only 4 are mentioned in the text of Renouf. The Turin text speaks of 8, 2 for each of the cardinal points. But the Sadic text already has 2 invocations instead of 1 for each crocodile. 3. The sense of this myth is obvious. Every star which sets is supposed to be swallowed by the crocodile of the west. It was stated in Note 3 to Chapter 15 that they are stars. Besides the stars which set, and the circumpolar stars, whose navigation, letter 2CA5, letter 2CB1, letter 2C95, is continuous, there are the whose name is very significant, and have the sense of turning back, and the only stars whose apparent motion is ever retrograde are the planets. All these stars are supposed as divinities to aid in the navigation of the bark of Ra. The Egyptians could not have had a correct planetary theory, which only became possible through Kepler, but they understood at least that the motions of the planets were regular and that they depended upon the sun. Eudoxus is reported to have derived the data for his theory from his Egyptian instructors. 4. Instead of Ra, the name of Sut is found in the later texts. Renouf has. 5 Septu, the armed, one of the solar appellations, already found in the pyramid texts, Unas 281. He appears in chapter 137 in connection with the block of execution. 6. The text is here hopelessly corrupt. M. Pirit has offrand, which he most probably derives from or a reading found in some papyri. But our oldest authority, has and Renouf has. The Turin copy has, and the context does not help us. Of these 4 readings, and there are probably others which I do not know, that of Renouf seems to me the best, but has so many possible applications that I will not venture to suggest one. 7. These words are not in Ba, but they occur in all other copies, and the omission of the divine name which stops the crocodile is an evident fault. The chapter ends here, and what follows is an addition for which our earliest authority is that of Renouf. But even this text is already corrupt and requires to be corrected by more recent ones. Footnote 50. As a feminine noun and proper name occurs in the pyramid texts, Unas, 644. Footnote 51. Brugge has produced excellent evidence for the supposition that or signifies the two turnings of the sun, that is at the solstices, being the southern solstice and the northern. Chapter 33. Chapter whereby all serpents are kept back. O serpent Rerek, advance not, here are the gods Seb and Shu. Stop, or thou shalt eat the rat which Ra execrateth, and gnaw the bones of a putrid she-cat. Note: this chapter is often found in coffins. There is a chapter much resembling it in the tomb of Horhotep, line 364, at least as regards the opening words. It addresses Rerek and tells him that Shu and another deity are coming, and that the speaker is Horus. No allusion, however, is made to the dead rat and cat. These typify the impurities and abominations to which the damned are liable in the world to come. Chapter 34. Chapter whereby a person is not devoured by the dweller in the shrine. 1. O Urius, I am the flame which shineth and which openeth out eternity. 2. The column of Tempua. 3. Otherwise said, the column on which are blossoming plants. Away from me, I am the lynx goddess. 4. Notes: 1. It is not possible to say what is here actually meant by letter 1e25 a t. Every word almost in this tiny chapter was a puzzle to the Egyptian scribes, who altered the text in 100 ways. The Turin text provides against the persons being bitten by the eater of the head, instead of as even Renouf has it. 2. Open out eternity. This is the oldest and most approved reading even in later times, but in P the flame shineth on the brow of the glorified ones. 3. A quite unknown deity and most probably a mere blunder. The Ms which contains it, Ka, suggests another reading Tenpua with the determinative of plants. This not proving satisfactory, Renpit was substituted, but all this was mere conjectural emendation. For the lynx goddess, Maftit. The name of this deity is generally translated lynx, and it is certainly applied to an animal of the feline species closely resembling the cat. But the notion expressed by the name is that of swift speed. See Dumachin, Rec. Roman 4, 100, where this verb is in parallel with others of the same sense. This deity is again mentioned in the 39th chapter as taking part in the conflict with the Dragon of Darkness, and it is named in the strange magic formulae already found in the pyramid texts. She is called Teta 310, and she apparently defends the deceased Ib, L 303, against two serpent divinities, one of whom at least, Tieser Tepu, Preclare Okapite, is known to us as one of the 42 assessors of Osiris, Todtenbuch, 120-533. Chapter 35. Chapter whereby the person is not devoured by a serpent in the Netherworld. Oshu here is Tadu, and conversely under the wig 1, of Hathor they sent 2, Osiris. Here is the one who is to devour me, they wait apart. 3. The serpent Seksek passeth over me. Here a wormhood bruised 4, and reads, Osiris is he who prayeth, that he may be buried. The eyes of the Great One are bent down, and he doth for thee the work of cleansing. 5. Marking out what is conformable to law and balancing the issues. 6. Notes: the translator of this chapter cannot pretend to do more than give an accurate meaning to each word. The true sense of the chapter must have been lost when the earliest copies known to us were written. One wig, the headdress of the gods, is one of the mythical forms of representing the light cloud at sunrise or sunset, in which the deity is Pilides. 2 cent, the Egyptian word is also used for nursing, putting to sleep, probably through influencing the breathing. The nose as a determinative is used in the different senses of the word. 3. They wait apart. The early MSS do not agree here in a single word, and they defy translation. The later MSS are scarcely less discordant, is to alight, rest, and this must also be the meaning of, is connected with, letter 2C9b, letter 2C89, letter 3E9 in the sense of dispersing, separating. 4. Bruised or trodden. There being no rational context, it is impossible to fix the sense of a word like, which may mean either guard or bruise by beating or treading down. 5. Cleansing, or, the result of the process is certainly cleansing, but the operation itself is generally supposed to be washing. This agrees with the Coptic letter 2CA3, letter 2C81, letter 3E9, letter 2CA7 of Fuller, of which the Old Egyptian form is. But letter 2CA3, letter 2C81, letter 3E9, letter 2CA7 has also the sense of beating, and the operation is in many countries thought to be one of the most important duties of washerwomen. With this sense of the word I would connect the names Richit given to Isis and Nephthys as signifying mourners. Compare the Greek tau upsilon pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau iota nu alpha, kappa omicron pi tau epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, tau iota nu alpha, to mourn a person, and the Latin planger. 6. Balancing the issues. The first of these words is unambiguous. Signifies literally standing, like status or sigma tau alpha sigma iota sigma, and like those words also signifies position, situation, condition, circumstances, and also the point at issue, the question to be decided. A well-known passage in Cicero's Topics, 93, c. 35, may be quoted here. Refutatio accusationis, in qui est depositio criminis, Greece sigma tau alpha sigma iota sigma dicitur, Latin status appellator. In quo insistit, quasi ad repugnandum congressa defensio. Perhaps the passage in chapter 30b, in which the divine ministrants are said to deal with a man, according to his, may have reference to the circumstances of his life. Chapters like this, however worthless in themselves, contain small fragments highly illustrative of the ideas of the Egyptians at an extremely remote period. Plate Roman 12. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 28 equals Papyrus, Brocklehurst, Roman 2 equals. Illustration. Chapter 28 equals Papyrus, Musée du Louvre, Roman 3, 93 equals. Illustration. Chapters Roman 26, Roman 29 equals Papyrus, Berlin Museum, 22 equals. Illustration. Chapter 30 equals Papyrus, Musée du Louvre, Roman 3, 93 equals. Illustration. Chapter 31 equals Papyrus, Musée du Louvre, Roman 3, 89 equals. Illustration. Chapter 33 equals Papyrus, Leiden Museum, Roman 4 equals. Illustration. Chapter 36 equals Papyrus, Leiden Museum, Roman 4 equals. Plate Roman 13. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 36 equals Papyrus, Berlin Museum, 2 equals. Illustration. Chapter 37 equals Papyrus, Cairo, Bialak, 21 equals. Illustration. Chapter 38 equals Papyrus, Musée du Louvre, Cat, des Maidels equals. Illustration. Chapter 38 equals Papyrus, Leiden Museum, V equals. Illustration. Chapter 39 equals Saqqara, Grab 24 equals Lepsius, Denkmiller, Abth, Roman 3, BL 266. Chapter 36. Chapter whereby the apshade is kept back. Away from me, thou with parted lips. I am Chnemu, the Lord of Shenu, who am bringing the words of the gods to Ra, and I announce the news to Nebs. Note: the insect called apshai or apsate is difficult of identification. It is certainly not a tortoise as was formerly thought, but looks rather like the voracious Blatta orientalis. The form inly is peculiar, but I have met it in a later papyrus. The last word of the chapter is doubtful. The most recent papyri have their lord, which gives a very good sense, but even the Turin copy has her lord, which agrees with the oldest papyrus. Biken Renouf has Nebs, a lion-headed goddess. Chapter 37. Chapter whereby the Murda goddesses are kept back. Hail ye pair of goddesses Murda, sister pair Murda. 1. I inform you of my words of power. It is I who rise up from the sectet boat. I am Horus the son of Isis, and I am come to see my father Osiris. Note: 1. The pair of goddesses consists of Isis and Nephthys, Reheta, as the word is written at Dendera. Murda signifies 2 eyes. Chapter 38. Chapter whereby one lives by the breath of air in the Netherworld, and keepeth back murder. I am the god in lion form, the heir of Ra and Tmu in Chemis, 1, the master in their halls. Those who are in their cells, 2, accompany me as guides. I have made my way and gone round the heavenly ocean on the path of the bark of Ra, and standing on the girders of the bark of Ra. I utter his words to the men of the present generation, and I repeat his words to him who is deprived of breath. 3. I spy out for my father Ra at sunset, compressing my mouth, 4, and feeding upon life. I live in Tadu, and I repeat my life after death like the sun daily. Notes. There are 2 recensions of this chapter, and both are found in the Papyrus LB. They are called by M. Naville, 38a and 38b. The latter is that adopted as canonical by all the manuscripts of a later date, and is the one here translated. The other recension is longer, and contains passages which are also found in other chapters, to which it accordingly furnishes important variants. It may possibly be older than those chapters. 1 in Chemis. The name of the place where Isis gave birth to Horus is in the pyramid texts written, Pepi I, 428, and Marinra I, 683. A letter 1e2b letter 1e2b ebit, or letter 1e2b, ebit letter 1e2b. But simply letter 1e2b, ebit in the texts of the 18th dynasty, as in the Annals of Thotham's Roman 3, Mariette, Carnaxi PL. 16, line 47, or in the divine and proper names, and. It is certain therefore that the sign is here only an ideogram of, not of the ancient. From the 18th dynasty at least, and for a time belonging to a period of unknown length between the 6th and the 18th dynasties, and forever afterwards, the name of the place was letter 1e2b ebit, where, as the tablet of the dream says, Mariette Moan. Div. PL 7. 2 in their cells. Here 38a has, in their shrines, followed in some papyri by I fraternize with Horus and Sut. 3 deprived of breath, the dead. In 38a, the privation of breath is mentioned, but in a different connection, but the text of the passage is uncertain. Here, as in chapter 41, the breathless one is Osiris. 4 compressing my mouth is the ancient reading, not, as in the more recent texts. The same observation applies to the name of the god in chapter 125, 15. Footnote 52. Footnote 53. The men of the present generation, the R-E letter 1e2b it. Footnote 54. Here the king is compared to the god called and in the next line, and Thotham's Roman 4, Denkum, Roman 3, 63 is compared. Chapter 39. Chapter whereby the serpent Rekrek is repulsed in the Netherworld. Back down with thee, stabber 1, from Apepi, drown in the lake of heaven, in the spot wherein thy father ordered that thy murder should be carried out. Away from this birthplace of Ra, the god encompassed by his terrors. I am Ra, encompassed by his terrors. Back, the dark demon, and the sword which he maketh to flash. Ra flingeth down thy words, thy face is twisted round by the gods, thy whole heart is torn out by the lynx goddess. Chains are flung upon thee by the scorpion goddess, and slaughter is dealt upon thee by Mot. The gods who are on the roads overthrow thee. Apep falleth down, the enemy of Ra. O thou who removest the bolt from the east of heaven at the stormy voice of bellowings, and openest the gates of the horizon before Ra. He cometh forth fainting from the wounds. I am a doer of thy will, I am a doer of thy will, O Ra. I have done well, I have done well, I have done to the satisfaction of Ra. And I raise shouts of acclamation at thy success at fettering. O Ra, Apep is fallen and is in bonds. The gods of the south, the north, the west, and the east bind him, their bonds are upon him. Acre, too, overthroweth him, and the Lord of the ruddy sky doth bind him. Ra is satisfied, Ra is satisfied, Ra maketh his progress peacefully. Apep falleth, Apep goeth down, the enemy of Ra, and more grave for thee is the proof 3. Than that sweet proof through the scorpion goddess, which she practiced for thee in the pain which she suffered. 4. Be thou emasculate, O Apep, enemy of Ra, be thou repulsed whom Ra hateth, look behind thee. A chopper is over thy head to divide it into 2 parts, and those who are above thy head assail it. Thy bones are broken, thy limbs are severed under the direction of Acre, O Apep, enemy of Ra. Thy boatmen succeed in measuring out thy path, and a journey with which thou art satisfied, a progress towards home, and the progress which thou hast made towards home is a fair progress. Let no evil hindrances come forth against me from thy mouth, in what thou dost towards me. I am Sudu, who causeth the storms and tempests, and who goeth round in the horizon of heaven, like to one whose heart is veiled. Tmu Seth, let your countenances be raised up, ye soldiers of Ra, and drive back Nebtu in presence of the divine circle. Seb Seth, establish those who are upon their thrones in the middle of the bark of Chepera, seize your shields and spears, and hold them in your hands. Hathor Seth, seize your daggers. Nut Seth, come and drive back Nebtu, who cometh against him who dwelleth in his shrine, and maketh his voyage in solitary guise. The inviolate God, the resistless one. O ye gods in your divine cycles, who travel round the lake of emerald, come and defend the great one who is in the shrine from which all the divine cycle proceedeth. Let glory be ascribed to him, and let honor be given to him. O then, proclaim him with me. Nut Seth, the mother of the gods. He cometh forth and findeth his path, and maketh captures of the gods. He hath the first place in the two houses of Nut. Seb standeth still, the great cycle of the gods is in terror. Hathor is under terror, and Ra is triumphant over Apep. Notes: the extreme uncertainty of the text is such that no translation at present can be other than conjectural. One back down with thee, stabber. The first word is clear enough, not so the two next. Are we to read, or, for each of Naville's authorities gives a different word? The last of these readings has some support in a subsequent passage, but almost all copies have. There has evidently been a confusion between and the determinative of the latter word has been transferred to the first. I believe that the true word is which is used in the ancient forms of conjuration. See the texts of Unas, 304, 311, 542, 545, 554, etc. It is always used in expressions of lying down or falling down, and it is also found in parallelism with. Without a determinative is susceptible of different meanings, and the very recent texts have it written with the determinative of motion or as significant of retreat. But the oldest determinative in this place is, and this inclines me to identify the word with and translate it stabber. But this is mere conjecture. See note 5 on chapter 40. 2. Akar, the older MSS, differ hopelessly from each other as to the name of the god. In order to understand the nature of the god Akar, we have to imagine a tunnel starting from the spot where the sun sets and extending through the earth as far as where the sun rises. Each end of the tunnel has a sphinx-like form. A human-headed lion stands at the entrance and also at the terminus. It is through the pause of this double sphinx that the galley of the sun god enters on the western horizon and comes out on the eastern. In the picture plate Roman 15, taken from the tomb of Ramesses Roman 4, fair entrance is written at one end of the tunnel, fair exit at the other. As the solar bark could not be represented inside the dark tunnel, it is placed above. 3. The proof. Lit. The taste, tepet, with the tongue as a determinative in the sense of a probe. The hand of an Egyptian hero is said to taste his enemy. In the Bremner papyrus, the god tastes Apep 4 times. The same conception is found in the Homeric poems. Letter 1F00 lambda lambda. Letter 1F04 gamma epsilon. Theta letter 1F B6, sigma, sigma omicron, nu gamma epsilon upsilon sigma omicron mu epsilon theta. Letter 1F00 lambda lambda eta lambda mega nu, chi alpha lambda cap eta rho sigma epsilon sigma iota nu, letter 1F10 gamma chi epsilon iota eta sigma iota nu. Though in Greek, the taste comes generally to the patient, rather than to the agent. For this passage, which would be most interesting if we could only get it accurately, is wretchedly corrupt. It is impossible from the variants to obtain a text grammatically intelligible. The scorpion goddess is Isis. Footnote 55. Between, in the midst of, surrounded by. Footnote 56. Iliad 20, 258. Plate Roman 14. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 39, equals Sakara. Grab 24 equals Lepsius Denkmäler Abth Roman 3 BL 265. Illustration. Chapter 39 equals Papyrus Musée du Louvre 93 equals. Chapter 40. Chapter whereby the eater of the ass is kept back. Back serpent Heu, 1, whom Osiris execrateth. May Thoth cut off thy head, and may there accrue to me whatsoever property proceedeth from thee what was decreed against thee by the company of the gods for the accomplishment of thy slaughter. Back thou whom Osiris execrateth, from the Neshemite galley, which saileth towards the south with favorable breeze. Pure are ye, all ye gods who overthrow the enemy of Osiris. The gods upon the larboard utter loud acclamation. Back thou eater of the ass whom the god Chaz, 2, who is in the Tuet execrateth. Know me, repeated 4 times. Who art thou? I am. Down upon thy face, 3, thou who art eating at my sanctuary. I am the season, which cometh at its own will. Come not against me, thou who comest without being called, and who art unknown. I am the master of thine utterance, and the check upon thy pride. 4. O Hyas whose horns 5. Horus doth cut, by my children, the cycle of gods in Pu and Tepet, thou art severed from thy fold, and thy fold is severed from thee. And he who cutteth thee off cometh forth as the eye of Horus, thou art kept back and assailed, and stopped, 6, by the breath of my speech. O thou God who devourest all wrong, and carriest off with violence. 7, there is no wrong in me, my tablets, 8, are free from wrong. Let me not suffer violence before the divine circle, let not disaster be hurled upon me. I am he who giveth or taketh, according to thy behest. Let not him be seized, let him not be devoured. 9. He is possessor of life and sovereign Lord. 10, on the horizon. Notes. The translation of this chapter is based upon the important papyrus T5 of Leyden, known as LB. This is the only Ms which contains the whole chapter. All other copies begin after the 6th line. The usual chapter begins in LB with a, which is the ordinary way of indicating a various reading. But the difference of reading applies rather to a mere paragraph than to the whole chapter. In this case, we should expect or something equivalent. The eater of the ass is a serpent, but who is the ass? Here, as in each case of mythological name, the animal is not meant, but something which is connoted by it. The name of the ass is given to it in consequence of one of its characteristics. It is, but this is one of the 75 names of the sun god in the solar litany, and he derives this appellation from his fructifying power. But if the ass is the sun, who is the eater of the ass? This must be darkness or eclipse of some kind. One Heu, the serpent who devours the sun, is undoubtedly the same as Heu. The serpent who in the pyramid texts is ordered to lie down, Unas, 545 and cease from his attacks. To the god Chaz. 3. The usual chapter begins here. The text of LB has generally been followed, but in some places later authorities have been preferred. For pride or boastings, anta, glory, cf, glorier. The speaker addresses his adversary as being a miles gloriosus. 5 horns or barbed hooks, or, the horns here spoken of as possessed by a viper are those of the deadly cerastes, which are spines projecting from the arched eyebrows of the creature. See picture in Long's Egyptian Antiquities of British Museum, Roman II, p. 316, copied from the great French work. But the sun god is also called in his litany. And a picture of the god under the name exhibits him as characterized by a pair of hooked weapons, suggested apparently by the mandibles of a beetle. 6 stopped. There are 3 important variants here, and the last of these is possibly a corrupt reading from the first 2 are synonymous. May in certain contexts mean destroy, but it only signifies bring to a limit, to an end, stop, like the tau epsilon rho in tau epsilon rho mu alpha, termino. It is used in many cases, such as the staunching of blood, where no destruction is intended. Is stop in thy place. 7. There is a picture in Denkum, Roman 3, 279, of the god who carrieth off with violence, but it is a mummied form holding the Tiam scepter. 8. Tablets. These are the tablets on which Thoth has written down the evidence taken at the weighing of the words, the examination at the psychostasia. They are mentioned again at the end of chapter 41. 9. Here I follow the general authority of the later texts. 10. Sovereign Lord. This word is closely connected, and was so from the first, with Cs. The best commentary upon it may be derived from the legal terms usucapio, season, season. The sovereign lord of Egypt is in our current legal phrase, seized of the two earths. That is of the whole universe, north and south. Footnote 57. There is a lacuna here in the only ms containing the text. The dialogue continues through the next line of the original. Footnote 58. Naville, La Litanie du Soleil, p. 49 and 55, with the plates corresponding. Footnote 59. In the 64th invocation. Footnote 60. Lefebvre Tomo de Sedii, pl. Roman 17. Chapter 41. Chapter whereby one avoideth the slaughter, which is carried out in the Netherworld. O Tmu, let me be glorified in presence of the God in lion form, the great God, that he may open to me the gate of Seb. I prostrate myself to earth to the great God, who is in the Netherworld. Let me be introduced into the presence of the company of gods who preside over those who are in Amenta. O thou who art at the gate of Tebet, God with the red crown, 1. Who art in Amenta, let me feed, let me live by the breath of air and accompany the great cleaver, 2. And the bark of Chepera. Let me speak to the divine boatman at the gloaming, let me enter in and let me go out, that I may see who is there, that I may raise him up and speak my words to him. O breathless one, 3. Let me live and be saved after death. O thou bearer of peace offerings, who openest thy mouth for the presentation of the tablets, 4. For the acceptation, 5. Of the offerings and for the establishment of Mot upon her throne, let the tablets be brought forward, and let the goddess be firmly established. I am Osiris, the great God, the eternal king, who numbereth his seasons and who lifted up his right arm, who judgeth the great ones and giveth mission to the gods of the great circle, 6. Which is in the Netherworld. Notes. The most noteworthy difference between the older recension of this chapter and that of the Saitic and later periods is that in the latter the god addressed at the opening is Osiris an Neferu, who is identified with Tmu. In the older recensions, the identification may be seen in another way. Tmu is the god invoked, and in answer he says that he is Osiris, the great god. One god with the red crown is one of titles of Osiris with the crown. See Plate Roman 15 from Lefebvre, Tomo de Sedii, Part 4, pl. 34. This title derived from the crown is Net Ta or Nate Ta. It was borne by the high priest at Coptos Brugsch Dict, Giugger, pp. 1374-1377, and the king of Egypt derived his title from the crown of the north which he wore as representing Osiris, or rather the heir of Osiris, Horus. 2. The great cleaver, the name of the god who cleaves his path through the sky. 3. Breathless one, Osiris. 4. Thoth is the person here addressed, and the speaker is Osiris. The tablets are those containing the evidence at the trial at the balance. 5. Acceptation p. letter 1e33, besides the physical sense of comprehender, to lay hold of with the hands, has that of taking in, embracing with the mind, and perhaps setting forth in words. 6. On the sarcophagus of Seti Bonomi, pl. 3, d, and the other copies of the same text, there is a picture of these. Such is the title written over them, but the text speaks of them as Plate Roman 15. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Equals Tomb of Ramesses Roman 4. Equals Musée Gimet, Volume Roman 15, Plate 27, Chapter 15, Notes 3 and 9. Illustration. Chapter 41. Note 1 equals Tomo de Sedii equals Musée Gimet, Volume Roman 9, Plate 34. Illustration. Chapter 47. Leiden Papyrus No. 16 equals Plate Roman 16. Book of the Dead, Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Chapter whereby one hindereth the slaughter which is wrought at Sutenhennen. 1. Land of the rod, of the white crown of the image, and the pedestal of the gods. I am the babe, 2, said 4 times. O serpent Abur, 3. Thou sayest this day, the block of execution is furnished with what thou knowest, and thou art come to soil 4, the mighty one. But I am he whose honors are abiding. I am the link, 5, the god within the tamarisk, 6. who connecteth seven, the solar orb with yesterday, 4 times. I am Ra, whose honors are abiding. I am the link, the god within the tamarisk. My course is the course of Ra, and the course of Ra is my course. My hair is that of Nu, 8. My 2 eyes are those of Hathor. My 2 ears those of Apuet. My nose that of Chenti-Chaz. My 2 lips those of Anubis. My teeth those of Selkit. My neck that of Isis, the mighty. My 2 hands those of the soul most mighty, lord of Tatu. My shoulders those of Neith, mistress of sighs. My back is that of Sut. My phallus that of Osiris. My liver is that of the lords of Sherabat. My knees those of the most mighty one. My belly and my back are those of Sechet. My hinder parts are those of the eye of Horus. My legs and thighs those of Nut. My feet those of Ta. My nails and bones those of the living Uri. There is not a limb in me which is without a god, and Thoth is a protection to my flesh. I shall not be grasped by my arms or seized by my hands. Not men or gods or the glorified ones or the damned, not generations past, present, or future shall inflict any injury upon me. I am he who cometh forth and proceedeth, and whose name is unknown to man. I am yesterday, witness of eternity is my name, the persistent traveler upon the heavenly highways which I survey. I am the everlasting one. I am felt in thought of his Chepera, I am the crowned one. I am the dweller in the eye and in the egg. It is an attribute of mine that I live within them. I am the dweller in the eye, even in its closing. I am that by which it is supported. I come forth and I rise up, I enter and I have life. I am the dweller in the eye. My seat is upon my throne, and I sit conspicuously upon it. I am Horus, who steppeth onwards through eternity. I have instituted the throne, of which I am the master. As regards my mouth, whether in speech or in silence, I am right and fair. As regards my attributes, I hasten headlong, I the god Unen, with all that pertaineth to me, hour proceeding from hour, the one proceeding from the one, in my course. I am the dweller in the eye, no evil or calamitous things befall me. It is I who open the gates of heaven. It is I who am master of the throne, and who open the series of births upon this day. I am the babe, who treadeth his path of yesterday. I am this day, to generation of men after generation. I am he who giveth you stableness for eternity, whether ye be in heaven or upon earth, in the south or in the north, in the west or in the east, and the fear of me is upon you. I am he who fashioneth with his eye, and who dieth not a second time. A moment of mine belongeth to you, but my attributes belong to my own domain. I am the unknown one, but the gods of ruddy countenance belong to me. I am the gladsome one, and no time hath been found, but serve to create for me the heaven and the increase of earth, and the increase of their offspring. They sever and join not. They sever my name from all evil things, according to the words which I say unto you. It is I who rise up and shine forth, strength proceeding from strength, 9, the one proceeding from the one. There is not a day devoid of that which belongeth to it, forever and forever 10. I am Unbu, who proceedeth from Nu, and my mother is Nut. O thou who hast set me in motion, 11. For I was motionless, a mighty link within the close of yesterday, my present activity is a link within the close of my hand. I am not known, but I am one who knoweth thee. I am not to be grasped, but I am one who graspeth thee. I am Horus, Prince of Eternity, a fire before your faces, which inflameth your hearts towards me. I am master of my throne, and I pass onwards. The present time is the path which I have opened, and I have set myself free from all things evil. I am the golden cynocephalus, 3 palms in height, without legs or arms in the temple of Ta 12. And my course is the course of the golden cynocephalus, 3 palms in height, without legs or arms in the temple of Ta. Let these words be said, Ababak Turek 13. Notes. This chapter is in itself most interesting, and it is one of the most important as illustrative of Egyptian mythology. It is impossible at present to explain every detail, but the general drift of the chapter is not to be mistaken. And the same drift is to be recognized in the whole course of Egyptian religious literature from the beginning. The speaker throughout identifies himself with the divinity whose manifestation is the sun. He is not the son of this or that moment, but of yesterday, today, and of all eternity, the one proceeding from the one. 1 SUTEN letter 1225 ENEN. The later texts say the Netherworld. 2 the babe, an appellative applied to the rising sun. See Bruges, Rev. Roman 2, PL, 71, 3, where this babe is compared to the lotus coming forth from the great stream. The word signifies that which is lifted up, unalev. 3 serpent Abur. The two important MSS. Ka and PB seem to imply a female personage, but as the verb in connection with the name is masculine, the final cannot be meant for a feminine ending, and it is peculiar to those two MSS. Abur, the very thirsty, as the appellative of a viper, recalls that of the delta iota psi alpha sigma, whose bite caused intense thirst. But it may have originated in the fact that these reptiles are in the habit of lying in wait by the water side for the sake of the animals who come there to drink. 4 to soil is the type of the word in the earlier texts. The late ones have the well-known. 5 the link, another appellative of the sun god, applied to Tmu and Horus in the oldest texts. The notion of is that of concatenation, connecting, combining, fastening, binding, setting in order together, sigma upsilon u tau alpha gamma mu alpha, sigma upsilon u tau alpha psi iota sigma, as in nectar coronam. Hence its occurrence in words signifying the vertebral column, a row of teeth, a chain of hills, a body of troops, sigma upsilon u tau alpha gamma mu alpha, letter 1 f through 1 pi epsilon omega nu, or pi epsilon z omega nu, or there, captains, literary composition, pap. Pris v. 6, and the 7 divine omicron letter 1 f31 sigma upsilon u tau alpha sigma sigma omicron u tau epsilon sigma, the first authors of artistic composition. See note to chapter 71. 6 the god within the tamarisk. The rising sun under his various names is frequently represented as being in a tree or bush which partly conceals him. This is a mythological way of treating the light cloud or mist which so commonly accompanies the sun's first appearance. Tamarisk is only a provisional translation of. The god Apuet, who is identical with Osiris, is said in the pyramid texts, Unas 107, Teta 66, to come forth from the 7 who connecteth. This I believe to be the sense of if the next word is, but the text is quite uncertain. Is a rope or cable bonomi, sark. Roman 2, c. 34, and like the Latin copula or the Semitic Hebrew kate, Hebrew bait, Hebrew lamade, Arabic het, Arabic bat, Arabic lam has the sense of tie, bond, connection. When the Prince of Tenu, Berlin Pap. 1, line 31, proposed a family alliance to Senihat, he said to him, Laitoi avec moi, and he gave him his daughter to wife. In the expression, Nefret signifies continuously, connectedly, and the sense of until is only completed by the addition of the preposition. Instead of the solar orb, some MSS, red, or, and in each of these cases must be understood as an adjective raised to the comparative degree by the preposition, more beautiful splendor, color, hair, or veil than yesterday. None of these readings seem very attractive. 8. Here follows the identification of the limbs of the deceased person with those of various gods. There are many similar texts belonging to all the periods of the Egyptian religion. For the pyramid texts, C. E. G. Unas, line 218 and C. Ib. Line 570 and C. Pepi I, line 565 and C. Compare the coffin of Amamu, P.L., Roman 24, line 11, and C. Naville, Litany de Ra, P96, and Golnishef, Metternich-Stel, lines 935. 9. Strength, literally a wall or tower, like the Hebrew Mame, Hebrew Gimel, Hebrew Dalet, Hebrew Lamed, Hebrew Makef, Hebrew Tayin, Hebrew Zayin of P.S. Zai 4. 10. A continuously. 11. The interjection seems to imply that a second person is addressed. The passage would otherwise be translated, I have set myself in motion, which would be more consistent with the doctrine contained in this chapter. 12. All the more recent copies have the Sanctuary of Ptah at Memphis. 13. A Babake Turek. This is only one of the readings of a formula which had soon become utterly unintelligible to the copyists. Hieratic copies like Louvre 3079, published by M. de Rouget, BM 10257, Rollin, and Leyden, T16, records several conjectural emendations, to which modern scholars might add others, were they so disposed. Footnote 61. Another reading is on Neferu. Footnote 62. See Note 1 on Chapter 28. Footnote 63. Arabic het Arabic ba Arabic lam non modo funum, sed et in Alcorano seep fotis significat. Jacinius, Thesor in Voc. Hebrew Kate, Hebrew bait, Hebrew lamade. Chapter 43. Chapter whereby the head of a person is not severed from him in the netherworld. I am a prince, the son of a prince. A flame, the son of a flame, whose head is restored to him after it hath been cut off. The head of Osiris is not taken from him, and my head shall not be taken from me. I raise myself up, I renew myself, and I grow young again. I am Osiris. Note: an early recension of this chapter is found in the tomb of Horhotep, Miss. Arch, Roman II, p. 159, and an apparent reference on the coffin of Amamu. Chapter 44. Chapter whereby one dieth not a second time. Let the cavern of Putrata 1 be opened for me, where the dead fall into the darkness, but the eye of Horus supporteth me, and a Puet reareth me up. I hide myself among you, O ye stars that set not. My front is that of Ra, my face is revealed, according to the words of Thoth, my heart is in its place, my speech is intelligent. I am Ra himself, I am not to be ignored, I am not to be molested. Thy father liveth for thee, O son of Nut. I am thy son Horus, I see thy mysteries, and am crowned as king of the gods. I die not a second time in the netherworld. Note: 1 Putrata, or, this name has disappeared in nearly all the MSS. It is mentioned in the pyramid texts, Pepi I, 332, Merira 635, as a lake traversed by the glorified personage. Chapter 45. Chapter whereby one escapeth corruption in the netherworld. Here is the Osiris N, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless his limbs like Osiris. Let them not remain motionless, let them not corrupt. They move not, they stir not, be it done for me as for Osiris. I am Osiris. Chapter 46. Chapter whereby he that is living is not destroyed in the netherworld. O ye recent offspring of Shu, who dawn after dawn is possessor of his diadem at sunrise. Ye future generations of men, my springing forth is the springing forth of Osiris. Note: this chapter is addressed to the Hammemet, who are known from other quarters to be human beings, as the younglings of the god Shu. But the reference is not to men who have yet lived upon the earth. They are spoken of as men of a future generation. Queen Hatshepsut on her obelisk, when speaking of them, connects them with the period of 120 years. That is as if we said, men of the next century. Before their appearance upon the earth they circle round the sun, and the glorified dead hold converse with them. Chapter 124, 6. The Egyptians, like many other ancient nations, held the doctrine of the pre-existence of souls. They held it not like philosophers or poets, but as an article of their popular and traditional creed. Footnote 64. The Day Spring. Plate Roman 17. Book of the Dead. Chapter 47. Chapter 50. Illustration. Nicholson Papyrus. Egyptiaca, Plate 5. Chapter 50. Chapter 57. Chapter 58. Chapter 61. Chapter 64. Plate Roman 18. Book of the Dead, Chapter 68. Lanzone Diz, Edges. Chapter 47. Chapter whereby the seat of a person is not taken from him in the netherworld. Chair and throne of mine, which are coming to me and circling round to me, divine ones. I am a noble Sahu, 1. Grant that I may become one of those who follow the great God. I am the son of Mot, and wrong is what I execrate. I am the victorious one. Note: 1s a letter 1e25u is not a mummy, as it is sometimes rendered, but a living personality in mummied form. Chapter 50. Chapter whereby one cometh not to the divine block of execution. The 4:1, fastenings of the hinder part of my head are fastened. He who is in heaven it was who made firm the fastening for him, who was fainting upon his 2 haunches on that day, when the fleece was shorn. The fastenings of the hinder part of my head were fastened by Sudu and the company of gods in his first triumph. Let there be no disaster. Preserve me safe from him who slew my father. I am seized of the two earths. The fastenings of the hinder part of my head were fastened by Nu, on the first time of my beholding the law in virtue of which the gods and their symbols, too, come into existence. I am the heedful one, and become the executioner for you, ye great gods 3. Notes. The antiquity of the chapter is proved by its occurrence on the second coffin of Mentuhotep, but its condition there is such that no one can read it who is not already familiar with it from other sources. It begins, Ailtes text, p. 22, line 34, and goes on till the red letters at line 50. The text, in spite of its importance, is very inaccurate. 1. The 4 fastenings. The number 4 is only found in the oldest copies. The later copies have a different text. It is impossible to say what kind of fastening is meant. Might be a ligament or a vertebra, though more probably the latter. But it might be a combination of several pieces. Is the occiput, and this suggests the hypothesis of cervical vertebrae. But the number of these is not 4 but 7. Of these 3 are peculiar: the atlas which supports the head, the axis upon which the head turns, and the vertebra prominens with its long spinal process. But see the vignette of chapter 42 from PD where 4 vertebrae are figured. 2 symbols, or symbolical representations, or 3. The heedful one, perhaps, Unas 584, Pepi I, 199 and 667. Chapter 51. Chapter whereby one goeth not headlong in the netherworld. I execrate, I do not eat it. That which I execrate is dirt. I eat it not, that I may appease my genius. Let me not fall into it. Let me not approach it with my hands. Let me not tread upon it with my sandals. Note. The chapters numbered 51 and 52 are not found in the most ancient papyri, but the substance of them and their formulas are met with on the ancient coffins and in the pyramid texts. See, for instance, Unas 189, Teta 68, with M. Maspero's note on the latter text. I do not, however, believe, as M. Maspero does, that these texts convey the idea, so frequent among half-civilized peoples, of another life in which the deceased will have nothing to eat and drink but excremental matter. That the which I translate dirt and lie are of this nature is quite certain, but they are objects of abhorrence to the sun god, like the dead rat and the putrid cat in chapter 33, because he is a consuming fire, and whatsoever he findeth upon his path he devoureth it. Unas 515. It is only natural, then, that the deceased who is identified with the sun god in these texts should express his execration of such offensive matter. He is not afraid of being limited to this food. His fear springs from the opposite extreme. Footnote 65. There is a chapter in Lepsius' Ailtes text, p. 34, with the same title as chapter 51, but the contents are different. Chapter 52. Chapter whereby one eateth not dirt in the netherworld. I execrate, I do not eat it. That which I execrate is dirt. I eat it not, that I may appease my genius 1. Let it not fall upon me. Let me not approach it with my hands. Let me not tread upon it with my sandals. Henceforth let me live upon corn 2. In your presence, ye gods, and let there come one who bringeth to me that I may feed from those 7 loaves which he hath brought for Horus, and upon the loaves for Thoth. What willst thou eat? Say the gods to him. Let me eat under the sycamore of Hathor the sovereign, and let my turn be given to me among those who rest there. And let me manage the fields in Tadu and prosper, in Heliopolis. And let me feed upon the bread of the white corn, and upon the beer of the red barley. And let the forms 3, of my father and of my mother be granted to me, the gatekeepers of the stream. Let room be thrown open for me, let the path be made, and let me sit in any place that I desire. Notes. 1. Here, as in the corresponding passage in the preceding chapter and in several other places, the later texts often read, which is a serious error. 2. The unintelligible of the later texts should be corrected to Ailtes text 42, lines 50, 54, and 67. The error may be traced to a form of the word with the prothetic, There are several words varying in their applications which may be traced to the same origin. Chesser spica, a point, hence an ear of corn, and spiculum, an arrow, a javelin, are very clearly connected. And the notion in both is, as in the Hebrew aleph, Hebrew bait, Hebrew yod, Hebrew bait, that of shooting forth, prophora, protondir. A term applied to horned animals has surely nothing to do with the Coptic letter 3, letter 2ca3, letter 2cb1 of Leviticus Roman 15:19. It refers to the pointed weapons presented by the beasts. Is put forward in the way of speech, and may be command or prayer, or simple statement. The builder's line is something stretched out prolatum, protensum. And with reference to walls, buildings, and the like, may always be translated by prophora, protondir. 3. The forms, not, as the Turin Todtenbuch. There is a most interesting text, but unfortunately imperfect on the Leyden coffin M3, MPL, 13. The deceased is told that on arriving at the mysterious gate, he will find his father and his mother. This is followed by, and then apparently by, but the middle sign is almost entirely effaced. This would mean, at the resurrection of thy body. Chapter Leia. Chapter whereby one is not made to eat dirt or to drink lye. I am the sharp-horned bull who regulateth the sky, the Lord of the risings in heaven, the great giver of light who issueth from flame, the bond of time, richly supplied with years, the God in lion form, to whom is given a march of glory. I execrate, I do not eat that which my genius execrateth. Let it not enter into my stomach, let it not approach to my hands, let me not tread upon it with my sandals. Let me not drink lye, let me not advance headlong in the Netherworld. I am the possessor of bread in Heliopolis, who hath bread in heaven with Ra, and bread upon earth with Seb. It is the sectet boat, which hath brought it from the house of the great God in Heliopolis. I am gladdened in my very entrails, and am associated with the divine mariners who circle round to the east of heaven. I eat as they eat, and I feed upon what they feed. I eat bread from the house of the Lord of offerings. Chapter Leib. Whereby one eateth not dirt. I execrate, I do not eat it. Dirt is what I execrate, I do not eat it. I execrate lye, I do not drink it. Let me not approach it with my fingers, let me not tread upon it with my sandals. Seb, the father of Osiris, hath ordained that I should not eat dirt or drink lye. But my father hath 4 times said that I should eat of the red corn. There are 7 loaves in heaven at Heliopolis with Ra, and there are 7 loaves upon earth with Seb, and there are 7 loaves with Osiris. It is the God of the Sectet Galley, and of the Maudit Galley, who hath brought them to me at Heliopolis. I shout with joy, and my genius shouteth with joy, because I am in Heliopolis, and I live in excellent condition before Ra, on the day when bread is presented in Heliopolis. Note: Chapter 53, A is taken from the papyri of the older period. 53b is a still older text from the coffin of Horhotep. Chapter 54. Chapter whereby air is given in the Netherworld. I am the God in lion form, 1, the egg in the great cackler, and I watch over that great egg which Seb hath parted from the earth, 2. My life is the life thereof, and the same is true of my advance in life and of my breathing of the air. I am the God who keepeth opposition in equipoise 3, as his egg circleth round, for me dawneth 4. The moment of the most mighty one, Sut. O ye gods who are pleasant through the alternate successions of the earth, who preside over sustenance, and who live in the blue, 5. Do ye keep watch over him who abideth in his nest, the infant God who cometh forth towards you. Notes: the text here followed is that of Pa, which is much preferable to that of Ani. There is a far older text, that of Horhotep, line 344 and SQQ, but it is too inaccurate to serve as the basis of a translation. It is, however, very valuable for other purposes. 1. The God in lion form. These words are not in Horhotep, the chapter beginning as in later texts, O Tmu, let there come to me the air which is in thy nostrils. The word for air is written, lines 344 and 346, as in other places. 2. It is a mistake to speak of a mundane egg, of which there is no trace in Egyptian mythology. Seb, the great cackling goose, lays the golden egg, which is the sun, but does not mean lay upon the earth, but divide, separate from the earth. The egg springs from the back of Seb. 3. Who keepeth opposition in equipoise. This sense may be inferred from Pa, but is made very clear by the of Horhotep. The equilibrium of forces is maintained by the revolution of the sun. 4. Dawneth, Horhotep, whose text breaks off without a word on Sudu. 5. The blue, lapis lazuli. The French El-Azur exactly corresponds to the Egyptian, for the word azure is derived from lazulum. Ancients and modern differ greatly, as is well known, from each other as to the impressions derived from color. It seems strange to read in the tale of the destruction of mankind that the hair of Ra was of real chespit, that is, dark blue. But we have an exact parallel to this in Greek. Kappa Epsilon Alpha Nu Omicron Sigma is lapis lazuli in Theophrastus, who even mentions the artificial lapis made in Egypt. But in the Homeric poems, the hair of Hector Il, 22:401, and the hair and beard of Odysseus Odd, 16:176, as well as the eyebrows of Zeus Il, 1:528, 17:209, are described as Kappa Epsilon Alpha Nu Epsilon Alpha Iota. Chapter 55. Another chapter whereby air is given. I am the jackal of jackals, I am Shu, who convey breezes in presence of the glorious One. To the ends of the sky, to the ends of the earth, to the ends of the filaments of cloud, too. I give air to those younglings as I open my mouth and gaze with my 2 eyes. Notes. 1. The glorious one, this is the most usual reading, Pa-Hez-Ra. 2. Filaments of cloud. Cloud is the sense, not the translation of, or, as it is also written, which is the name of some tree or shrub which has not been identified. The filaments, or, which are among its characteristics, point in this context to the long fibrous forms presented by the cirrus cloud. Chapter 56. Another chapter of breathing. O Tmu, give me that delicious air which is in thine own nostrils. It is I who hold that great station which is in the heart of Heracleopolis. I watch over that egg of the great cackler, my strength is the strength thereof, my life is the life thereof, and my breath is the breath thereof. Chapter 57. Chapter for breathing air and command of water in the Netherworld. Let the Great One be open to Osiris, let the 2 folding doors of Kabhu be thrown wide to Ra. O thou great coverer 3. Of heaven, in thy name of stretcher 4. Of heaven, grant that I may have the command of water, even as Sut hath command of force 5. On the night of the great disaster, grant that I may prevail over those who preside at the inundation, even as that venerable God prevaileth over them, whose name they know not. May I prevail over them. My nostril is opened in Tadu, and I go to rest in Heliopolis, my dwelling, which the goddess Seshate 6 built, and which Chnum raised on its foundation. If the sky is at the north, I sit at the south. If the sky is at the south, I sit at the north. If the sky is at the west, I sit at the east. And if the sky is at the east, I sit at the west. And drawing up my eyebrows, 7, I pierce through into every place that I desire. Notes. This chapter and the following are recensions and combinations of extremely ancient texts. The first portion of the present chapter follows the ancient text of Horhotep. Even at that early period, 2 recensions were in existence and are copied one after the other. The translation here given is the nearest possible approach to the original text. The second portion, beginning with my nostril, dates from the papyri of the Theban period, though we must depend upon later authorities for the entire section. 1. The Great One Urit, heaven. 2. Kabhu, literally the cool water, is another name for the sky, and is here in parallelism with the Great One. 3. Cover, a name applied both to the Nile, as covering the land during the inundation, and to the sky as the covering above us. Cf. My paper on Nile mythology, PSBA, November, 1890. 4. Stretcher, which I consider as a nasalized, perhaps the original form of stretch. The papyri read at pet cleaver of the sky, but the word at without the determinative may also mean stretch, as in the expression. 5. Force, like the Latin vis may, but need not, be of a criminal nature. The name of the goddess in this place is a manifest blunder of the more recent scribes. 6. The goddess Sechet, commonly but erroneously called Safsh, through an error against which Lepsius ailt. Text, p3 and Brugscheicher, 1872, p9 have both spoken. The real name of the goddess, as I have elsewhere shown by actual variants, is Sechet, Teta, L268, or Louver, A, 97. She is so called from the root, writing, that being one of her occupations. 7. Drawing up my eyebrows, in scornful pride, superciliously, like the Greek tau letter 1F70, sigma letter 1F40, phi rho letter 1Fe6, sigma letter 1F00, nu alpha sigma pi letter 1Fb6 nu. Footnote 66. The name occurs repeatedly in the pyramid texts, and even the very expression e.g. Unas, 375, and the litany at Pepi I, 631. Footnote 67. On some religious texts of the early Egyptian period in Trans-Soch, Bible. Arch, Volume Roman 9, p. 303. Chapter 58. Chapter for breathing air and command of water. Let the door be open to me. Who art thou? What is thy name? I am one of you. Who is with thee? It is the Murda. Turn away then, 1, front to front on entering the Mescat. 2. He grants that I may sail to the abode of those who have found their faces. Collector of souls is the name of my bark, bristler of hair is the name of the oars, point is the name of its hatch, right and straight the name of the rudder. The picture of it is the representation of my glorious journey upon the canal. Give me jars of milk and cakes and flesh meat at the house of Anubis. If this chapter is known, he entereth after having gone out. Notes. The 58th and 122nd chapters are reproductions of the same text, the earliest copy known being that of Ani. 1. Turn away then. Murda, as we have seen, is the name given to the goddess pair Isis and Nephthys. It is therefore not possible to account for the masculine pronoun as having reference to Murda. Must be taken in the sense of idio, id circo, then, therefore. 2. Mescat, or according to another reading Meshenit. Footnote 68. All this part is corrupt. Chapter 59. Chapter for breathing air and command of water. O thou sycamore of nut, give me of the water and of the wind which are within thee. It is I who hold that abode which is in Heracleopolis, I watch over that egg of the great cackler. My strength is the strength thereof, my life the life thereof, and my breath the breath thereof. Notes. On the mythological tree in heaven which produces both wind and water, that is the rain cloud, see my Egyptian mythology, particularly with reference to mist and cloud in Trans-Soch. Bible. Arch, Volume Roman 8. The same kind of imagery is still current in Europe. German authorities tell us about the Wetterbaum, which in some places is called Abraham's tree, in others, Adam's tree. The Yggdrasil myth is supposed to have the same origin. The rainbow is the heavenly mountain ash of a well-known Swedish and Esthonian riddle. The water from heaven was supposed in Egypt to be especially refreshing for the dead. Chapter 60. Another chapter. Let the doors of heaven be open to me, let the doors of Kabhu be thrown wide to me. By Thoth and by Hapi, the great coverer of heaven, at daybreak. Grant ye that I may have the command of water, even as the mighty Sut had the command of his enemies on the day of disaster to the earth. May I prevail over the long-armed ones in their corners, even as that glorious and ready God prevaileth over them, whose name they know not. May I prevail over the long-armed ones. Footnote 69. The 4 cardinal points, the eastern and the western, and the southern and the northern. Chapter 61. Another chapter. I, even I, am he who proceedeth from the weeper 1, and whose attribute is overflowing. 2. I, 3, have the command of it as Hapu. Notes. 1. The great weeper is primarily heaven, and it is so in this place. The Nile god who proceeds from it also bears the same name. 2. Overflowing. 3. I, the original, is in the third person, in reference to he who proceedeth, and c. Chapter 62. Chapter whereby water is drank in the Netherworld. Let the great one be opened to Osiris. Let the Kabhu be thrown wide to Thoth, the coverer, lord of the horizon in his name of the divider of the earth. May I have command of the water, even as the might of Sudu had over his enemies. It is I who traverse the heaven. I am Ra. I am the god in lion form. I am the steer, 1. I eat the haunch and pierce through the joint. I go round the Sechitaru. There hath been assigned to me eternity without end. And lo, I am the heir of endless time, and my attribute is eternity. Note: 1. The steer, Smau, a solar title frequent in the pyramid texts. His mother, Heaven, is called, or, as the name is written Teta 359. She is called the spouse on the mountain, and by a play upon words Unas, 493. The usual meaning of, like that of the Greek chilam domacronita, or the Hebrew dalate Hebrew dagesh Hebrew letter FB2a Hebrew aleph, is the light green shoot of plants in spring, and this is the key to the sense of the proper name. The goddess Demeter had a temple at Athens under the name of Chloe, and it is in allusion to this that Sophocles calls her epsilon letter 1f54 chi lambda omicron sigma Eid. Call 1600. This Egyptian goddess was a principal deity at Enchebet. She had the white crown and the wig with 2 plumes. She is described as having drooping dugs and as suckling her son. Cf. With this information from Unas, the whole chapter beginning with line 283 of Pepi I. Footnote 70. The sacrificial offerings and Chapter Elzea. Chapter whereby one is not burnt with fire, but drinketh water in the Netherworld. O bull of Amenta, let me be born to thee. I am that rudder of Ra, wherewith he conveyeth the ancient ones. I am not burnt, I am not consumed. I am Babai, the eldest son of Osiris, who striketh the eye of every god, 2. In Heliopolis. I am the air, the primary power of motion and of rest, 3. I have made firm my name, and have preserved it that I may have life through it. Chapter Elzeeb. Chapter whereby one is not boiled in water. I am that ready rudder wherewith Ra conveyeth the ancient ones, and I raise the effluxes, 4. Of Osiris to the tank from flames impassable, erect one, 5, but not to be consumed. I lie helpless as a dead person, 6, and I arrive at the lair of the lion who defieth slaughter, 7, following the road by which I set out. Notes: the chapters 63a and 63b are united into one in the later MSS, without any other division than indicative of a different reading. None of the early papyri contains both chapters. The text of 63b is extremely corrupt and without rational interpretation. 1. I am that rudder of Ra, wherewith he conveyeth the ancient ones. This passage is twice found in Horhotep 311 and 329, the word for rudder being written. 2. Who striketh the eye. The peaceful determinative may perhaps be intended to diminish the force of the very expressive in the verb of striking. But I believe that this passage may fairly be illustrated by the words of Lucretius Roman 4, 324 and following. Splendida poro oculi fugitant vitent cturi, sol etiam cicet, contra si tendir purgas. Praedoria splendor quicumque est acer adjurat sep oculos ideo quad semina possidit ignis multa, dolorem oculis qui gignunt insinuando. 3. The primary power of motion and of rest. These words have a modern sound, but they express the sense of the original. 4. Effluxes, the letter 1f30 chiomegaro, the vital sap, as it were, of the body of Osiris, which is the source of life both to men and to gods, and in default of which his own heart, Unas 12, would cease to beat. It is celebrated in all the mythological texts extant from the time of the pyramids down to the latest inscriptions of Dendera and Edfu, and even in Demotic documents. All moisture was supposed to proceed from it, and the Nile was naturally identified with it. In the pyramid texts, Pepi 66 is put in parallelism with 5. Erect one. So I understand from chapter 125, 38, but the whole context here is so doubtful that no translator who respects himself would warrant the sense. 6. I lie helpless like a dead person. Letter 1E25 EFT is the condition of an infant on the knees of its nurse, and I understand in its well-known euphemistic application to the dead. 7 is the most probable reading here, but it is a hapax legomenon with nothing in the context to explain it. Footnote 71. In one of the ancient chapters preserved in the tomb of Horhotep, the deceased, speaking in the person of Horus, talks 319 of quenching his thirst with the of his father Osiris. Footnote 72. See a very interesting passage in Pap. Rind 4 with Brugsha's translation. Chapter 64. Chapter whereby one cometh forth by day from the Netherworld. I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow, for I am born again and again, mine is the unseen force, 1, which createth the gods and giveth food to those in the Tuat, 2. At the west of heaven, I am the eastern rudder, 3. The Lord of two faces, who seeth by his own light, the Lord of resurrections, who cometh forth from the dusk and whose birth is from the house of death. Ye two divine hawks, 4. Upon your gables, who are giving attentive heed to the matter, ye who accompany the bier to the tomb, and who conduct the ship of Ra, advancing onwards from the highest place of the ark in heaven, the Lord of the shrine 5. Which standeth in the center of the earth. He is I and I am he, 6. Mine is the radiance in which Thoth floateth over his firmament, 7. O Ra, who smileth cheerfully, and whose heart is delighted with the perfect order of this day, as thou enterest into heaven, and comest forth in the east. The ancients and those who are gone before acclaim thee. Let thy paths be made pleasant for me. Let thy ways be made wide for me, to traverse the earth and the expanse of heaven. Shine thou upon me, O gracious power. 8. As I draw nigh to the divine words which my ears shall hear in the Tuat, let no pollution of my mother be upon me. Deliver me, protect me from him who closet his eyes at twilight and bringeth to an end in darkness. I am the overflower and Camura 9. Is my name, I bring to its fullness 10. The force which is hidden within me. O thou great one, who art shoreless, 11. And callest upon the powers of the south, at the moment when the god is carried forth, saying, Behold the Lord of his flood, see, the shoulder is fastened, 12. Upon his neck and the haunch upon the head of the west, offerings which the two goddesses of the west, 13. Present to me when the weeping bursteth forth from me at what I witness, as I am borne round on the tenate in Abydos, 14. And the bolts made fast on the gateways, 15. Above your images are in the reach of thine hand, and from within thee. Thy face is as that of a hound, whose nostril sniffeth at the covert, to which my feet convey me. Anubis is my bearer, for he who lulleth me to rest, 16, is the god in lion form. Do thou save me. I am he who cometh forth as one who breaketh through the door, and everlasting is the daylight which his will hath created. I know the deep waters is my name. I satisfy the desires of the glorified, who are by millions and hundreds of thousands. I am the guardian of their interests, actively working at the hours of the day and adjusting the arms of Sahu, 12 encircling round, uniting hands, each of them with another. But the sixth of them in the Tuat is the hour of the overthrow of the Sebau, which cometh here in triumph, the same which maketh way into the Tuat, the same which is yoked with Shu. I shine forth as the Lord of life, and the glorious order of this day, the blood which purifieth and the vigorous sword strokes, by which the earth is made one. I sever the horns, 17. From those who unite in resistance to me, the hidden ones who rise up in opposition against me, those who go upon their bellies. I come as the ambassador of the Lord of Lords to avenge the cause of Osiris in this place. Let not the eye consume its tears. I am the guide of the house of him who dwelleth in his treasures. I am come from Shechem to Heliopolis to inform the Bennu of the matters of the Tuat. O goddess Akheret, who concealest that is within thee, but raisest up forms like Chepera, grant that I may come forth and see the orb of the sun, and walk forth in the presence of the great God, who is Shu and abideth for eternity. I travel on high, I tread upon the firmament, I raise a flame with the daylight which mine eye hath made, and I fly forward towards the splendors of the glorified in presence of Ra daily, giving life to every man who treadeth on the lands, 18, which are upon the earth. O thou who leapest forth, conductor of the shades and glorified ones from the earth, let the fair path to the Tuat be granted to me, which is made in behalf of those who are in faint condition, and for the restoration of those who are in pain. Who art thou, who devourest in Amenta? I am he who presideth in Restau. He who entereth in his own name, and cometh forth in quest, the Lord of the eternity of the earth, is my name. She who hath conceived hath set down her burden, which turneth round before descending. The door is shut at the wall which is reversed. His eye hath been given to Horus, and his face brighteneth at the dawning of the day. I am not exhausted. I become the lion god, and the palm flowers of Shu are upon me. I am not one who drowneth. Blessed are they who see 19, the born 20. Beautiful is the God of the motionless heart who causeth the stay of the overflowing. Behold, there cometh forth the Lord of life, Osiris thy support, who abideth day after day. I embrace the sycamore, 21. I am united to the sycamore. I part the two deities of morning that I may come to hold the eye, 22, and cause it to rest in its place. I am come to see Ra at his setting, and I unite with the breeze at his coming forth. My two hands are pure for adoring him. May I be restored, may I be restored. I fly up to heaven, and I alight upon the earth, and mine eye turneth back there towards the traces of my footsteps. I am the offspring of yesterday, the tunnels, 23. Of the earth have given me birth, and I am revealed at my appointed time. May I be under shelter from the warlike-handed God who cometh behind me, may my flesh be sound, and may my glories be a protection to the limbs of one who waiteth for the purpose of taking counsel. May the cycle of the gods listen to what I say. To be said on coming forth by day, that one may not be kept back on the path of the Tuet, whether on entering or on coming forth, for taking all the forms which one desireth, and that the soul of the person die not a second time. If then this chapter be known, the person is made triumphant upon earth, and he performeth all things which are done by the living. This chapter was discovered on a plinth of the god of the Henu bark, 24, by a master builder of the wall in the time of King Septa, the Victorious, 25. This composition is a secret, not to be seen or looked at. Recite the chapter when sanctified and pure, not approaching women, not eating goat's flesh or fish. Notes. This is one of the most important as it is one of the most ancient chapters. The text of it was already doubtful at the time of the Zith dynasty. It had been handed down in two recensions, both of which were inscribed on the coffin of Queen Mentuhotep, the discovery of one of these being attributed to the time of King Septa of the first dynasty, and that of the second to the time of Menkaure, the king of the third pyramid. These two recensions are also found in the papyrus of Nebseni, the MSS. Present innumerable various readings, few of which are of the slightest value. These have been collected, as far as they could be discovered, in the French and some other museums in 1876, in a very admirable work upon the chapter, by M. Paul Guius, who has translated and commented upon it, and in all the variations of it known to him at the time. Since then, the papyrus of Nebseni has been published, and M. Naville has given all the variants found in the few existing papyri of the best period. I have notes of the readings of the papyri in the British Museum, and also those of a cast, now in the British Museum, taken from a block in Serpentine, belonging to the Museum of the Hermitage in St. Petersburg. With such light as could be derived from these extremely divergent authorities, I have done my best taking, as the basis of my translation, the texts in the papyrus of Nebseni, and the rubric, in which the discovery is ascribed to the time of King Septa, towards exhibiting the chapter in as intelligible a form as seems to me possible. Some passages as yet defy translation in consequence of the corruption of the text. Some years before his untimely death, M. de Roguet read his translation of this chapter before the Académie des Sciences. It is much to be lamented that this has never been published. I have, in addition to the versions of other scholars, a copy of one by Mr. Goodwin, with whom I read this and other chapters nearly 30 years ago. But this kind of literature is not one of those in which his marvelous sagacity showed to advantage. In reading this and almost every other chapter of the Book of the Dead, it is absolutely necessary to bear in mind that different divine names do not necessarily imply different personalities. A name expresses but one attribute of a person or thing, and one person having several attributes may have several names. It is not implied in this chapter that the sun is the Nile or the inundation, but that the same invisible force which is manifested in the solar phenomena is that which produces the inundation. He is the inundator. But he has many other names and titles. In this chapter, as in others before it, the the speaker at one time talks in terms identifying him with some divinity, and at another as a simple mortal petitioning some favor. One, or, at a later period, signifies one whose force is concealed or unseen. It is a theological term, frequent at all periods of the Egyptian religion, and implies that the deity is not to be confounded with its external manifestation. The sun that we see hides as truly as it reveals the sun god, who, as this chapter shows, has other manifestations. 2. Those in the Tuat called in the pyramid texts, Pepi I, 185. The more recent texts read the gods of the West. 3 cf. Pepi I, 174. 4. Divine hawks upon your gables. They are mentioned in the pyramid texts as Teta, 183. They represent the two divisions, north and south, of the kingdom of Horus. Cf. Rocky Montakes, Edfu, p. 55, and many other such passages as that found there. 5. The shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. This shrine is also mentioned in the Book of Hades. Cf. Bonomi, Sark, 4c. 6. He is I and I am he. Cf. The pyramid text, O Ra, Teta is thou and thou art Teta, thou risest as Teta and Teta riseth in thee, etc. Teta, 337. 7. Ta floateth over his firmament. The meaning of the verb is shown in early texts by the determinative, as in the parallel passage of the 17th chapter. 8. O gracious power. The adjective is also written. The usual determinative has its origin in the hieratic form of C. Pris Papyrus. 9. Kamura, the great extender, a name applied to Osiris as the Nile. Thy two sisters, Isis and Nephthys, come to thee, and they convey to thee Kamet Urit in thy name of Kamura. Teta, 274. 10. I bring to its fullness, etc. The yearly inundation is the mature result of the innate force belonging to the god, the letter 1F10 nu epsilon rho gam eta mu alpha of his letter 1F10 nu epsilon rho gam epsilon iota alpha. This translation remains the same whether the reading be or. 11. Shoreless, or, implies an enclosed space, a basin or channel with fixed limits. The inundation has no determinate banks. Its course is from south to north, hence the reference to the deities of the south. 12. Shoulder and haunch, the usual sacrificial joints. This passage was at an early date added to the paragraph which opens the chapter. 13. The two goddesses of the West. It is said of Ra at Edfu, he setteth in the West. The deities in question are Isis and Nephthys, who are also the deities of the East or sunrise under the name of Unas, 461. In the passage of the pyramid texts, just referred to it, is stated that these divinities in Ununate open their arms to the god as he stands up erect on the eastern side of the firmament. Ununate is the place of rising, springing up. 14. The Tenate in Abydos. This feast has already been mentioned in Chapter 1. It was one of those commemorative and representative of the death of Osiris, of his mutilation, mummification, and burial. Prescriptions for carrying it out are found in the great text at Dendera, published by Dumachin and Mariette, and translated by Brugsch and Lauret, and in part by Dumachin. Tenate is also the name of certain days of the month, and Teta, 229, of the 5th hour of the day. 15. The bolts made fast on the gateways. The pyramid texts on behalf of the deceased invoke the bolt which closes the gateway of heaven, with a prayer that it may open to him, Teta, 235, compare line 200. 16. He who lulleth me, the word is here in the dual as corresponding to the double lion. Cf. Teta 261. The important variant is found at Edfu Rocky Montakes, p. 78. 17. I sever the horns. Cf. Psalm LXXV 11. 18. The lands. The Egyptian word varies in the texts. The most authorized reading is used in different senses, one of which, and perhaps the original one, is put on, poner, locer, indura, figer, adir. Here it would seem from the context to mean locality, post, spot of earth, and I am inclined to identify in this place with the well-known, or as an equivalent if not as a phonetic variant. 19. Blessed are they who see written in the pyramid texts, Unas, 584, Teta, 42, Pepi I, 181 and 199, where it is in parallelism with 20. The Born, on the Goddess Menate cf. Teta 288, Pepi I, 70, 154, 163. 21. The Sycamore of Dawn repeatedly mentioned in the Book of the Dead. The pyramid texts also, Pepi I, 174, speak of the tall sycamore of Sut in the eastern sky on which the gods congregate and sit, in expectation of the arrival of the glorified one. 22. To hold the eye, later texts like the Turin copy have. The two verbs here, like which is also found as a variant, are synonymous in the sense of embracing, holding, enclosing, fastening, staying, propping. According to the ancient myth, Sut deprived Horus of his eye, which was recovered by Thoth, and by him restored to its owner. The following passage from an inscription at Edfu, Rockymontakes, p. 25, is in strict accordance with the oldest mythological texts. Asten, who restored the eye of Horus to its lord, who preserved the eye, from suffering harm, who made fast the eye, Neutrit, in its place, and who pacified Horus with his eye. The different synonyms designating the eye are important as showing that the word is here used in the sense of the daily light of the sun. The other part of the same text as Edfu gives additional variants, and here the eye is called, but in other places the stands for a less frequent moment of the solar progress. In the pyramid text, for instance, holder of the southern eye of Horus might perhaps designate the summer solstice, and a later text connects the eye with the opening of the year. The priestly title, holder of the eye, is like all such titles, that of the divinity whom the priest personates. The god himself is hieroglyphically represented by the sign of an ape holding the eye. 23. The tunnels, Teta 291, Horhotep 213, see my note proc. Soch, Bible, Arch, 1873, p. 385. The Coptic letter 2C8 1 letter 2C9 5 letter 2C9F letter 2CA3 letter 2C9 3, which is generally supposed to be a serpent, is more probably an earthworm-like. The pyramid texts have another word which I understand of the tunnels through which the sun, moon, and stars pass from west to east, as opposed to the paths of the upper world. Anubis is called Pepi I 80, and these passages are Ib. 73, between the two divine forms, a lion at each end. Cf. Teta 319, where it is said of the stars that at their triumphant course through the tunnels the bones of the Akaru gods quake. 24. The god of the Henu bark, he who resides in the ship referred to in Chapter 1. The god of this ship is commonly named Sekaru in the texts, but Henu is also one of the names of Horus. On the connection between the two names, see Teta, line 270. 25. King Septa of the First Dynasty, who has been identified with the Eusephis of Manetho. The other account of the discovery of the chapter is thus described in the rubric of the Second Recension. This chapter was discovered at Hermopolis upon a slab of alabaster, inscribed in blue under the feet of this god, at the time of King Menkaura, the Victorious, by the royal Prince Hordetaf, when he was journeying for the purpose of inspecting the temples. And he carried off the slab in the royal chariot when he saw what was on it. The rubric farther prescribes that a scarab of hard stone encircled and purified with gold should be placed upon the place of the heart of the deceased, and that the words of power contained in the 30th chapter, "Heart mine of my mother," etc., should be repeated. The gold leaf or plate has been found on some scarabs, but has disappeared from nearly all. The ritual of Parma, which speaks of two metals, smu and silver, the latter for the rim, directs that the scarab should be put at the throat of the deceased. According to this authority, it was the 30th chapter, not the 64th, which was discovered by Prince Hordetaf in his inspectorial tour. Footnote 73. The text is too corrupt here for any plausible translation. Footnote 74. Not is omitted in many copies. Footnote 75. The copies of this paragraph are as discordant as they are unintelligible. It is idle to guess at the meaning until a better text can be discovered. Footnote 76. Etudes Egyptologiques, Sixim Livrason. Footnote 77. Here, as in the name of TMU, the long sign is written first though read last. Footnote 78. Cf. The expressions as Teta 258, 262 and is not a mere gate but a hold or keep. Footnote 79. There is no certainty about the text of the next few words. Footnote 80. I understand by this that the gold is intended to keep the scarab free from defilement. Chapter 65. Chapter whereby one cometh forth by day, and prevaileth over the adversaries. O thou who shinest forth from the moon, thou who givest light from the moon, let me come forth at large amid thy train, let me be revealed as one of those in glory. Let the two-het be opened for me. Here am I, let me come forth upon this day, and be glorified. Let the glorified ones grant to me that I live and that mine adversaries be brought to me in bonds before the divine circle. May the genius of my mother be propitiated thereby, as I rise up upon my feet with a scepter of gold in my hand and lop off the limbs. May I rise up, a babe the knees of Sothis, when they close together. 1. Notes. The first part of this chapter is nearly identical with chapter 2. No copy of it is found in the papyri of the older period. In place of it, Naville has published a chapter bearing the same title, and which is found in 5 ancient papyri. These texts, however, are extremely discordant and corrupt, and in the more difficult, and to us more interesting, passages must have been quite unintelligible to the copyists. The second word, for instance, of line 8 is Rai in Ka, the corresponding word is letter 125 tu in Ta, Tai in PB, Rao in Aya, and letter 125 Ti in Ah. A discrepancy not less violent is encountered after the next 3 words. The oldest extant form of the chapter is that of Ah, the papyrus of Nebseni. It is also the shortest, and the other forms appear to me to exhibit signs of interpolation. But Naville was quite right in taking the text of Ka as his basis for the collation of the texts. 1. This whole passage, as it stands in the MSS, is extremely obscure, and I can only make sense of it by conjecturing that a preposition has been omitted by the copyists. The knees of a goddess are frequently mentioned in connection with the birth of a divinity. Here the babe is mentioned, cf. opening of chapter 42 and the closing of the knees. The word n letter 1e2b, live, has for its primitive meaning, rise up, and it is in this sense that I translate it here. Chapter 66. Chapter whereby one cometh forth by day. I know that I have been conceived by Sechet, and that I am born of Neith. I am Horus, who proceedeth from the eye of Horus. I am Uatit, and I come forth like the hawk, which soareth aloft and resteth upon the brow of Ra at the prow of his bark in heaven. Chapter 67. Chapter whereby the doors of the Tuat are opened, and one cometh forth by day. Let the doors be opened of the caverns of Nu, and let the feet be loosened of those who are in glory. Let the caverns of Shu be opened, that he may come forth at large, and that I may issue from my funereal pit to my seat which is at the prow of the bark of Ra. Let me issue without disaster to my seat, which is at the prow of the bark of Ra, the all-radiant one, as he riseth up from his lair. Chapter 68. Chapter whereby one cometh forth by day. Let the 2 doors of heaven be opened to me. Let the 2 doors of earth be opened to me. Let the bolts of Seb open to me, and let the first mansion be opened to me, that he may behold me who hath kept guard over me. And let him unloose me who hath wound his arms around me, and hath fastened his arms upon me into the earth. Let the rehunit 1 be opened to me, let me pass into the rehunit. Let the rehunit be given to me, that I may come forth by day whithersoever my heart desireth. Let me have possession of my heart, let me have possession of my whole heart. Let me have possession of my mouth, let me have possession of my legs, let me have possession of my arms, let me have possession of my limbs absolutely. Let me have possession of my funereal meals, let me have possession of air, let me have possession of water, let me have possession of the stream, let me have possession of the river, let me have possession of the banks. Let me have possession of all things soever which were ritually offered for me in the Netherworld. Let me have possession of the table which was made for me upon earth, the solicitations, too, which were uttered for me, that he may feed upon the bread of Seb. That which I execrate, I eat it not. Let me feed upon the bread of the red corn of the Nile in a pure place. Let me sip beer of the red corn of the Nile in a pure place. Let me sit under the branches of the palm trees in the train of Hathor, when the solar orb broadeneth 3. As she proceedeth to Heliopolis with the writings of the divine words of the book of Thoth. Let me have possession of my heart, let me have possession of my whole heart. Let me have possession of my arms, let me have possession of my legs, let me have possession of my funereal meals, let me have possession of air, let me have possession of water, let me have possession of the stream, let me have possession of the river, let me have possession of the barks. Let me have possession of all things soever which were ritually offered for me in the netherworld. Let me have possession of the table which was made for me upon earth. Let me be raised up on the left and on the right. Let me be raised up on the right and on the left. Let me sit down and let me stand up, and strain for the breeze my tongue and mouth like a skilled pilot. 4. If this scripture is known, he will come forth by day, and he will travel over the earth in the midst of the living, uninjured forever. Notes. Copies of this chapter are found on the coffins of Mentuhotep and Sebaka at Berlin, and have been published by Lepsius in his Altes text, PL 8, 21, 22, and 34. They are unfortunately in very mutilated condition, and my translation follows the text of the Theban papyri. 1. The re-letter 1E25 UNIT in this place is clearly not an Egyptian locality, but a passage between the netherworld and heaven or earth. 2 solicitations, ambire ambitio, and in a bad sense ambages. 3. This passage explains what is meant in chapter 28 by the god of the broad face. One of the papyri, Aya, adds the well-known epithet of the setting sun, old. It is Hathor who proceeds to Heliopolis, as the feminine suffix which is used in the oldest texts proves. 4M Lefebvre, Papyrus de Soutimes, p3, note 8, understands the passage as meaning, I seek the direction of the wind in order to avoid it. But I am inclined to recognize a superstition still current among sailors, the whistling for a breeze. The oldest copies and the more recent ones have different readings, and though the words U letter 1E2B, a letter 1E2B, EMU occur repeatedly in the pyramid texts, the second word is not written, as in the Theban papyri, but. Chapter 69. Otherwise said, I am a flaming one, and brother to a flaming one. I am Osiris, brother to Isis. He who avengeth me is my son Horus, in company with his mother, upon mine adversaries, adversaries who have done to me all wicked and evil things. Chains have been put upon their arms and hands and feet, in consequence of the evil things which they have done to me. I am Osiris, the eldest of the great cycle of the gods, 1, and heir of his father Seb. I am Osiris, the lord of the heads of life, powerful before and behind, his phallus extendeth to the limits of the human race. I am Sahu, who assigneth the bounds as he saileth round the starry throng of heaven, the body of my mother Nut, who conceived me at her will and brought me forth at her desire. I am Anubis on the day of the rending asunder. I am the bull in the field, I, even I, Osiris, who shut up his father and his mother on the day when the great slaughter took place. My father is Seb, and my mother is Nut. I am Horus, the eldest of Ra as he riseth. I am Anubis on the day of rending asunder. I am Osiris. O Great One, who enterest and speakest to him who presenteth the tablets and guardeth the door of Osiris. 2. Grant that I may come in and be glorified, let me be appraised, and let me be made vigorous, that I may come and avenge myself. Let me sit at the cradle 3. Of Osiris, and put an end to my suffering and pain, let me be made strong and vigorous at the cradle of Osiris, so that I may be born with him and renewed. Said twice. Let me seize that thy 4, which is under the place of Osiris, with which I may open the mouth of the gods and sit by him, like Thoth the scribe, sound of heart, 5. With thousands of loaves, beer, beef, and fowl upon the table of my father, and the flesh of oxen and birds of various kinds, 6. Which I offer to Horus, which I present to Thoth, and which I sacrifice to the Lord of heaven. Footnote 81. Cf. Note on the ass of chapter 40. Chapter 70. Another chapter. I have come to an end, 7, for the Lord of heaven. I am written down as sound of heart, and I rest at the table of my father Osiris, king of Tadu, and my heart is stirred by his country. I breathe the eastern breeze by its hair, 8. I grasp the north wind by its side lock. I grasp the south wind by the skin as I make the circuit of heaven on its 4 sides. I seize the east wind by the skin, and I give the breezes to the faithful dead amid those who eat bread. If this scripture is known upon earth, he will come forth by day, He will walk upon earth amid the living. His name will be uninjured forever. See notes to chapters L6 and LXX. These last two chapters are always found together and always appended to the ancient chapter 68. This is the case not only in the papyri, but in tombs like that of Bacon Renouf. 1. The later texts say, the eldest of the 5 gods. 2. Who presenteth the tablets and guardeth the door of Osiris. See picture of Thoth in the psychostasia. 3. Where Osiris renews his birth. 4. The thigh, the iron instrument so-called used in the ceremony of opening the mouth of the deceased. 5. Sound of heart implies that the conscience of the deceased has been recognized as blameless. 6. Oxen and birds of various kinds. These kinds are named in the text, but we have no corresponding European names. 7. I have come to an end. The first 2 words of this chapter are evidently copied from the end of the last, but instead of M-E-N letter 1E25U, sacrificial slaughter, the notion of Mina or many coming to an end has been substituted. Later texts read, I do not come to an end. 8. Its hair. All this paragraph sounds very strangely, and translators are tempted to understand that the hair, sidelock, and skin of the deceased are acted upon by the winds. But the feminine suffix shows that the converse is the case. The speaker catches the air and distributes it, as we are afterwards told, to the faithful departed. Footnote 82. But we catch time by the forelock, and so did the Greeks. Chapter 71. Chapter whereby one cometh forth by day. 1. O divine hawk, who comest forth in heaven, Lord of Mehurit. 2. Make thou me sound. 3. Even as thou hast made thyself sound, who revealest thyself. 4. Who disrobest thyself, and presentest thyself to the earth. May his will towards me be done, by the Lord of the one face. 5. I am the hawk in the tabernacle, and I pierce through that which is upon the veil. 6. Here is Horus, the son of Isis, Horus the son of Isis. Make thou me sound, even as thou hast made thyself sound, who revealest thyself, who disrobest thyself, and presentest thyself to the earth. May his will towards me be done, by the Lord of the one face. I am the hawk in the southern heaven, and Thoth in the northern heaven, who appease the flame when raging, and who convey law to the God who loveth it. Here is Thoth, Thoth. Make thou me sound, even as thou hast made thyself sound, who revealest thyself, who disrobest thyself, and presentest thyself to the earth. May his will towards me be done, by the Lord of the one face. I am Unbu of Enararef, the flower of the abode of occultation. Here is Osiris, Osiris. Make thou me sound, even as thou hast made thyself sound, who revealest thyself, who disrobest thyself, and presentest thyself to the earth. May his will towards me be done, by the Lord of the one face. O thou who art upon thy 2 legs, or who art terrible upon thy 2 legs, at thine own hour, owner of the 2 twin souls, and who livest in 2 twin souls. Make thou me sound, even as thou hast made thyself sound, who revealest thyself, who disrobest thyself, and presentest thyself to the earth. May his will towards me be done, by the Lord of the one face. O thou who circlest round within thine egg, Lord of Mehurit. Make thou me sound, even as thou hast made thyself sound, who revealest thyself, who disrobest thyself, and presentest thyself to the earth. May his will towards me be done, by the Lord of the one face. Sebak standeth erect, surrounded by his high places, and Neith standeth erect in the midst of her alluvial grounds, in order to reveal themselves, to disrobe themselves, and to present themselves to the earth. May his will towards me be done, by the Lord of the one face. O ye 7 divine masters, 7. Who are the arms of the balance on the night wherein the eye is fixed? Ye who strike off the heads and cleave the necks, who seize the hearts and drag forth the whole hearts, and accomplish the slaughter in the tank of flame. Ye whom I know and whose names I know you me as I know your names. I advance to you, advance ye to me. Live in me and let me live in you. Convey to me the symbol of life which is in your hands, and the scepter which ye grasp. 8. Award to me the life of yearly speech through countless years of life in addition to my years of life, countless months in addition to the months of my life, countless days in addition to the days of my life, and countless nights in addition to the nights of my life, that I may come forth and beam upon my own images, with breath for my nostrils, and eyes which see, amid those who are at the horizon, on that day when brute force, 9, is brought to a reckoning. If this chapter is known, there is well-being on earth with Ra and a fair abode with Osiris, and the person is glorified in the Netherworld. There are granted to him the sacred cakes and the coming forth into the presence, in the course of each day, undeviatingly, for times infinite. Notes. 1. The title as here translated is taken from the oldest known Ms., that of Nebseni. But the papyrus PC, which is of the same period, has chapter for entering after going forth by day, and for making transformations in all forms, and this title or a very similar one is found on other papyri. The most recent form is that in the Turin copy, chapter for coming forth by day and repelling brute force, so that the person may not be seized in the Netherworld, but that his soul may be made sound in the Tati, Esserit. 2 Lord of Mehurit equals Lord of Heaven, that is the sun god. The invocation is repeated a little farther on, O thou who circlest within thine egg, Lord of Mehurit. The god is also said to be the owner of the 2 twin souls, namely Ra and Osiris. 3. The verb is here in the second person, not in the first. This is shown by those texts which give the name of the person instead of the pronominal suffix as the object of the verb. For thyself equals here, in all but the later copies, the pronoun of the third person is used, in accordance with a well-known Egyptian idiom. 5 Lord of the one face equals mu omicron nu omicron pyro omicron sigma mega pi omicron sigma, in opposition to pi omicron lambda epsilon pyro omicron sigma mega pi omicron sigma, which is an epithet of the sky, on account of its many changes of aspect. The moon too has a variety of phases, whereas the sun is eminently the Lord of one face. From another point of view, the god, at the beginning of chapter 64, is called the Lord of two faces, the bright and the dark. The pyramid texts have the parallel conception of the 2 eyes of Horus, one white and one black, Unas 37. 6. This passage receives illustration from the great inscription of Pianchi, who at Heliopolis paid a visit to the great tabernacle of the sun god, the doors of which he opened and afterwards sealed up with the royal seal. Before going up the steps to it, he had to lift the veil, or curtains which concealed it, and perform sprinklings and offer incense and flowers. 2 important words, of which the first has the interesting variant, and the second is written in the oldest texts, are thus made clear. The god is said, according to the different readings, to pierce, through the veil or through what is upon the veil. It will be remembered that the Hebrew Holy of Holies was separated from the sanctuary by a curtain upon which the figures of cherubim were woven, that before the curtain of the Holy of Holies stood the altar upon which incense was offered each morn and evening, and that in sin offerings the priest sprinkled blood 7 times before the veil of the sanctuary. 7 The 7 divine masters, or were the offspring of Mehurit, and assumed the form of hawks. They were the inventors and patrons of all the arts and sciences, and they assisted Thoth in composition and in the measurement of the earth. See references in Brugsha's article, Zeitz, 1872, p. 6. They are, I believe, to be identified, like the 7 rishis of the later Sanskrit literature, with the 7 stars of the Great Bear. In this conception, the polar star is represented by Thoth. 8 The symbol of life and the scepter, the and. 9 Brute force, see chapter 57, note 5. Footnote 83. Namely, of the great god. This ellipse is very frequent. Footnote 84. In the Pris Papyrus, this word is to be understood of a scholar or sage, whose word is of authority. Footnote 85. They have human heads on the Louvre sarcophagus D7. Plate Roman 19. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 65 equals Papyrus du Louvre, Roman 3, 93 equals. Illustration. Chapter 68 equals Papyrus du Louvre, Roman 3, 89 equals. Illustration. Chapter 68, Lepsius taught, plate Roman 25. Illustration. Chapter 71 equals Lepsius taught, plate Roman 26 equals. Illustration. Chapter 71 equals Papyrus of Nebseni, British Museum, 9900 equals. Illustration. Chapter 72 equals Papyrus du Louvre, Roman 3, 93 equals. Illustration. Chapter 72, equals Papyrus, Berlin Museum, Roman 2 equals. Illustration. Chapter 73, equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Illustration. Chapter 74, equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Plate Roman 20. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 72, Lepsius, Thoth, Plate Roman 27. Illustration. Chapter Alexiv, Chapter Alexii Lepsius, Thoth, Plate Roman 27. Illustration. Chapters of the transformations or changes, equals Cedar Coffin, in the Gizeh Museum equals. Published by Brugsch Pasha, Zeicher, Vereg, SBR, 1867. Chapter 72. Chapter whereby one cometh forth by day and passeth through the Amshit. 1. Hail to you, ye lords of rule. 2. Devoid of wrong, who are living forever and whose secular period is eternity. 3. I make my way towards you. Let me be glorified through my attributes. Let me prevail through my words of power, and let me be rated according to my merit. Deliver me from the crocodile 4, of this land of rule. Let me have a mouth wherewith I may speak, and let my oblations be placed before you, because I know you, and I know your names. And I know the name of that great God to whose nostrils ye present delicacies Tekmu is his name. And whether he maketh his way from the eastern horizon of heaven, or alighteth at the western horizon of heaven, let his departure be my departure, and his progress be my progress. Let me not be stopped at the Mescat. Let not the Sebau have mastery over me. Let me not be repulsed at your gates. Let not your doors be closed against me, for I have bread. 5. In Pu and beer in Tepu. And let me join my 2 hands together. 6. In the divine dwelling which my Father Tmu hath given me, who hath established for me an abode above the earth wherein is wheat and barley of untold quantity, which the son of my own body offereth to me there as oblations upon my festivals. Grant me the funereal gifts, beef, fowl, bindings, incense, oil, and all things good and pure upon which a deity subsists, regularly and eternally, in all the forms I please. Let me come down or go up to Sechetharu, and arrive in Sechet-Hodep. I am the god in lion form. If this book is learnt upon earth, or executed in writing upon the coffin, he will come forth by day in all the forms he pleaseth, with entrance into his house without repulse. And there shall be given to him bread and beer and flesh meat upon the table of Osiris. He will come forth to Sechetharu, and there shall be given to him wheat and barley there, for he will flourish as though he were upon earth, and he will do all that pleaseth him, like those gods who are there, undeviatingly, for times infinite. Notes. This chapter is often found not only in papyri, but upon coffins, in accordance with the rubric at the end. The earliest copy is on the coffin of Queen Mentuhotep. A very fine copy is on the alabaster sarcophagus of Seti I, and our museums are rich in funereal monuments inscribed with this ancient text. A very similar text is found at the end of chapter 99. One Amahit is the name given in chapter 149 to the 6th abode in Amenta, but here and in other places it is simply one of the names of the Netherworld. In the inscriptions, for instance, of the tomb of Queen Tita, passing through the 2 folding doors of the Amahit is in parallelism with going in and out of the divine Netherworld. 2 Lords of Rule. This is the reading in most documents, but there are others which have an equal claim to authority. The invocation is sometimes made to those who are possessed of a ka, that is, the spirits made perfect, those who have already passed through the requisite trials, besides the gods who have never passed through the stage of mortality, all of whom are possessed of a ka. The invocation, according to another reading, which is that of chapter 99, is addressed to those who are beautiful or perfect of ka. Here the papyri add Lords of Rule, and the invocation, whatever the reading may be, is always addressed to those who have in their power the laws which regulate the universe. 3 Whose secular period is eternity. Letter 1E25 ENT letter 227 is the period of 120 years, see Proc. Soch. Bible, Arch, Roman 14, 264, which was their alpha letter 1F30 omega nu, evum, corresponding in idea, not in actual time, to our century. The secular period of the gods is eternity. 4 The crocodile. Are we to understand this of the crocodile-headed monster pictured in the representations of the psychostasia? These pictures are not known to us from as early a date as the chapter itself, but they may have existed. Perhaps, however, this passage may have suggested them. 5. Bread. The Egyptian word ta, like its homonym, implies something pierced or perforated. The sacrificial cake Hebrew kate Hebrew Hebrew lamate Hebrew dagish Hebrew Hebrew hay in Leviticus Roman 8:26 has the same meaning, and like Hebrew kate Hebrew lamate Hebrew yod Hebrew lamate a pipe, is connected with Hebrew kate Hebrew lamate Hebrew lamade, perforavit, confodit, aperut, profanavit, see proc. Soch. Bibble. Arch. 1893, p. 386. Ta, a door or gate, and some other homonyms evidently come under the same conception. Cf. Porta and pi epsilon iota rho omega. Plate Roman 21. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 77 equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Illustration. Chapter 78 equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Illustration. Chapter 78, Lepsius, Thoth. Illustration. Chapter 78 equals Leiden Papyrus T. 16 equals. Illustration. Chapter 78, Lepsius, Thoth. Illustration. Chapter 79 equals Papyrus du Louvre, Roman 3, 89 equals. Illustration. Chapter 79 equals Papyrus of Sutimes, Bibble, Nat equals. Illustration. Chapter 81 equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Plate Roman 22. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 83 equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Illustration. Chapter 84 equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Illustration. Chapter LXXia equals Papyrus of Nebseni, British Museum, no. 9900 equals. Illustration. Chapter 85 equals Papyrus du Louvre, Roman 3, 89 equals. Illustration. Chapter 82 equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Illustration. Chapter 83 equals Papyrus Berlin Museum, no. 2 equals. Illustration. Chapter 86 equals Papyrus Leiden Museum, Roman 2 equals. Illustration. Chapter 86 equals Papyrus of Ani, British Museum equals. Illustration. Chapter 87 equals Papyrus Berlin Museum, number 1 equals. Chapter 74. Chapter whereby the legs are set in motion upon earth. Do what thou hast to do, O Sekaru, twice. As the God who is in his own house, and as the God who standeth on his legs in the netherworld. I shine above the leg 1. As I come forth in heaven, but I lie helpless with corpse-like face. Oh, I faint, as I advance. I faint before the teeth of those whose mouth raveneth in the netherworld. Note. 1. The leg. In this place, as in chapter 98 and other texts, a constellation in the northern sky is meant, which many years ago I identified with Cassiopeia. This constellation, according to chapter 98, is in the northern sky and in the great stream, by which I understand the Milky Way. This position is also in accordance with the ancient text on the coffin of Amamu, PL, Roman 26, line 22. The leg is as close to the pole as the Great Bear, called the thigh in Egyptian astronomy, but in the opposite direction, and in consequence of this position, it never sets below the horizon. Hence in the pyramid texts, Pepi I 411 and Marinra 589, it is called. And here, according to these texts, as in the Book of the Dead, see chapter 86, purification was obtained. The god, also named among the 42 judges, whose face looks backwards, and who is said to be gatekeeper of Osiris, must be a star, e.g. Gamma Cepheus, in the immediate neighborhood of the polar star which represented Osiris. On the ancient coffins of Amamu and Sit Bastet, there is a chapter for assuming the form of a vulture, in which the speaker says, I am the vulture god who is on the. I suspect that in the formula said of Osiris on the stele of the 12th dynasty, the constellation in heaven and not a place at Abydos was meant. Footnote 86. Brugsch Rec. Roman II, pl. 63. The whole tomb has now been published by M. Benedite in the Mémoires de la Mission archéologique au Caire, tome 5. Footnote 87. It was afterwards incorporated, with chapter 149. Chapter 75. Chapter whereby one cometh to Heliopolis, and receiveth a seat there. I have come out of the Tuet. I am come from the ends of the earth, lighting up the tank, whither the desires of them who bring salutation guide me. I pass through the noble dwellings of those who are coffined. I open the dwelling of Remrem. I reach the house of Ichsesef. 1. I am led on to the noble mysteries, and I enter into the house of Kemkem. The Tet amulet, 2. Layeth its 2 hands upon me and assigneth me to its sister, and the custody of its mother, Kakehit, who setteth me upon the eastern path of heaven, upon which Ra ariseth and mounteth on high each day. May I too arise, and be led on, and assume the mummed form as a god, and let them set me upon that noble path, whereon Thoth travelleth when he appeaseth the 2 combatants, 3. As he goeth to Pu and advanceth to Tepu. Notes. 1. These gods are not often mentioned, but we are told in the inscriptions of Rechmara Mission Arch. Ducaire, v. 127, that Ichsesef is master of the great hall of the prince of those in Amenta. Cf. Tot. 142, 13 and 21. 2. The Tet amulet has a chapter of its own, chapter 156. Divinity was supposed to reside in this and the other religious symbols, which are often represented in pictures with hands and feet. The annexed vignette is from the Louvre Papyrus Roman 3, 93 at ch. 93. The part of this chapter which is within brackets is ancient, but is omitted in late copies. 3. The 2 combatants, Sut and Horus. Chapter 76. Chapter whereby all forms are assumed which one pleaseth. I have made my way into the royal palace, and it was the birdfly, 1, who brought me hither. Hail to thee, who fleeced up to heaven, to give light to the stars and protect the white crown which falleth to me. Stable art thou, O mighty God, forever. Make thou for me a path upon which I may pursue my course. Note. 1. The birdfly, on this god see Proc. Soc. Bibble. Arch. 1892, p. 396 and following, and also 1893, p. 135 and following. In the Papyrus of Nebseni, the name has for determinative an insect, which M. Lefebvre has identified with the mantis. This deity, according to ancient texts, was the tiller of the rudder of the Neshemite ship of Osiris. Chapter 77. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the golden hawk. 1. I set myself to view as the golden hawk, which cometh out from its egg, and I fly and I hover as a hawk of 4 cubits across the back. My 2 wings are of the green gem of the south. 2. I come forth from the cabin of the sectit bark, and I raise myself up from the eastern hill. I stoop upon the adit bark, that I may come and raise to me those who are in their circles, and who bow down before me. I display myself and gather myself together as the beautiful golden hawk with the head of a heron, to listen to whose utterances Ra cometh every day, and I sit down in the midst of all the great gods of heaven. The fields lie before me, the produce is before me. I eat of it, I wax radiant upon it, I am saturated with it to the satisfaction of my heart. Nepra hath given to me my throat, and I am in possession of all that pertaineth to my person. 3. Notes. 1. This is the first of a series of chapters relative to the transformations, the subject of which is treated in the introduction. It is sufficient here to repeat that the Egyptian transformations have nothing in common with metempsychosis, as understood in the Greek or Indian religions. The change of form in the Egyptian idea depended upon the will of the person. It was not a penance for sin, but a means of glorification. And all the forms assumed in the Book of the Dead by the deceased are well-known forms of the sun god. 2. Green gem of the south. This has generally been understood as representing the green feldspar of which many objects in our museums are made. But Dumachin Zeicher, 1872, has shown that the of the east is a synonym of mafcate, emerald, and M. Naville has referred to Pliny, who hissed. Nat. Roman 37, 17, speaks of the Egyptian emeralds, qui erunter circa copton oppidum the Beates in colibus ex cotibus. The same author quotes Juba in reference to Ethiopic gems as being alacriter virids, said non-facile puri out concolors. 3 Nepra is one of the names of Osiris, considered as giver of corn, letter 1 F40, pi upsilon rho omicron phi omicron rho omicron sigma. By throat is here meant the organ or power of swallowing, deglutition. Chapter 78. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the sacred hawk. 1. O Horus, come thou to Tadu, make clear to me the paths, and help me to make the round of my dwelling places. Look thou upon me and exalt me, impart to me terror and rouse in me might, so that the gods of the Tuat may fear me, that their battlements war in my behalf there, and that he may not assail and slay me in the house of darkness, who enwrappeth the dead, the God who hideth his name, or that the like be done by them. O ye gods who give ear to the words, ye foremost ones, ye who are in the train of Osiris, hush ye up, gods, that which a god speaketh with a god who is giving ear to a case of divine law. And that which I have said to him say thou, Osiris. Grant to me that change of existence which hath issued from thy mouth on my behalf, that I may see thine own attributes and survey thy powers. 2. Grant that I may come forth and have the mastery of my 2 feet, and that I may be there like the inviolate one on high, that the gods of the Tuat may fear me and their battlements war on my behalf. Grant that I may run together with thy runners, but remain firm upon my pedestal like the Lord of life. Let me be united with Isis the mighty. May they protect me against slaughter, from him who looked upon death. Let me advance to the goal. 3. Of heaven. I claim words from Seb, and I pray for sustenance from the inviolate one on high, so that the gods of the Tuat may fear me, and that their battlements may war on my behalf, when they see thy supplies for me. I am one of those bright ones in glory. May my attributes be fashioned like the attributes of him who cometh forth to Tadu. May I be invested, 4. With the soul of him who telleth thee what concerneth me. O impart to me terror, and rouse in me might, that the gods of the Tuat may fear me and their battlements war on my behalf. I am the bright one in glory, whom Tmu himself hath called into being, and my origin is from the apple of his eye. 5. Who hath made and glorified and honored those who are to be with him. For he is the unique in heaven, whom they extol as he cometh forth from the horizon, and the gods and glorified ones who are with him fear him. I am one of the worms which the eye of the Lord of Oneness hath brought into being. Verily, before Isis was, who gave birth to Horus, I grew up and waxed old, and was honored beyond those in glory who were with me. And I arose as the sacred hawk, whom Horus had invested with his own soul for the season of his inheritance from Osiris at the Tuat. And the god in lion form, who presideth over those who are at the house of the Nems, 6, which is in its caverns, said to me, Go back to the confines of heaven, for thou art invested with the attributes of Horus. For thee the Nems is not, but free utterance is thine, even to the confines of heaven. And I took possession of the inheritance of Horus from Osiris at the Tuat. And Horus repeated to me that which his father Osiris had said to him in the early time, on the burial day of Osiris. The Nems hath been given to me by the god in lion form, that thou mayest advance and go upon the path of heaven, so that those who are on the confines of the horizon may see thee, and that the gods of the Tuat may fear thee, and that their battlements may war on thy behalf. At the divine words, all they who are at the funereal shrine of the Lord of Oneness bend low. O thou who art raised above thy coffin and bereft of the Nems, the god in lion form hath reached the Nems to me, and wings are given to me. He hath given me strength through his back, and through his most powerful might, that I fall not upon shoe. 8. I propitiate my fair brother, the master of the 2 Uri. I, even I, am he who knoweth the paths of heaven. Its breezes are upon me, the raging bull stoppeth me not as I advance whithersoever there lieth a wreck in the field of eternity, and I pilot myself towards the darkness and the suffering of the deceased ones of Osiris. I come daily through the house of the god in lion form, and I pass forth from it to the house of Isis the mighty, that I may see glorious, mysterious, and hidden matters, even as she hath caused me to see the divine offspring of the Great One. I am invested with the soul of Horus, so that I see what is in it, and when I speak hard by the doors of Shu, they respond to the moment. 9. It is I who have charge of the season of the inheritance of Horus, from Osiris at the Tuat. It is I, even I, who am Horus in glory. I am master of his diadem, I am master of his light, and I advance to the goal of heaven. Horus is on his seat, Horus is upon his throne. My face is that of the sacred hawk, my back that of the sacred hawk. I am equipped as his master. I come forth to Tatu, that I may see Osiris. I incline myself before him, I incline myself to Nut. They behold me, and the gods behold me, the eye of Horus and the flame which is in the two eyes. They stretch out their arms to me, and I stand erect and prevail in opposition to evil. They open to me the bright paths, they open to me the bright paths, they see my attributes, they listen to my words. Hail to you, ye gods of the Tuat, ye of repellent face and aggressive front, who tow along the stars which set, and make the bright paths of the Hematite. 10. For the Lord of the soul most mighty, Horus hath ordained that ye should lift up your faces and look upon me. And I display myself as the sacred hawk, whom Horus hath invested with his soul, for taking the possession of his inheritance from Osiris at the Tuat. I set aside the long-haired gods, and passed on through those who had charge of their dens in my sight. I made my way and passed on and reached those who presided over their caverns, and those who had charge of the house of Osiris. And I speak to them, and make them recognize the god of mighty terrors, who is armed with horns against Sudu. I make them recognize who it is that hath seized for himself the divine provisions, and hath equipped himself with the powers of Tmu. A gracious pass grant they to me, the gods of the Tuat, as many as there are who preside over their caverns and have charge of the house of Osiris. Behold me, I am come to you and have carried off and put together my forms. 11. I make bright the paths which are in the horizon and the Hematite in heaven. I make firm the battlements on behalf of Osiris, and I make the paths bright in his behalf. I have done according to the command that I should come forth to Tatu to see Osiris, and tell him of the fortunes of that great son of his whom he loveth, and who hath pierced the heart of Sudu. I have seen the death. Yea, I tell them the divine plans, which Horus carried out in the absence of his father Osiris. O Lord of the soul most mighty, behold me. I come, raise thou me up that I may see the Tuat. May all the paths which are in heaven and upon earth be open to me, and let there be no repulse for me. Thou art exalted upon thy throne, Osiris. Thine hearing is good, Osiris. Thy back is strong, Osiris. Thy head, Osiris, is firmly fastened. Thy throat is made fast. Thine heart is glad. Thou art confident in the strength and courage of those around thee. Thou art established in strength as the bull of Amenta. Thy son Horus is seated upon thy throne, and all that liveth is subject to him. Endless generations are at his service, endless generations are in fear of him. The cycle of the gods is in fear of him, the cycle of the gods is at his service. So saith Tmu, the sole force of the gods, not to be altered is that which he hath spoken. Horus is the offering and the altar of offering, twofold of aspect. It is Horus who hath reconstituted his father and restored him. Horus is the father, Horus is the mother, Horus is the brother, Horus is the kinsman. Horus proceedeth from the essence of his father and the corruption which befell him. He ruleth over Egypt, and the gods are in his service. He hath carried off endless generations, and given life to endless generations with his eye, the sole one of its Lord, the inviolate one. Notes: this chapter is seldom found in the complete shape which it has in the Turin Totenbuch. The shortest copy of it is that in the tomb of Horhotep, Miss, Arch, Fr. p. 158. It has but a few lines, but they are very important as giving the earliest form of the formula, which is an invocation to the battlements. The common reading, which adds the pronominal suffix both to the verb and to its subject, is ungrammatical. The papyri o, pg, and ij rightly omit the suffix after the verb in the early part of the chapter. The coffin of Amamu has a chapter of the same title, but with quite a different text. One sacred hawk. Between this and the golden hawk of the last chapter, the vignettes make no distinction but that of color, which is indicative of age rather than of kind. The typical Egyptian hawk may be identified with the Falco lanarius or with the peregrinus, but naturalists tell us that the lanier of Buffon is the perfect state of the male peregrinus. and that the lanner of pennant is a young female peregrine. 2. Thy powers, Beu. 3. The goal, or, a word we have already met in chapter 72, see note 3, and which occurs later on in the present chapter. It is apparently connected with the verb of motion, and seems here to correspond to the Greek beta alpha lambda beta letter 1 fd6 delta epsilon sigma, or the Latin carceres, the two posts which were at once the starting point and the goal. Signum under reverti, sirent, et longos ubi circumflector cursus. 4. Invested, which is connected with, the determinative is the symbol of investiture, which is also expressed by the sign. A mummed person is called sahu, in virtue of his investiture. 5. Apple of the eye, literally point thorn. 6. The nemes is the royal headdress in the form of a wig. This chapter is the only one in the Book of the Dead in which it is referred to, but other religious texts mention it. It is one of the objects provided for the deceased in the pictures of ancient coffins. See Ailtes text, p. 35. 7. In this place, different MSS. Introduce one or more words followed by the sign, determinative of divinity. But the whole text which follows is extremely unsatisfactory. The prudent scribe who copied PG has the words, I am the great God, and with them ends the chapter. 8. Fall upon Shu or before Shu, who represents daylight. 9. The passage is obscure through the absence of the right determinative after. The portals of Shu, the gates of morning, answer the summons of the god who comes as Horus. Has the sense of obvium ire, occurrer. 10. Hematite, a place near the horizon, not mentioned in the Book of the Dead except in this chapter. It has disappeared in the later recensions. 11. Here follow one or two divine names unknown to the copyists, and by them written at random. Footnote 88. Aeneid v. 130. Chapter 79. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the chief god of the divine cycle. Hail to thee, Tmu, Lord of heaven, who givest motion to all things which come into being, thou who comest forth from the earth and createst whatsoever is begotten. Lord of the things which are, who givest birth to the gods, great God, self-produced, Lord of life, who givest vigor to the men now living. Hail to you, ye lords of pure things, ye whose abodes are hidden. Hail to you, ye lords of eternity, ye whose attributes are concealed, and the place where ye reside is unknown. Hail to you, ye gods who are in the divine circuit and the cabhu, ye gods who are in Amenta and ye, O divine cycle which is in heaven. Let me come to you, let me be purified and strengthened, let me be enriched and gifted with power, let me have possession and glory. I bring in offering to you perfume, incense, and natron. Stop ye the outpourings of your hearts against me. I am come to put a stop to all the wrong things which are in your hearts, and to do away with the false charges which have been made to you. But I bring in offering to you well-being. I lift up an offering to you Mot. I know you and I know your names, and I know your attributes, though it be not known what by you may be brought to pass. I come before you and make my appearance as that God in the form of a man who liveth like a god, and I stand out before you in the form of that God who is raised high upon his pedestal, to whom the gods come with acclamation, and the female deities with jubilation when they see him. I come before you and make my appearance on the seat of Ra, and I sit upon my seat which is on the horizon, and receive the offerings upon their altars. I drink the sacred liquor each evening, in the form of the Lord of all creatures, and I am exalted like that venerable God, the Lord of the great house, whom the gods rejoice at seeing at his beautiful comings forth from the womb of Nut, to whom Nut each day giveth birth. Footnote 89. Perhaps rather glory, splendor, which implies something to be seen. Chapter 80. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the God who giveth light to the darkness. It is I who complete the vesture of Nu, the light which shineth before him, lighting up the darkness. I unite with the two brother gods who are upon me through the mighty words of power of my mouth. I raise up the fallen one who cometh after me. I fall along with him in the vale of Abydos when I go to rest. I have seized upon who from the place in which I found him, and I have lifted off the darkness through my power. I have rescued the eye from its eclipse against the coming of the 15th day, and balanced Sudu in the mansions above against the great one who is with him. I have equipped Thoth in the house of the moon. I seize upon the crown. Mot is upon me, and the emerald and the crystal of her months. This field of mine is of azure in the festival thereof. I lighten up the darkness and overthrow the devouring monsters. 1. Those who are in their own darkness worship me, and they rise up to me, covering their faces, who mourn and are prostrate. Look ye therefore upon me. I am the craftsman too, of new, but I come not up in order that you should hear of this. I am the craftsman of new, who lighteneth the darkness, and I have come to dissipate the darkness, and that light should be. Notes. 1. Devouring monsters. 2. The later recensions have or wife. The older papyri omit the feminine ending, which is inconsistent with the rest of the chapter. I understand, or, in the sense of artist, craftsman. Chapter 81. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the lotus. I am the pure lotus which cometh forth from the glory which is at the nostril of Ra, and I make my journey and pursue it for Horus, the great god beloved. I am the pure lotus which cometh forth in the field. Note. This little chapter is not without its special difficulty. Are we to read as a word implying motion, with as its determinative, or as implying invocation, with as its determinative? The copyists differed, and some of them changed the word into so that there should be no ambiguity. But this does not clear up the words which immediately follow, hence Ba has suppressed them, whilst other copyists have given themselves no trouble as to the sense of what they wrote. Chapter 82. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of Ta, eateth bread, drinketh beer, and sitteth in the midst of the great gods. I fly like the hawk, I cackle like the smengoose, I alight on the right side of the Ot, on the feast of the Great One. I execrate, I eat it not. Dirt is what I execrate, I eat it not. That which my genius execrateth let it not enter into me. Let me therefore live upon that which is put before them, the gods and the glorified ones. Let me live and enjoy the bread and, let me then eat them in the presence of the gods and glorified ones. Let me enjoy and eat them under the foliage of the date trees of Hathor, my sovereign. Let the oblations be made, of bread and beer in Tadu, and bendings of the head in Anu. Let my vesture be girt upon me by Tate, let me sit wherever it pleaseth me. My head is that of Ra, and I am summed up as TMU, 4 times the arm's length of Ra, 4 times the width of the world. 1. I have come forth with the tongue of Ta, and the throat of Hathor, that I may record the words of my father TMU with my mouth, which draweth to itself the spouse of Seb, and the proclamation of whose lips inspireth fear. I repeat the acclamations at my success on being declared the heir of the Lord of earth, Seb, from whom I issue. Seb purifieth me and giveth me his theophanies. 2. The dwellers in Anu bow their heads to me. I am their master. I am their bull. More powerful am I than the Lord of time. I am the author and the master of endless years. Notes. 1. Not in length but in periphery. The implies a quadrangular figure, and so do. Of this quadrangle, north, south, east, and west are not cardinal points or angles but sides. 2. Theophanies. This is the true meaning of the word, whether in reference to the sun rising in the sky or to the king upon his throne. Footnote 90. The word seems to have been unintelligible to the copyists, who differ widely from each other as to its orthography. Chapter 83. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the Bennu bird. Let me wheel round in whirls, let me turn like the turning one, let me flourish like a flower, and keep myself hidden like the hider. 1. I am the barley corn of every god. I am the 4 yesterdays of those 7 Urious deities who are born in Amenta. Horus, who giveth light by means of his own body, the god who is against Sudu when Thoth is between them, as in that dispute of the prince of Sekhem with the spirits of Anu where the river is between them. 2. I come forth by day, and disclose myself at the head of the gods. I am the god who chaseth all boastfulness. 3. Notes. 1. There is here a play on the words pa, letter 1 e2b, eper, rut, and shet. The turning one is the god Chepera. The tortoise derives its name, the hider, from the habit of drawing its body within its shell. On the flight of the Bennu, see the first note of next chapter. 2. The Nile lies between the opposite shores of the nomes of Letopolis, Sekhem, and Heliopolis, Anu. 3. The later recensions have, I am Chansu who putteth a stop to all boastfulness. But in the early copies, Chansu is taken in its primitive sense, the chaser, and does not require the verb to govern boastfulness. Chapter 84. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the Hernshaw. 1. Thou who holdest the bound victims, ye knives over their heads and locks and fleeces. 2. Ye aged and bright ones who are armed with the fated moment. I come to heaven, but I strike upon the earth, and conversely. It is my power which produceth victory and raiseth the height of heaven, and I make the lustrations which yield the extent of earth to my feet against the sinful cities, as I advance and cut in pieces. 3. Those who are involved in rebellion. 4. I leave the gods upon their paths, but I strike the wakers who are in their coffins. I know not Nu, I know not Tatanen, I know not the red ones when they bring opposition to me. I know not a word of power to whose utterance I listen. I am the red calf upon the tablets. This is what the gods say when they raise their voice. Let your countenances be without restraint towards him who cometh to me. The morning dawns are independent of you, ye have not the charge of them, but my alternations are in my own hands. I say not the wrong instead of the right. Day after day, unswervingly turneth back upon my eyebrow. And evening is the beginning of my voyage, to celebrate the solemnity of the reclining, and the embrace of the aged one who hath charge of the earth. Notes. 1. Both the Bennu and the Shenshin, which I here translate Hernshaw, are herons. They fly to a great height in spiral whirls. 2. The true reading here seems to be from Shir. 3. Cut in pieces. The Papyrus of Ani gives the valuable reading. 4. Rebellion. So I understand, a wrongful and violent rising, letter 1F10 pi alpha nu alpha sigma tau alpha sigma iota sigma. Chapter 85. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of a soul. 1. That one may not come to the dungeon. Imperishable is he who knoweth it. I am a soul. I am Ra who proceedeth from Nu, and my soul is divine. I am he who produceth food, but I execrate what is wrong and look not upon it. I am possessor of Mot, and subsist by means of it. I am the food which perisheth not. In my name of the self-originating force, together with Nu, in the name of Chepera, from whom I am born daily. I am the Lord of daylight, and I execrate death. Let me not enter into the dungeons of the gods of the Tuet. It is I who give glory to Osiris and propitiate the hearts of those who are with him, my own friends. They inspire the fear of me, and put forward my might to those within their domains. And behold me, how I am raised upon my pedestal and upon my throne. I am Nu, they shall not overthrow me who do wrong. I am he whose orbits are of old. My soul is divine, it is the eternal force. It is I who create the darkness, which maketh its seat at the confines of heaven. My soul hath come, far advanced in age, and I create the darkness at the confines of heaven at my pleasure. I reach the limits, and I advance upon my feet. I take the lead, and I traverse the steel firmament which maketh a curtain. 2. I put a stop to the darkness and the worms, I whose name is hidden. I drive away aggression from before the Lord of the two hands, who is my own soul. The Urious divinities are my body. My image is eternal, the Lord of years, the King of everlasting. I am exalted as Lord of the land of Rabu. The youth in town, the lad in the country, is my name, and my name is imperishable. I am the force which createth heaven and maketh its abode in the Netherworld. Not to be seen is my nest, not to be broken is my egg. I am the Lord on high. I have made my nest on the confines of heaven, and I descend to the earth of Seb and put a stop to evil. I see my Father, the Lord of the gloaming, and I breathe. 3. Notes. 1. Soul. The Egyptian word which in our modern languages we translate as soul has already been explained as meaning force. It is so translated in this chapter in several passages where this sense is emphatically required. 2. A curtain, shet, literally a skin. Cf. P.S. Civ 2, who stretchest out the heavens like a curtain, where the LXX render curtain by delta epsilon letter 1 Fe4 letter 1 Fe5 iota nu and the Vulgate by Pelham. 3. Here the chapter ends in PC. The few words which follow in other MSS. were unintelligible to the copyists and are written very variously. Chapter 86. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the swallow. 1. I am the swallow, I am the swallow. I am the scorpion bird, daughter of Ra. O ye gods, whose perfume is delicious, flame which proceedest from the horizon, O thou who art in the place whence I have brought the keeper of his fold, let me have thine arm that I may make my observation at the tank of flame, that I may advance as an envoy and come with the report of it. Be it open to me, in order that I may tell what I have seen. Horus is in command of his bark. There hath been given to him the throne of his father, and Sudu that son of Nut is under the grappling hooks which he made for him. I have ascertained what is in Sekhem. I have touched with my 2 hands the heart of Osiris. 2. And that which I went in order to ascertain I am come to tell. Come let me enter and report my mission. And I, entering and ascertaining who cometh forth through that gate of the inviolate one, I purify myself at that great stream where my ills are made to cease, and that which is wrong in me is pardoned, and the spots which were on my body upon earth are effaced. O keeper of the portal, let the path be made for me, for I am as one of you. Let me come forth by day and walk upon my own legs. Let me have the feet of the glorified. I know the mysterious paths and the gates of Aru from whence I come. Here am I, and I come that I may overthrow mine adversaries upon earth, though my dead body be buried. If this chapter be known, he will re-enter after coming forth by day. Notes. 1. The swallow. The objection to this meaning is that the bird in question was eaten, and that doves or pigeons would be less meager food than the swallow, and therefore more probably intended in the Egyptian texts. But swallows are still eaten at Rome, where like Clive Newcomb, we may be regaled not only with wild swans and ducks, but with robins, owls, and Omicron letter 1F30, Omega Nu Omicron letter 1FD6, Sigma Iota, Tau Epsilon Pi letter 1FB6, Sigma Iota for dinner. And Willoughby, the naturalist, found a large quantity of swallows being sold for food at Valencia in Spain. The flat head, the short legs, and the tail of the bird are characteristic not of the pigeon but of the swallow, and on many pictures, e.g., PL, Roman 21, vignette from Leiden Papyrus, we are reminded of the song. Letter 1F26 lambda theta. Letter 1F26 lambda theta epsilon, chi epsilon, lambda iota delta letter 1F7c nu. Letter 1F10 pi letter 1F76 gamma alpha sigma tau epsilon rho alpha, lambda epsilon upsilon kappa letter 1F70, letter 1F10 pi letter 1F76, nu letter 1F6 tau alpha mu epsilon lambda alpha iota nu alpha. It is not quite plain why the name of scorpion should be given to the bird, but the name of the insect in itself implies nothing more than the characteristic whiteness of color. 2 touched with my 2 hands the heart of Osiris is the origin of the Coptic letter 3d letter 2c9f letter 3e9 touch. The word heart has dropped out of the later texts, e.g., the Turin copy, but in the older papyri it is found in the form of or. Additional note. In chapter 86, has unquestionably the sense of ascertaining by inspection. The Abbot Papyrus in its account of the inquiry respecting the spoliation of the royal coffins gives ample evidence of this meaning. And the word there used for reporting the result of the inspection is as is ch. 86, Semau in Coptic letter 2ca7 letter 2c81 letter 2c99 letter 2c89. But it is well to remember that has another use, which perhaps implies the existence of 2 homonymous roots. In a passage quoted in note 21 to ch. 64, it certainly signifies restore, and this may possibly be its meaning in the rubric of ch. 64. The journey of Prince Hortataf may have had reference to the restoration, not simply inspection, of the temples. In this sense, it is often written or sapu. The Coptic word for letter 1F00 pi omicron cap alpha theta iota sigma tau alpha nu alpha iota in Hosea xi 11 and Acts I 6 is letter 2ca7 letter 2cab letter 2c9f. Chapter 87. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of Sita. I am Sita, full of years. I lay myself down, and I am born daily. I am Sita at the confines of the earth. I lay myself down, I restore myself, and I renew myself daily. Note: Sita, literally Filius terrae, is a common noun signifying an earthworm. It is applied to the sun as rising out of the earth. There are several pictures at Dendera representing the sun god Horsam-Ta in the form of the worm rising out of the lotus of dawn, CPL. Roman 23 from Mariette Dend. I 47 and 48. Chapter 88. Chapter whereby one assumeth the form of the crocodile god Sebek 1. For I am the crocodile god in all his terrors. I am the crocodile god in the form of man. 2. I am he who carrieth off with violence. I am the almighty fish in Camurit. I am the Lord to whom one bendeth down. 3. In Sechem. Notes. 1. Sebek is not always named in the papyri. The ideogram of the crocodile was in some copies read EMSU letter 1E25 and in others Sebek. 2. In the form of man. Of the very different readings, this is the most intelligible. 3. To whom one bendeth down, literally, master of bendings. Chapter 89. Chapter whereby the soul is united to the dead body. O thou who bringest, O thou runner who dwellest in thy keep, 1. Thou great God, grant that my soul may come to me from whatsoever place wherein it abideth. But if there be a delay in the bringing of my soul to me, thou shalt find the eye of Horus standing firm against thee, like those undrowsy watchers who lie in Anu, the land wherein are thousands of reunions. Let my soul be caught, and the Chu which is with it, wheresoever it abideth. Track out too, among the things in heaven and upon earth that soul of mine, wherever it abideth. But if there be a delay in thy causing me to see my soul and my shade, thou shalt find the eye of Horus standing firm against thee. O ye gods who draw along the bark of the Eternal One, ye who lift up above the Tuat, and who raise up the sky, ye who enable the souls to enter into the mummed forms, ye whose hands grasp the cordage, hold firm with your ropes, and stop the adversaries that the bark may rejoice, and the God proceed in peace. And now grant that my soul may come forth in your train, from the eastern horizon of heaven, for ever and ever. Notes. The oldest papyri present a much shorter form than the later ones. That portion which is here separated by a line from what goes before it first appears on the sarcophagus of Seti I and in the papyrus of Ani. The vignette is a very favorite decoration of mummies. One keep of which the regular variant in this chapter is not S a letter 1E25, but S E letter 1E2B, EN. 2 track out is investigare, letter 1F10 xi iota chi odinu epsilon epsilon iotinu, to follow the traces like a dog. See Denk. Roman 2:3, where the word occurs in the title of master of the trackers, determined by a man holding a hound in leash. It is from this notion that the sense of sight or looking appears in letter 2C9b, letter 2C81, letter 2CA9. Chapter 90. Chapter whereby memory is restored 1. To a person. O thou who choppest off heads and cuttest throats, but restorest memory in the mouth of the dead through the words of power which they possess, thou seest me not with thine eyes, thou perceivest not with thy feet. 2. Thou turnest back thy face, thou seest not the executioners of Shu, who are coming behind thee to chop off thine own head and to cut thy throat. Let not my mouth be closed, through the words of power which I possess, even as thou hast done to the dead, through the words of power which they possess. Away with the 2 sentences uttered by Isis when thou camest to fling remembrance at the mouth of Osiris. 3. And the heart of Sudu, his enemy, saying. Notes. Of this chapter we have unfortunately but one copy in Fa of the Musée Borelli. This is defective both at the beginning and at the end, and the text is inaccurate. The later copies are so inaccurate that it is impossible to reconstitute the text. It is precisely on those points where grammatical accuracy is required for fixing a definite sense that the manuscripts are hopelessly defective. The preceding translation is verbally correct, I trust, but I do not pretend that it is intelligible. It stops where the papyrus Fa stops. 1. Restored. The reduplication in here gives the verb this sense. 2. It is not only in Egyptian that verbs of sight are applied to other perceptions. Aeschylus says kappa tau upsilon pi omicron u delta epsilon delta omicron rho kappa alpha in sept cth. 104, and the Hebrew writers furnish similar examples. 3. At the mouth of Osiris and the heart of Sudu. To justify this translation, the same preposition ought to govern mouth and heart, but I do not know any copy in which this occurs. The Turin reading is simply absurd. Chapter 91. Chapter whereby the soul is secured from imprisonment in the Netherworld. O thou who art exalted and worshipped, all-powerful, Almighty One, who grantest thy terrors to the gods, who displayest thyself upon thy throne of grandeur, 1. Let the way be made for my soul, my chew and my shade. Let me be thoroughly equipped. I am a powerful soul. Let the way be made for me to the place where Ra is and Hathor. If this chapter is known, he taketh the form of a fully equipped chew in the Netherworld, and does not suffer imprisonment at any door in the Amenta, either in coming in or going out. Note: 1. There is no safe text here. Grandeur is only meant to indicate the existence of in the original, but there certainly ought to be something different from what any of the MSS supply. Chapter 92. Chapter whereby the tomb is open to the soul and to the shade of the person, that he may come forth by day and may have mastery of his feet. That standeth open which thou openest, and that is closed which thou closest, O thou who art at rest. 1. Thou openest and thou closest to my soul at the bidding of the eye of Horus, who delivereth me, who establisheth the glory upon the brow of Ra, of stretched out steps and rapid paces, who maketh for me a wide path and vigorous limbs. I am Horus, the avenger of his father, who lifteth up his father and who lifteth up his mother with his staff. Let the path be open to him who hath mastery of his feet, that he may look upon the great God within the bark of Ra on the day of the soul's reckoning. And my soul is then at the front during the reckoning of the years. May the eye of Horus deliver for me my soul, and establish my splendor upon the brow of Ra, and may my radiance be upon your faces who are attached to the person of Osiris. Imprison not my soul, put not in custody my shade. Let the path be open to my soul, and to my shade that it may see the great God within his sanctuary, on the day of the soul's reckoning, and may repeat the words of Osiris whose place is unseen, and of those who are attached to the person of Osiris and have the custody of souls and spirits, and who shut up the shades of the dead who would do an injury to me. 2. Let the path be thrown open. 3. To thy genius and to thy soul, glorified one, who art provided with those who conduct thee, sit thou at the head of the great ones in thy place. Thou shalt not be imprisoned by those who are attached to the person of Osiris, and who have the custody of souls and spirits, and who shut up the shades of the dead. It is heaven that shall hold thee. Notes: 1. I cannot agree with those who have hitherto translated this chapter. The only grammatical interpretation which seems possible for the first sentence depends upon the sense given to the suffix ta. I take this as representing the second person singular. The person at rest, Osiris, is the one invoked, and is here translated by the vocative. 2. The words which follow are evidently the words of Osiris and those attached to him, which are addressed to the deceased and are repeated by him. The text here, as indeed everywhere, is very corrupt. 3. Thrown open, I have explained the sense of the verb mise proc. Soch. Bible, Arch, 1882, p. 70, as stretching out, of which notion is the determinative, is equals times messi uet is pandeter via. Footnote 91. The Egyptian Ka. Chapter 93. Chapter whereby one avoideth being conveyed to the east in the Netherworld. O thou phallus of Ra, who fleeced from the storm, disablement eraseth from Baba, who useth against me might beyond the mighty and power beyond the powerful. If I am conveyed away, if I am carried off to the east, if all evil and injurious things of a feast day of fiends are perpetrated upon me through the waving of the two horns, then shall be devoured the phallus of Ra and the head of Osiris. And should I be led to the fields wherein the gods destroy him who answereth them, then shall the horns of Chepera be twisted back, then shall blindness, 1. Arise in the eyes of Tmu and destruction, 2. Through the seizure of me, and through my being carried off to the east, through there being made over me a feast day of the fiends, through all the murderous work perpetrated upon me. 3. Notes: this chapter contains one of those threats, of which there are other instances, made to the gods. The speaker is in fact so identified with divinity that any evil which happens to him must be conceived as involving the same calamity to the gods and to the universe. There is a very considerable difference between the earlier and the later texts. There is very great confusion in the text of the Turin Totenbuch as compared with that of the Cadet Papyrus. One blindness, in the earlier and in the later texts. The latter form, which has for determinative pearls or globules of some kind, reminds one of the disease formerly called guttus or rena. To destruction, but this word is written in different ways in the papyri, with as a suffix it would mean my destroyer. Ka gives as a determinative, and thus creates a god hetmu, or at least a name punning upon that of Tmu, to which it is united. 3. The more recent texts, like those of the Turin Totenbuch, insert a negative particle before the mention of each disaster. They pray that the phallus of Ra may not be devoured, that the blindness may not come upon Tmu, and so on. Chapter 94. Chapter whereby one prayeth for a pallet and an inkstand. O mighty one, who seest thy Father, and who hast charge of the book of Thoth. Here am I come and am glorified and filled with soul and power, and provided with the writings of Thoth, which I bring in order to purify the tunnel which is in Sudu. 1. I bring the pallet, and I bring the inkstand as the instruments of Thoth, the secrets of which are divine. Here am I, as the scribe, I bring the remains of Osiris. 2. And the writing which I have made upon them is decreed by the great God to be good daily among the good. Thou hast decreed, Horus of the two horizons, that I shall be the author of Mot and Tend 3. It daily to Ra. Notes. 1. In Sudu, that is in darkness. See chapter 96. 2. The remains. This word, though commonly applied to corruption and impurity of dead matter, is taken in an inoffensive sense when applied to the gods. Compare, e.g., Pepi I, line 477 and following. 3 Messi not sebai, stretch out, pandir protendir. Chapter 95. Chapter whereby is open the place wherein Thoth resteth. I am the dread 1 in storm who guard the great 1 against assault. I smite like the flint god, I sprinkle like the sprinkling god. 3. I am the protection 4. Of the great one against assault, and I give vigor to the sword which is in the hand of Thoth. 5. In the storm. Notes. The Papyrus Ad gives this chapter the title of Assuming the Form of the Smengus, and Dr. Birch published the text of this papyrus in the Zeitschrift of 1869, p. 25, as one of those additional chapters which do not occur in the Ritual of Turin. This is of course an error of oversight. This chapter is in the Turin Totenbuch, and the Papyrus Ad merely gives it under an erroneous title, which was evidently meant for another text. 1. The dread one, instead of this ad has, which I cannot regard otherwise than as a simple blunder of the scribe, is a well-known anaglyph in certain scenes, but there is no evidence of its being a variant of the name of Ch Nemu. 2 of the ancient papyri Ka and Ad read Horus, the others have the great goddess, and so has Ad in the next line. The more recent texts have not Urit, the great one, but Uririt, the crown. 3. The sprinkling god Ashu. This god is mentioned but once in the Book of the Dead, and his name is here interpreted conjecturally in consequence of the function assigned to him and of the not unlike word, spit. 4. Protection. I read instead of in the early papyri. 5. Thoth. The recent texts have Chepera, an evident error. The allusion is to the storm or distress from which Thoth rescues the eye of Horus. Chapter 96. Chapter whereby is open where Thoth. I am he who dwelleth in the middle of his own eye. I have come that I may deliver Mot to Ra, and may propitiate Sudu with the libations for Akar, and the red victims of the faithful of Seb. Chapter 97. Said at the bark, Staff of Anubis, may I propitiate those 4 glorified ones who follow after the master of things. I am the master of the champaign at their behest, and I am the father of the inundation, when he who hath charge of the canals is athirst. Look therefore upon me, O ye great and mighty gods, who are foremost among the spirits of Anu, let me be exalted in your presence. I am a well-doer towards you. Lo, I come, that I may purify this soul of mine in the most high degree. Let not that impediment proceeding from your mouth be issued against me, which giveth one over to ruin. Let me be purified in the lake of propitiation and of equipoise. Let me plunge into the divine pool beneath the 2 divine sycamores of heaven and earth. Now let my fold be fitted for me as one victorious against all adversaries, who would not that right should be done to me. I am the only one, just and true upon the earth. It is I who say it. Notes. Chapters 96 and 97 are really but one chapter, which M. Naville has found in only 2 MSS. Of the early period. The end of what Lepsius calls Chapter 97 is hopelessly corrupt. On comparing the 3 copies given by M. Naville, 2 of them being from the Papyrus of Nebseni, it will be seen how impossible it is to restore a grammatical text out of such discordant materials. The difficulty is not removed by having recourse to the papyri of a later period. Chapter 98. Chapter whereby one saileth a ship in the Netherworld. O thou leg in the northern sky, 1. And in that most conspicuous but inaccessible stream, I rise up and come to light as a god, I am conspicuous but inaccessible. I rise up and live, and bring myself to light as a god. I cackle even as the smengoose, but I stoop, too, like the hawk at the nets of the great fowler. I sail across the sky, and Shu standeth erect, and the Ichmiu stars, 3, are instantly active in raising the ladder which lifts the setting stars away from destruction. 4. And I bear that which repelleth mischief, as I make my voyage over the leg of Ptah. I come from the lake of flame, from the lake of fire, and from the field of flame, and I live. I stand erect in the bark which the god is piloting, at the head of Aru, 5, and the Ichmiu stars open to me, and my fellow citizens, 6. Present to me the sacred cakes with flesh. Notes. There is but one papyrus of the older period which contains any portion of this chapter, and it does so very imperfectly. On referring to M. Naville's edition, it will be seen that not only the title but the greater part of the chapter is destroyed. The later copies have texts so different from the original form that it is unsafe to attempt a restoration except within very strict limits. It is absurd to attempt a translation from a mixture of divergent and at the same time incorrect texts. 1 See note to Chapter 74. The stream which is so conspicuous but cannot be reached is the Milky Way, and the leg is the constellation Cassiopeia in the northern sky. 2. Stoop. This comparison occurs repeatedly in the pyramid texts and others of the early periods. 3 Ichmiu stars so ob, giving another proof that the word is to be taken as a noun, and not as a negative. 4 See Chapter 30a, on the crocodile of the west who lives on the setting stars. 5 So ob, but perhaps wrongly. I dare not fill up the lacony of this text. 6 Fellow citizens. The translation here is necessarily conjectural, but I understand by fellow citizens, sigma upsilon mu pi omicron lambda letter 1 fd6 tau alpha iota, the dwellers of that city of which the deceased says, in Chapter 17, I arrive at my own city. And this city is explained by the ancient Scholian as being the horizon, or, as Lepsius more accurately translates it, der Sonnenberg, of my father Tmu. It is no earthly city that is thought of, but an eternal one. Footnote 92. I take this opportunity of correcting my former translation, where the preposition, which twice occurs in the passage, is both times rendered by the same word, from, but the sense of a preposition really depends upon the verb which it follows. The same English word will not suit the French do in s approcher and s alugner. Chapter 99. Chapter whereby one saileth a ship in the Netherworld. O thou who sailest the ship of Nu over that chine which is void, 1. Let me sail the ship, let me fasten my tackle, 2. In peace, come, fleet one, let me come to see my father Osiris. O thou who art veiled, let me enjoy happiness. O thou who art clouded but manful, and who sailest round over that chine of Apepi, thou of firm head and steadfast breast when coming forth from the fiery blows. O thou who art at the ship, let me sail the ship, let me fasten my tackle and come forth. This place is empty, into which the starry ones fall down headlong upon their faces, 3, and find not aught whereby they can raise themselves up. Narrow is the path as the tongue of Ra, 4. The patrol who goeth round, and who piloteth the double earth. Seb abideth stably by means of their rudders, the divine form which revealeth the solar orb, and he who presideth over the red ones. 5. Let me be brought in as a distressed mariner, and let my soul come to me, which is my brother, and go to that place which thou knowest. Let me be told my name, say. 1 The mooring post. Lord of the double earth and the shrine is thy name. 2. The blade of the rudder, leg of Apis is thy name. 3. The hawser, the side lock which Anubis fastens on to the swathing work is thy name. 4. The stern or stem posts, the 2 columns of the Netherworld is thy name. 5. The hold, Akar is thy name. 6. The mast, bearer of the Great One whilst she passeth is thy name. 7. The keel, backbone of a puet is thy name. 8. The masthead, throat of Imsta is thy name. 9. The sail, nut is thy name. 10. The leathers, 6. Made of the hide of Nevis which Sudu hath scorched is thy name. 11. The oars, fingers of the elder is your name. 12. The bracement, hand of Isis, stanching the blood of the eye of Horus is thy name. 13. The ribs, Imsta happy, Tuamadef Kebesenuf, he who taketh captive, he who taketh by force, he who seeth his father, and he who maketh himself, are your names. 14. The lookout, 7. Master of the grounds, 8. Is thy name. 15. The tiller, 9. Merit, 10. Is thy name. 16. The rudder, the umpire beaming forth from the water, is thy name. 17. The hull, the leg of Hathor, which Ra wounded on his lifting her into the Sectet boat, is thy name. 18. The boatman, off is thy name. 19. The breeze, since thou art conveyed by me, the northern breeze proceeding from Tmu to the nose of Centimenta, is thy name. 20. The stream, since thou sailest upon me, their mirror is thy name. 21. The shallow, 11. Destroyer of the large-handed at the place of purification is thy name. 22. The land, since thou walkest upon me, the tip of heaven, the coming forth from the swathings in the garden of Aru, and the coming forth in exultation, is thy name. To be said before them, Hail to you, fair in form, Lord of issues, who are springing up forever and whose double goal is eternity. Turn to me your hands, give to me food and offerings for my mouth. Let me eat the bat bread, the shensu cake and the kefen cake. Let my place be in the great hall in presence of the mighty God. I know that mighty God to whose nostrils ye present delicacies. Tekmu is his name, and whether he, whose name is Tekmu, turneth from the east or advanceth to the west, let his course be my course. Let me not be stopped at the mesket, let not the Sebo have mastery over my limbs. I have bread in Pu and beer in Tepu. Let your largesses of this day be granted to me, offerings of wheat and barley, offerings of anta and of vestments, offerings of oxen and ducks, which are offerings for life, health, and strength, and also offerings for coming forth by day, in all the forms in which it pleaseth me to come forth in the garden of Aru. If this chapter be known, he will come forth at the garden of Aru, there will be given to him the shensu cake, the measure of drink and the person cake, and fields of wheat and barley of 7 cubits. It is the followers of Horus who reap them, for he eateth of that wheat and barley, and he is made whole in his limbs through that wheat and barley, and his limbs spring up even as with those gods. And he cometh forth in the garden of Aru in all the forms in which it pleaseth him to come forth. Notes: one of the Paris Papyri, PB, contains a composition bearing the same title as Chapter 99, and M. Naville has published it as an introduction to the usual chapter. It is no doubt of very great interest, but it is the imperfect copy of a quite independent composition, which really has no claim to be considered a part of our Book of the Dead. 1c Chapter 7, Title and Notes. Cf. The alpha letter 1F30 theta letter 1F74 rho letter 1F10 rho eta mu omicron sigma of Pindar, and the Latin expressions vacuum per inane, per inania. 2. Fasten my tackle, cf. Unas 508 and 639. In the latter place the ropes are said to be made of palm leaf. 3. Comp. Chapter 44 on the cavern where the dead fall into the darkness. But the eye of Horus supporteth me, and a puet reareth me up. There may be an allusion here, as there is elsewhere, to shooting stars. It is worth noticing that a group which ought, I think, to be read, ka and ac, has in most papyri the wrong determinative instead of which was misunderstood, and that ab has even. 4. A corrupt passage like the next. 5. The corruption of the whole passage between will be best understood on comparing it with the names of the rudders of heaven, as given in Chapter 148, the earliest text of these names being, I think, the fine tablet in Denkum. Roman 3, 25 bis, 3 out of 4 of these names are represented by the phrases here printed in italics. The rest is incoherent and was certainly not understood by the copyists. I have followed Aa in my translation. 6. The leathers, or leathern thongs or straps, like the Greek tau rho omicron pi omicron iota for fastening the oars. Letter 1 F20 rho tau upsilon u alpha nu tau omicron delta. Letter 1 F10 rho epsilon tau mu. Letter 1 F70 tau rho omicron pi omicron. Letter 1 FD6 sigma. Letter 1 F10 nu delta epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota nu omicron iota sigma iota. Otis. 4. 782. See note of Scholiast and cf. Ish, Pers, 376. 7. Look out, see Chapter 15, Note 9. 8. Grounds is, technically, the superficial land measure corresponding to the quarter of the Egyptian era. The more general sense of the word is land enclosed and parted out for cultivation. The very ancient magical text, Unas 302, speaks characterically of the hippopotamus who maketh his appearance at the garden, vineyard, field, and cf. Psalm LXXX, 13. In the great inscription published in Mariette's Dendera, Roman 4, 35, is used, in a sense like that of the letter 1 F00 delta omega iota delta omicron sigma, kappa letter 1 FC6 pi omicron iota, for a stone vessel in which seeds were sown for ritual purposes. 9. Tiller, bait, or as it is also written abate, see Chapter 76, Note 1. 10. Merit. Sometimes written with and other determinatives, Renouf adds, is the name of each of the 2 divine sisters, Isis and Nephthys, see Chapter 37, Note, who are called and, but at Edfu, Dendera, and Falah, Merit is a synonym of the Udat and one of the names of Hathor. 11. Shallow, a conjectural meaning for, which has not only the determinative of land but those of water, and in some texts it would seem to mean marsh, fen, swamp. 100 Hapter 100. The book whereby the glorified one is made strong, and is made to embark in the boat of Ra, together with those who are with the god. Let me convey the divine heron to the east, Osiris to Tadu. Let me open the caverns of Hapu. 1. Clear the path of the solar orb and tow along Sekaru upon his sledge. Let the Great One give me strength at her fixed hour. I hail and give worship to the orb, and associate myself with those in adoration. I am one of them. Let me be a second to Isis, and let her glorified ones give me strength. Let me fasten my tackle, let me stop the adversary, and force him to turn back his steps. Let Ra lend me his 2 hands, let not his divine boatman prevent me. Let my strength be that of the divine eye, and conversely. As to the sundering of me in the bark of Ra, let the sundering be as that of the egg and the tortoise. 2. Set over the figure in the text, which is written upon clean paper, with artist's ink, fresh and mixed with essence of anta. Let the dead person have it put upon his body without inserting it into his limbs. He will enter into the bark of Ra at the round of each day. Thoth will appreciate him, on his coming forth or entering, undeviatingly for times infinite. Notes. This chapter appears a second time in the Turin Totenbuch as Chapter 129. But in the Papyrus of Nebseni, it is found no less than 3 times. 1. Caverns of Hapu. 2 of the copies of this chapter in the Papyrus of Nebseni give the interesting variant. Is the well-known equivalent of, and the fountains of the Nile are also indicated by the group. 2. This passage does not occur in Chapter 129 and is apparently an interpolation, which however is already found in ancient copies. Chapter 101. Chapter of the Safeguards of the Bark of Ra. O thou who art devoid of moisture in coming forth from the stream, and who restest upon the deck of thy bark. As thou proceedest in the direction of yesterday, and restest upon the deck of thy bark, let me join thy boatman. I am a powerful Chu. O Ra, in that thy name of Ra, since thou passest through an eye of 7 cubits, whose pupil is of 3. Do thou then make me sound, I am a powerful Chu, let thy soundness be my soundness. O Ra, in that thy name of Ra, since thou passest through those who are perishing headlong, do thou then keep me standing on my feet. I am a powerful Chu, let thy soundness be my soundness. O Ra, in that thy name of Ra, since thou openest the secrets of the Amahit, which gladdeneth the hearts of the divine circle. Do thou then give me my heart. I am a powerful Chu, let thy soundness be my soundness, and the soundness of thy limbs be the soundness of my limbs. Secured by reason of the writing with gum mixed with colors upon a strip of royal papyrus, put at the throat of the deceased on the day of burial. If these phylacteries are put at his throat, he will rise up as one of the divine circle, and be united to the followers of Horus, whilst his lamp is made firm by Isis in heaven beside Sothis. He followeth Horus who resideth in Sothis. 1. His shade becometh divine as well as human. Vegetation is made to grow out of his body through the goddess Menkit. 2. He becometh a god forever, and his limbs are made vigorous in the Netherworld through Thoth, who hath done the like to Osiris, in causing the light to rise out of his dead body, undeviatingly and for times infinite. Notes: this chapter does not occur in the earlier collections known to us. 1 Horus who resideth in Sothis, cf. Teta 277. 2 Menkit is one of the names of Hathor, but the place is corrupt and the true reading uncertain. Chapter 102. Chapter whereby one entereth into the bark of Ra. O great one in thy bark, let me be lifted into thy bark. Let me make head for thy staircase. Let me have charge of those who convey thee, who are attached to thee, who are of the stars which never set. That which I abominate, I eat not. And that which I abominate is dirt. Let me not eat of it, but of peace offerings and of co-offerings, by which I shall not be upset. Let me not approach it with my hands. Let me not tread upon it with my sandals, because my bread is of the white corn, and my beer of the red corn of the Nile. It is the sectet boat, and the audit which have brought me to the food and raiment, which are upon the altar of the spirits of Anu. Salutation to thee, Urarset, in that voyage of heaven and the disaster in Tenu, when those dogs were gathered together, not without giving voice. I have come myself and delivered the god from that pain and suffering, that was in trunk, in shoulder, and in leg. I have come and healed 1, the trunk, and fastened the shoulder and made firm the leg. And I embark for the voyage of Ra. Note: 1 healed. Such is the meaning of, as in chapter 147:17, and Yunas 214, no less than in a passage which does not occur in the most ancient texts of chapter 17, but which is found in the papyri and is derived from the early traditions. Thoth healed the face of Horus. Chapter 103. Chapter whereby one openeth the place where Hathor abideth. I am a pure follower, O Ahi, 1, let me become one of the followers of Hathor. Note: 1 Ahi, the striker, is one of the names of Horus, who in the inscriptions of Beni Hassan is called Horus who striketh down men. The notion of striking was in later days confined to the beating of the sistrum. Priestly persons bore the title of Ahi as representatives of the youthful Horus, son of Hathor. See Proc, Soc, Bible, Arch, Roman 12, p. 460, on the sunstroke in Egyptian. Chapter 104. Chapter whereby one sitteth in the midst of the great gods. Let me sit in the midst of the great gods. Let me pass through the place of the sectet boat. It is the birdfly deity, 1. That shall convey me to see the great gods who are in the Netherworld, and I shall be triumphant in their presence. Note: 1 The birdfly deity, abate, see chapter 76, note. Chapter 105. Chapter whereby one propitiateth 1, the Ka. Hail to thee, my Ka, my Coaval, 2. May I come to thee and be glorified and made manifest and ensouled. Let me have strength and soundness. Let me bring to thee grains of incense, wherewith I may purify myself, and may also purify thine own overflow. The wrong assertions that I have uttered, and the wrong resistance which I have offered, let them not be imputed to me. For I am the green gem, fresh at the throat of Ra, given by those who are at the horizon. Their freshness is my freshness, the freshness of my Ka is like theirs, and the dainties of my Ka are like theirs. Thou who liftest the hand at the balance, and raisest law to the nose of Ra in this day, do not thou put my head away from me. For I am the eye which seeth and the ear which heareth, and am I not the bull of the sacrificial herd, are not the mortuary gifts 3. Upon me and the supernal powers. Grant that I may pass by thee, and may purify myself, and cause the triumph of Osiris over his adversaries. 4. Notes: 1 Propitiate. The simple root letter 1e25 EP signifies what is implied by the ideographic sign, the taking hold, embracing, and kindred notions, proc. Soc. Bibble, Arch, Volume X, p. 578. The notion of appeasing an angry personage is no more necessarily involved in the Egyptian word than in the Latin propitiare. M. Lefebure's translation, réunir, in the title of this chapter is perfectly correct as far as it goes. See in Denkum, Roman 3, pl. 34, b, the picture of Thotham's Roman 3 being greeted by his ka. Ramesses Roman II and other kings are often represented in the act of supplicating their own ka. To my coeval, or, as some might prefer, my duration of life. The pictures in the Temple of Luxor, Denkum, Roman 3, 74 and 75, are well known, which represent the birth of Amenophes Roman 3. The infant prince in each of these pictures is accompanied by his ka, his exact image. The ka is nursed and suckled by the same goddesses. But perhaps the best commentary on our text is to be found in the picture recently published by the French mission archéologique, Temple de Luxor, Fig. 203, in which both the royal infant and his ka are being fashioned by the hand of Chnum upon his potter's wheel. 3 mortuary gifts, meals offered to the departed. The meaning of the compound group is plain enough from the determinatives, and such frequent forms as consisting of bread and beer. But the origin of it is not so clear. The usual meaning of like that of the Coptic letter 3E7, letter 2CA3, letter 2CB1, letter 2C9F, letter 2CA9 is voice, but in the present group, it stands for corresponding to letter 3E7, letter 2CA3, letter 2C89, plur. Letter 3E7, letter 2CA3, letter 2C8F, letter 2C9F, letter 2CA9, letter 2C93 tau, rho omicron phi, letter 1F7 4, beta rho omega mu alpha tau alpha, letter 1F10 delta epsilon sigma mu alpha tau alpha, and is to be understood as in the very common formula. The reading, which is sometimes found in late texts, is faulty and leads to an erroneous interpretation. Is a mistake either for or for, the phonetic of. In such passages of the pyramid texts as Unas 36, is a demonstrative, not a negative particle. Here is the mortuary meal presented for thee, and here are the 2 eyes, the white and the black, of Horus. For all the early MSS, except PD omit this last passage. Chapter 106. Chapter whereby a largess is presented at Hatkata. 1. O thou God of nutriment, O great one who presidest over the mansions on high, ye who give bread to Ta, give me bread and beer. Let me be made pure by the sacrificial joint, together with the white bread. 2. O thou ship of the garden of Aru, let me be conveyed to that bread of thy canal. As my father, the great one, who advanceth in the divine ship Zir. Notes. This is one of the chapters found on the sarcophagus of Horhotep. It is also inscribed on a statue, now in the Berlin Museum, belonging to the early part of the XVth dynasty, Denkum, Roman 3, 25H and K. These authorities do not give the title found in the papyri. The allusions to Anu are confined to the earliest text, which somewhat differs from the later authorities and finishes sooner than they do. Cf. Also Teta L. 331. One Hatkata is the name of Memphis, but as in so many other places, it is not the earthly city which is meant. M. Naville has pointed out that the words in the Netherworld are added in the papyrus of Nebseni. 2 bread and beer are not mentioned in the earliest text, which has other important variants. The latest texts have the verb wash, make clean, purify, of which on the Berlin statue and the Theban papyri may fairly be considered an older form. But Horhotep has a different word and occurring in a grammatical construction differing from that of the other texts. The words occur as a familiar formula in the pyramid texts, Unas 185, 205, Teta 91, but Horhotep interpolates after. The determinatives of the group sometimes or show that the copyist understood the word as meant for the sacrificial joint. It is not uninteresting to note, with reference to the correctness of the title of this chapter, that the pyramid ritual, Unas 205, expressly says of the deceased that the sacrificial joint with the white bread are the largess, which he receives. Chapter 107. The chapter so called consists, in fact, of the first 2 lines of chapter 109. The vignette over it really belongs to chapter 108. It has no separate existence in any of the papyri of the best periods. Chapter 108. Chapter whereby one knoweth the powers of the West. In respect of the hill of Baca 1, upon which heaven resteth, it presenteth itself 2, 300 cubits in length 3, and 200 cubits in breadth. Sebek, the lord of Baca, is at the east of the hill, and his temple is upon it. There is a serpent on the brow of that hill, 500 cubits in length, 3 cubits of his forepart are pierced with swords. I know the name of this serpent on his hill. He who dwelleth in his own flame is his name. 4. Now at the close of day 5. He turneth down his eyes to Ra, for there cometh a standing still in the bark and a deep slumber within the ship. And now he swalloweth 3 cubits of the great water. Then Sudu is made to flee with a chain upon him of steel. 6. And he is forced to vomit all that he hath swallowed. Then Sudu is put into his prison. And then he saith with words of power, Away with thee, steel, which art made fast upon my hand. I remain in thy prison, the bark sails on, and thou seest the path. But thine eyes close, thy head is veiled. 7. And I go on and stay thy steps. I am the manful one, who veileth thy head and who cooleth the hollow of thy hand. Thy strength is my strength. I am the master of the words of power. Who is this who hath been delivered to me? This bright one, who cometh on his belly, on his hind parts, and on the joints of his back. Lo, then, I come, and thy might is in my hand. It is I who carry away thy might, that I may come and seize upon the tunnels of Ra, who is united to me at sunset, as he goeth round heaven. 8. But thou art pierced with hooks, as was decreed against thee of old. I know the powers of the West, they are Tmu, Sebek the lord of Baco, and Hathor, mistress of sunset. Notes. The chapters 108, 109, 112, 113, and 114 being so analogous to each other, in form, matter, style, and composition, and each being concerned with the divine powers of some locality, it is interesting to know that one at least of these chapters is found on a monument of the Middle Empire. The others are probably not less ancient, and the text published by Dr. Golnishev Zeicher. F. Egypt. SBR. 1874, p. 84, from the sarcophagus at St. Petersburg already bears manifest signs of antiquity. Another sign of antiquity, as regards the present chapter, may be seen in the numerous forms in which it has come down to us. These are so different, and sometimes so irreconcilable, that it seems evident that tradition has handed down very corrupt texts, and that the original meaning of this chapter had been entirely lost at a very early date and cannot be discovered now. The oldest text is the shortest of all, but it is both imperfect and incorrect. The earliest papyri differ greatly from the later ones, but both the earlier and the later papyri have the 149th chapter, which contains another recension of the 108th, and chapter 111 in the Turin and later papyri is another form of it. 1. The Hill of Baco has for determinative the sign which connects the word with the Coptic letter 2C83, letter 2C9F, letter 2CA9, letter 3E9, letter 2C93 eyelids. In the later texts, the word has for determinative either a woman or a cow in the act of parturition, as if it were connected with, and its variants, with which another name of the dawn is identified. 2. Presenteth itself. This Egyptian verb is always expressive of activity, and perhaps ought never to be translated being. Are things which are, but are things which spring forth, come to light. 3. The oldest text, which is here the best authority, does not give the dimensions of the hill, but only of the serpent. The earliest papyri give the dimensions of both, but make the hill so absurdly small that the serpent could not rest upon it. Later papyri beginning with PF have corrected the texts so as to give the hill a length of 300 cubits, or each of which is 100 cubits long. They omit the statement that the cubit in question is of 7½ palms, the royal cubit being of 7 palms, and also the interesting mention of the balance or measurement of the earth. The relation of this balance to the rest of the sentence is not clear because the MSS differ as to the preposition which precedes. The Papyrus of Nebseni gives the hill 300 cubits in breadth. The Tatanbuch of Turin reads 370 in length and 140 cubits in breadth. 4. The The serpent's name is not mentioned in chapter 111, nor is it in the earliest text. But in chapter 149, the usual name is more fully written in the papyrus of Nebseni. The determinative commonly attached to the name of Apepi expresses the meaning sword smitten, shot with swords, xi ota phi omicron kappa tau omicron u omicron sigma. We might otherwise have understood the term in the sense of xi ota phi omicron kappa tau omicron u omicron sigma, slayer with swords. The papyrus of Sutimes PD calls the serpent knife-wounded. The proper name, also written mates, an epithet of Apepi or of Sudu, also means pierced with swords. But the expression itself seems sometimes to be found in the active sense, piercing like a sword. 5 close of day, when daylight has come to a stand. This is the reading of the papyri. The oldest reading is at the time of sunset. 6. The earliest text says nothing of this, though it mentions the prison of Sutek, in a passage corresponding to what the papyri include in the words of power which follow. The Turin Todtenbuch says that Sudu is put into his prison, and that a chain of steel is put upon his neck. Pictures of the serpent with the chain upon him will be found in Binomi sarcoph, plates 10 and 11. There is an evident fusion in this chapter, in its later form at least, as in chapter 39, of the personages of Sudu and Apepi. 7. Thy head is veiled. The veiling of the head and closing of the eyes of the sun are of course mythological terms for nighttime, but the mythological event was celebrated on the festival called. 8. Chapter 111 stops at the word sunset, and after this, the text in chapter 149 changes the third to the first person and reads, "But I go round the heaven whilst thou art pierced with hooks," as if Ra were replying to the words of Sudu. This, I confess, appears to me to offer a better sense than that of chapter 108, and I should now alter the word, stabber, in the first line of chapter 39 to pierced with hooks. Footnote 93. On this picture, plate 11, may also be seen an interesting illustration of chapter 39, the scorpion goddess putting the chain upon Apepi, in front of whom are the divinities to execute, with swords and hooks, the decree passed against him. The children of Horus are also seen occupied in the execution. Chapter 109. Chapter whereby one knoweth the powers of the East. I know that eastern gate of heaven, the south of it is by the lake of Charu, and the north of it by the stream of Ru, from whence Ra saileth with favoring gales. 1. I am the teller 2. In the divine ship, I am the unresting navigator in the bark of Ra. I know those 2 sycamores of emerald between which Ra cometh forth, as he advanceth over what shoe hath lifted up, to every gate 3, through which he proceedeth. I know the garden of Aru, the wall of it is of steel. The wheat of it is of 7 cubits, the ears of it of 2 cubits, the stalk of it of 4 cubits. The barley of it is of 7 cubits, and the ears are of 4 cubits, and the stalk of 3 cubits. It is the glorified ones, each of whom is 9 cubits in height, who reap them, in presence of the powers of the East. I know the powers of the East, Horus of the solar mount, the calf in presence of the god, 4, and the star of dawn. A divine domain 5. Hath been constructed for me, I know the name of it is the garden of Aru. Notes. Another recension of this chapter has been incorporated into chapter 149. The differences lie chiefly in the order assigned to each of the component sentences. 1. Favoring gales, sailing breezes, correspond to phrases like letter 1 F34 kappa mu epsilon nu omicron sigma, omicron letter 1 F56 rho omicron sigma, venti secundi, trade winds, tailwind, stern wind. There is not the faintest authority from the older papyri, which are very numerous, and remarkably unanimous on this point, in favor of the determinative of the Turin Todtenbuch, which gives the sense of violent or tempestuous winds. 2. Teller. 3. Every gate. Ra at his rising is adored by the powers of the East. They it is who effect the rising of Ra by opening the door at each of the 4 portals of the eastern horizon of heaven. Insker. In Tomb of Ramesses Roman 6, Champollion, Notices, Tom, Roman 2, p. 640. For the calf in presence of the god. The calf is seen in the vignettes of this chapter and also of chapter 1. Brugsch, Rev, Egypt, I. p. 38, quotes texts showing that the milch cow Horsechuit is the mother of the sun god, and that the infant god is the calf to whom she gives birth. The words "in presence of the god" are probably corrupt, but the variants are apparently worse. The morning star was equally identified with Horus. 5. The divine domain. C.M. Maspero's important article, Sur le sens des mots nuit et hate, in PSBA, Roman 12, p. 230-5257. Nuit cert a dessiner un domaine rural détendu plus au moins considérable, portant oni portant pas de village ou de maison de habitation. Il était une personne réelle, formant un corps complet en soi, et c'est pour cela qu'on le représente sous la forme d'un homme ou d'une femme apportant des produits agricoles et des offrandes. Additional note: the later copies of the Book of the Dead add a few lines to the chapter, of which they certainly formed no part when first written. The most interesting portion of them is as follows. There are writings in thy possession for the grant of fields of corn land, in which there sprouteth corn from the effluxes of the god Udeb. The height of the corn is 7 cubits, the ears of 2 cubits, and thou shalt reap it with the glorified ones, in presence of the powers of the east. Thou shalt enter boldly at the mysterious portals and be purified by those who are there. The name of the god hieroglyphically written was shown by me Proc. Soch. Bible, Arch, Volume Roman 6, p. 187 to be Udeb or Udeb. Brugsch, apparently without having seen my note, came to the same result, though he identified the god with Seb. The god is really Osiris, and the text just quoted is illustrated by a picture of which various copies are found. That here given is taken from the Temple of Philae. These pictures were known from the Ramesside period, but the conception of Osiris which they convey taught, 142:7, is of primitive antiquity. There is a chapter among the texts preserved by the coffin of Amamu, P.L. Roman 27:6, about assuming the form of corn, and which speaks of the vegetation of life proceeding from Osiris, growing out of the ribs of Osiris, and giving life to this generation of men. The same idea gave rise to the name which is given to Osiris in the Book of the Dead, in the sacred texts of the royal tombs, and in the hymn to the Nile. But the god is also twice called in Amamu, P.L., Roman 27:8. This latter form proves that in we have a compound term. The deity in very late times appears in the feminine gender Denkum, Roman 4:57. Footnote 94. I.e. the sky. Cx. The chapter which in the printed copy of the Turin Tatenbuch is numbered 110 interrupts the series of chapters on the powers of certain localities. The translation of it is reserved till that of these chapters is completed. It will be found at page 193. Chapter 111 is only a repetition of Chapter 108. Chapter 112. Chapter whereby one knoweth the powers of Pu. O thou of corpse-like form who art in Chait and Ampit, 2. Thou goddess of the net, 3. Who art in Pu, ye who preside over the untilled lands, ye stars and constellations, 4. Know ye wherefore Pu hath been given to Horus? I know it if ye know it not. It was Ra who gave it to him in amends of the blindness in his eye, in consequence of what Ra said to Horus. Let me look at what is happening in thine eye today, and he looked at it. Ra said to Horus, Look, pray, at that black swine. He looked, and a grievous mishap afflicted his eye. Horus said to Ra, Lo, my eye is as though the eye of Sudu had made a wound in my own eye. And wrath devoured his heart. And Ra said to the gods, Let him be laid upon his bed, that he may recover. It was Sudu who had taken the form of a black swine, and he wrought the wound which was in the eye of Horus. And Ra said to the gods, The swine is an abomination to Horus, may he get well. And the swine became an abomination to Horus. 5. And the circle of gods said, who were with him when Horus came to light in his own children. 6. Let the sacrificial victims, 7, for him be of his oxen, of his goats, and of his swine. As for Imsta, happy, Tuamadef, Kebsanuf, Horus is their father and Isis their mother. And Horus said to Ra, Give me then 2, 8, brothers in Pu and 2 brothers in Nechen, of this my own body, and that they may be with me as an everlasting renewal, through which the earth flourisheth and storms are quenched. And his name became that of Horus upon his column. I know the powers of Pu, they are Horus, Imsta, and Happy. Notes. 1. On the situation of Pu, see Chapter 18, Note 6. The pyramid texts, Pepi I 684, speak of those of the red crown who are in Pu. 2. Thou of corpse-like form in Chait and Ampit. The sign of the plural, here as elsewhere, is quite consistent with its application to a single person. Chait is the name of the 16th or Mendesian nome of northern Egypt, and Ampit was its metropolis. The nome is mentioned in the inscription of Ampton in the 3rd dynasty. The god is Osiris. He is invoked in the lamentations of Isis and Nephthys, and asked to come to Tadu, Ampit, and Chait, which are but different names of one sanctuary, cf. Brugsch Zeicher, 1871, p. 81, and his translation of the Mendesian tablet, Zeicher, 1875. 3. Thou goddess of the net. This name corresponds to the Greek dictyna. The reason why a goddess representing heaven should be so called may be understood by the Homeric epithet pi omicron lambda epsilon omega pi omicron u applied to a net. If, however, the deity was male, according to the other reading, the reference is tau letter 1f78 nu tau letter 1f c6 sigma letter 1f34 sigma iota delta omicron sigma tau rho omicron phi iota mu omicron u delta iota kappa tau epsilon u, who was drowned in the river. Plut. De Iside and Os. 8. 4. Ye who preside, etc. Brugsch, Zeicher. 1876, p. 3, identifies the Egyptian with the psi iota lambda omicron tau omicron pi omicron sigma of the Demotic and Greek contracts. The remainder of this invocation is so corrupt that the sense cannot be safely guessed at. 5. See Herodotus, Roman 2, 47, without attaching too much importance to details. The pig was certainly not considered impure, mu iota alpha rho omicron sigma, in the days of the 3rd or 4th dynasty, when Ampton, who had risen to the highest dignities, enumerates swine among the domestic animals it is natural to possess. And impure animals were not offered in sacrifice. But long before the days of Herodotus, a change had taken place in the Egyptian religion as to the nature of Sudu. Plutarch and Aelian are to be read with the like caution. Some of their information is correct, but it is mixed up with much error. 6. The variants and are noteworthy. 7. Sacrificial victims. The substitution in Egypt of animal for human sacrifice is, I believe, entirely without foundation. And the supposed evidence of human sacrifices drawn from certain pictures has, I believe, been misinterpreted. 8. The 4 children of Horus were also his brothers. He asks for 2 of them to be with him in each of his 2 cities, Pu and Nechen. The true sense of the passage is entirely lost in the later recensions and in translations made from them. Footnote 95. Not letter 1e25 a m.e. letter 1e25 it, which is the name both of the U of the nome and of the goddess worshipped in it, whose emblem is the fish. Chapter 113. Chapter whereby one knoweth the powers of Nechen. 1. I know the mystery of Nechen, Horus, and that which his mother did too. For him, when she herself uttered the cry, "Let Sebak, the lord of the marshes, be brought to us." He cast the net for them, and he found them, and his mother made them fast in their places. Sebak, the lord of the marshes, said, I sought and I found the traces of them under my fingers on the strand. I netted them in a powerful net, as the net proved to be. And Ra said, Verily, those are fishes in the hands of Sebak, and he hath found the 2 arms of Horus for him, which had become fishes. And Ra said, a mystery in the net. And the hands of Horus were brought to him, and displayed before his face, on the feast of the 15th day of the month, when the fishes were produced. Then Ra said, I grant Nechen to Horus, in the place of his 2 arms, that his 2 hands be displayed before his face in Nechen, and I grant to him whatsoever is therein comprised on the feast of the 15th day of the month. And Horus said, Be it granted to me that Tuamadef and Kebsenuf be taken with me, and that they be guards of my body in dutiful service. 4. Let them be this under the god of Nechen. And Ra said, Be that granted to thee, there and in Sati, and let that be done for them which is done for those who are in Nechen. Yea, they are asking to be with thee. And Horus said, Be they with thee, so that they be with me to listen to Sudu invoking the powers of Nechen. Be it granted to me that I may make my entry among the powers of Nechen. I know the powers of Nechen. They are Horus, Tuamadef, and Kebsenuf. Notes. 1. Nechen, the chief hieroglyphic variants of which are, and, was situated in the 3rd nome, 10 of Upper Egypt, and was called by the Greeks Hierakonpolis, city of the hawks, from the hawk-headed divinities mentioned in this chapter as powers of Netchin, and of which numberless pictures are found on the monuments. 2. Between these words and those which the three old papyri Aa, Ai, and Ib, which unfortunately do not agree together on all points, have a few passages here which do not appear in the later papyri. They read, Horus and what his mother did, tossing in distressful agitation, letter 2C95, letter 2C93, letter 2C99, sigma alpha lambda epsilon upsilon epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, over the water. The mother then addresses persons who are not named in words of which the sense is not clear, and Ra speaks words of which the only certain ones are the son of Isis. Then follows the usual text. 3. This legend of Netchin is connected with that of the dismemberment of Horus, tau, letter 1F78, pi epsilon rho letter 1F76, tau, letter 1F78, nu letter 1F65 rho omicron upsilon, delta iota alpha mu epsilon, lambda iota sigma mu letter 1F78 nu, of which we have but very scanty information. It must have been like a repetition of what had happened to his father Osiris. The limbs of Horus had been thrown into the water, and when Sebek threw his net, at the prayer of Isis, he brought up 2 fishes, into which the arms of Horus had been turned. Reminiscences of this story are preserved in the names of several localities. 2 fish is the name of the Mer of the 2nd northern nome and of the Pehu of the 17th southern nome, just as 2 eyes is the name of the Pehu of the 11th northern nome. The latter name may perhaps have reference to Osiris, but the same stories were probably told of both divinities. 4. On dutiful service, a word omitted in the Turin and other texts. Brugsch, Rev. Egypt, I-22 has discussed the sense of this word and quoted numerous passages in illustration of it. It is of course ridiculous to identify the word with the Hebrew aleph, Hebrew dalate, Hebrew nun, the meaning of which is radically different. Chapter 114. Chapter whereby one knoweth the powers of Hermopolis. Mot is born 1, over the arm 2, and neath dawneth at mentate 3, and the eye is illumined 4, by the one who adjusteth its level. I am led in by her, and I know what she bringeth from Kasu. 5. I tell it not to men, I repeat it not to gods. I am come as a messenger of Ra, to make fast Mot upon the arm, for the dawning of neath at mentate, and for restoring the eye to him who taketh the reckoning thereof. I am come as omnipotent through the knowledge of the powers of Hermopolis, who love the powers which you love. I am one acquainted with Mot made firm and permanent and reckoned out, and I take delight in reckoning out that which is reckoned. Hail ye powers of Hermopolis, small at the beginning of the month and great upon the 15th day. Ra teacheth the mysteries of night, and be it known to you that he who teacheth me is Thoth. Hail ye powers of Hermopolis as I know you. Notes. There are 2 chapters, 114 and 116, of the powers of Hermopolis, and they have been preserved separately both in the older and in the more recent papyri. They are very similar in thought but differently worded, and each throws a certain light upon the other, without however dispelling the obscurity of this very ancient religious composition. Some farther help, however insufficient, is afforded by the pictures of the book, which records the passage of the sun god through the 12 hours of the night. 1 Mot is born is the same word as the reduplicated form of to gush, spring forth, but in certain cases it acquires the sense of being born or conveyed and is written in Ptolemaic inscriptions. The corresponding word in chapter 116 is which has the same meanings. One of the pictures above alluded to Lefebvre, Hypogaze, Tomo de Seti, Part 4, PL. 31, represents a boat carrying the moon disk, raised upon a stand. A personage kneeling behind is supporting the feather of Mot. The words, which are written by way of explanation, might give rise to some misunderstanding were it not for considerations mentioned in the following note. 2. The arm in chapter 114 has for corresponding word in chapter 116, implying that arm is to be taken in a geographical sense, as when we speak of an arm of the sea. Now the pictures which have been spoken of have the words, arm of the urns, inscribed ever the stream down which the sun god takes his nightly journey. These pictures have only the value of a commentary on a very ancient text, but they are at least as old as the earliest papyrus, which contains the text. 3 Mentate is the ancient reading in chapter 114, but the later texts have tr. Chapter 116 has Matate. 4 Illumined. The texts are discordant as to the reading. I follow that of the 2 old papyri which have, though this orthography, however defensible, is somewhat suspicious. 5 Kasu. The burial place was the metropolis of the 14th nome of southern Egypt. Dendera is called and in more ordinary characters. Like very many other geographical names, it has the feminine form in as well as the masculine in. Footnote 96. There is a copy of the chapter in the tomb of Cham-Hate, which is our oldest authority. But it is unfortunately mutilated, and all that can be said is that if the additional words were once there, they have been destroyed. Footnote 97. The Apis tablets Zeicher. 1882, p. 22. Give the name of a place pa letter 1e33 r letter 1e33n letter 1e25 which seems to refer to this catastrophe. The Coptic letter 2c95 letter 2c9f letter 2c3 letter 3b, letter 2c95 letter 2cb1 letter 2c3 letter 3b, corresponding to the Greek letter 1f10 kappa kappa omicron pi tau epsilon iota nu, letter 1f10 kappa kappa lambda, letter 1f70 nu, kappa alpha tau alpha sigma pi letter 1f b6 sigma theta alpha iota. Chapter 115. Chapter whereby one cometh forth into heaven, and openeth the Amihit, and whereby the powers of Heliopolis are known. I have grown from yesterday, a great one among the great. I have raised myself above all things that come into being. The face is revealed to the eye of the only one, and the round of darkness is broken through. I am one of you. I know the powers of Heliopolis. Doth not the all-powerful one issue from it like one who extendeth a hand to us? It is with reference to me that the gods say, Lo, the afflicted one is heir of Heliopolis. I know on what occasion the lock of the male child, too, was made. Ra was speaking with Amhof, 3, and a blindness came upon him. Ra said to Amhof, Take the spear, O offspring of men, 4, and Amhof said, The spear is taken. 2 brethren came into being, they were Hebra and Sotmanes, whose arm resteth not. And he assumed the form of a female with a lock, which became the lock in Heliopolis. Active and powerful is the heir of the temple, the active one of Heliopolis, the flesh of his flesh 5. Is the all-seer, for he hath the might divine as the Son whom the Father hath begotten, and his will is that of the mighty one of Heliopolis. I know the powers of Heliopolis, they are Ra, Shu, and Tefnet. Notes. The ancient text of this chapter has most unfortunately been lost. A few words only remain in the fragments of Papyrus PM. M. Naville has also published what is found on an ostracon of the time of the XVth dynasty. There is no doubt that the form of the text, which has been handed down in the later papyri, has suffered great alterations, and a comparison between the Turin and Cadet papyri shows in how untrustworthy a way this later form of the text has been transmitted. Special attention has been given to this chapter by Mr. Goodwin Zeicher, 1873, p. 104, and by M. Lefebvre, Mélanges d'Arche, 1874, p. 155, whose work is very much more valuable than that of his English colleague. But the most important study bearing on the relations between the older and the more recent recension is that of M. Naville, un Ostracan Egyptian, in the first volume of the Annals du Musée Guimet. One all-powerful one, M. Naville observes that this is substituted for, which is found on the Ostracan. Both terms are divine names, the latter corresponding to the Greek pi omicron lambda epsilon delta epsilon rho cap eta sigma, or pi alpha nu delta epsilon rho cap eta sigma, was the title of the high priest of Heliopolis, who, like his priestly colleagues all over Egypt, bore the titles of the god whom they represented. 2. The lock of the male child is not a curly-wigged woman, as generally interpreted, but the side lock borne by Horus and princes and princesses, as well as by other priests and priestesses, in honor of Horus. 3. Amhof. See emendation proposed infra at chapter 125, note 33. 4. O offspring. I follow the papyrus line in omitting the preposition. 5. The flesh of his flesh, or the heir of his heir. This may perhaps be an assertion as to the hereditary succession of the high priest of Heliopolis. Chapter 116. Chapter whereby one knoweth the power of Hermopolis. Neath dawneth forth in Matat, and Mot is conveyed upon the arm of the eater of the eye by him who reckoneth it out. I know it, and I am therefore led in through the same priest. I tell it not to men, I repeat it not to the gods, and conversely. I enter as one who knoweth not, and seeth not. Hail, ye gods who are in Hermopolis, know ye me as I know Neath, that the eye may be made firm and permanent. I take delight in reckoning out that which is reckoned. I know the powers of Hermopolis, who are great at the beginning of the month, and diminished at the 15th day. They are Thoth the unseen, Sau and Tiamu. If this chapter be known, filth is avoided, and lie is not drunken. Note: this is the last of the chapters concerning the powers of certain places. Of their positive antiquity, there can be no doubt, whatever alterations they may have undergone. But they are relatively modern with respect to other chapters, e.g., the 17th. Mr. Goodwin used to compare them with Christian legends of the medieval period. These are ancient enough as far as we ourselves are concerned, but no one would think of judging by them of primitive Christianity. Chapter 110. The beginning of the chapters of the Garden of Hopepit, and of the chapters of coming forth by day, and of entering and coming forth in the Netherworld, and of arriving at the Garden of Aru at the rise, 1. In Hopepit and at the grand domain, blessed with the breezes, that I may take possession there and be in glory there, that there I may plow and mow, that there I may eat and drink and love, doing whatsoever things are done upon earth. Horus is seized by Sudu, who looketh as one turning towards the Garden of Hopepit. But for me Sudu releaseth Horus, and the double path which is nigh to heaven is thrown open by Sudu, and Sudu taketh his portion of the breeze through the power of his own day. 3. And he delivereth the bowels of Horus from the gods below. Lo, I sail the great bark on the stream of the god Hodop. I took it at the mansion of Shu. The mansion of his stars is again and again renewed. 4. I sail upon its streams that I may come to the domains thereof. For I am in unison with his successive changes and his rules and his papyrus. 5. And his attendant gods and his chieftains. He reconcileth the two warrior gods with those who have the charge of food and the beautiful creation which he raiseth up, and he reconcileth the two warrior gods with each other. 6. He severeth the mourners from those who quarrel with them. He putteth a stop to them whose hand is violent against those weaker than themselves. He keepeth within bounds the contentions of the powers. May I have possession there. I know it, and I sail upon its streams, that I may come to the domains thereof. My mouth is potent, and secured against the glorified, that they may not have the mastery of me. May I have the investiture of thy garden, O Hodop. What thou willest, do thou it. Let me be glorified there, and eat and drink there, and plow there, and reap there, and grind, 7. There, and have my fill of love there. May my mouth be potent there, let me there utter my words of power, and not be slighted. I am in possession of that word of power of mine, which is the most potent one within this body of mine here, and by means of it I make myself either known or unknown. I make my progress and I plow. I take my rest in the divine domain. I know the names of the domains, the districts and the streams within the Garden of Hodop. I am there, I am master there, I am in glory there, I eat there, I plant and I reap there, I plow there and I take my fill of love. I am united there with the god Hodop. I cast my seed there, and I sail upon its stream that I may come to the domains thereof, O Hodop. Lo, my mouth is armed with sharp points. There is given to me the abundance which belongeth to the Ka and to the glorified. I give the reckoning of Shu to him who understandeth it. I sail upon its stream, and I range within the Garden of Hodop, for Ra is in the sky, and Hodop is putting together the oblations. I hasten to the land, and I fasten my stole upon me, that I may come forth, and that may be given to me which hath to be given, that I may have joy and take possession of the wealth which Hodop assigneth to me. Equals rise in Hodop equals, I arrive in thee, my soul is with me, and my provision is before the mistress of the two earths, who maketh fast my words of power, which recall to mind that which I have forgotten. Let me live free from strife, and be there granted to me enlargement of heart. Let my arteries be made fast, and let me have the enjoyment of the breeze. 8. Rise in Hodop, blessed with the breeze, I arrive in thee, my head is uncovered. Ra sleepeth, but there waketh for me, and there shineth upon me Hezit. 9. Who lieth at the confines of heaven by night. He standeth in my way, who heapeth against me his own dross. But I am in my own domain. Equals great domain equals, I arrive in thee, and I reckon up the abundance as I pass on to you. 10. I am the bull, raised on high in the blue, the lord of the bull's field, which Sothis describeth to me at her successive hours. Equals equals, I arrive in thee, and I eat my cakes, and take possession of my joints of flesh and meat and fowl. The winged things of Shu are given to me, and my cow follow me. 11. Equals TF8 equals, 12. I arrive in thee, I put on the stole and fasten upon me the girdle of Ra, whilst he is in heaven. 13. And the gods who are in heaven are following Ra. Equals rise in Hodop, lord of the two earths equals, I arrive in thee, I salute the stream of Tieseret. 14. Lo, here am I, and all impurity is far from me. The great one flourisheth, I net the ducks, and I eat dainties. Equals Cancanet equals, 15. I arrive in thee, that I may see my father and attentively view my mother. I take care to net the reptiles, and that which protecteth me is that I know the name of that god who is next to Tieseret, goddess with flowing locks and armed with horns, and who reapeth. I myself plow and reap. Equals Hezit equals, I arrive in thee, and I encounter the blue. I follow the breezes, and the company of the gods. It is the great goddess who hath given me my head, and he who fasteneth my head upon me is the great god, the blue-eyed, who doeth according to his own will. Equals Useret equals, 16. I arrive in thee, in face of the mansion where food is produced for me. Equals Smate equals, 17. I arrive in thee. My heart is awake. My head is provided with the white crown, and I am conveyed over the heavens, and I make those things to prosper which are below me, a joy to the bull of the gods above, the divine company. I am the bull, the lord of the gods, and I make my way through the midst of the emerald ones. 18. Equals Isle of corn and barley equals divine district, I arrive in thee. I encounter and I bear off that which proceedeth from the head of Ra, the pair of horns which have the force of purification. 19. I make myself fast to the block of Murage on the heavenly stream, and I utter my praise to the gods who are in the garden of Hopit. Notes. The text of this chapter handed down by the Turin Papyrus, and those which agree with it, contains nothing very difficult for a translator. But on being compared with the older copies, it is found to consist of a collection of small fragments of the older text, put together, without any regard to their original order or context. And about 3/4 of the old chapter are suppressed in the new recension. The editors of the fine papyrus of Sutimes in their notes upon this chapter remark that in the Turin text the sentences are in quite a different order from that of their papyrus. En pute voir, they say, l'effet de lectures et de transcriptions en rebeurs du sens, par des scribes, ayant mal compris les editions en colons retrogrades. This is, curiously enough, the very fault of the papyrus of Sutimes itself, which is here wrong from beginning to end, though probably derived from an excellent original. It begins with the Isle of corn and barley, and jumbles together quite incoherent sentences. The oldest copy of the chapter yet discovered is that of the tomb of Chahemhait, at Thebes, and by a strange fatality it has been published in such a form that in order to read it correctly, we must begin with what is printed as line 11 and finish with line 1. We have it also in a very incomplete condition. We miss the first 18 lines contained in the papyrus of Nebseni and the last words of every line. The papyrus of Nebseni is the only complete text we have, and here as well as elsewhere it is extremely incorrect. Some parts are so corrupt that a translation must necessarily be dependent upon conjectural emendations, which can have no genuine claim upon the reader's confidence. We must be content with waiting till better authorities are discovered. The gardens of Hotpit and Aru are the paradise, Elysian fields, and islands of the blessed of the Egyptian imagination. They were supposed to be situated in the neighborhood of the rising sun, but certain features were apparently suggested by the islets of the delta. The usual meaning of the word letter 1250 OTEPIT, when written according to the orthography of the pyramid texts, is oblations, offerings. This, however, is only a derived meaning. The word really only expresses a predicate of the things offered, as putting together, uniting, reconciling. Letter 1250 OTEP might signify rest or peace, very appropriate names for such a garden. Is the name of a god who dwells here. There is also a goddess here called letter 1250 OTEPIT, mentioned in the pyramid inscription of Pepi I, line 423, as mother of the great scarab, and the same name is given to Hathor in the temple of Dendera. The name of letter 1250 OTEP, with different determinatives, belongs to one of the islands of this blissful place. The pyramid texts furnish some interesting information not contained in the Book of the Dead. We are told that the approach to the garden is over the lake of Putrata, see chapter 40, note 1, that there is a great lake. That of Consett in the middle of the garden of letter 1250 OTEPIT, upon which the great gods alight, and that the Chmu Sekyu, the starry deities who never set, there feed the departed from the wood of life, lignum vitae, upon which they themselves live, in order that he too may live. Shu and Tefnut are mentioned as divinities of this place. But perhaps the most remarkable fact is that Horus had enemies even here, who, however, were annihilated by the divine weapons at the disposal of the departed worthy, who was led there in order that he might sit among the stars in heaven. And here it was that the beatified personage sat upon his throne of steel, which was decorated in front with faces of the lion god M, a letter 1250 ES, the feet of it being the hoofs of the great bull Smayura, and extended his hand to the coming generation of men. Whilst the gods approached him in submissive attitude and made offerings to him. It was, perhaps, from these offerings that the garden derived its name. The Garden of Aru is often mentioned in connection with that of letter 1250 OTEPIT, and may perhaps be considered as the most notable part of it. It is through its gate that the sun god rises up into heaven. It takes its name from a plant Aru, later, BM 551, Ag chapter 17, Ba chapter 110 by phonetic dissimilation of RR into NR. The usual form in later times is, but we find even shorter forms in B, M 32 and the determinative of a reptile indicates a creeping, climbing, twining plant, such as the convolvulus, hop, or vine. The term garden implies in this connection nothing more than a cultivated enclosure. The names of different localities, which are invoked by the deceased and appear on the vignette of the chapter, have here been made prominent by means of heavy type. One rise in Hotpit, or later on Hodop, is the name of one of the localities. The word, as I have often said, has the sense of rising up, coming to light, making an appearance, and like the Greek phi alpha iota nu omicron mu alpha iota, is especially applicable to the appearance of daybreak or the rise of the heavenly bodies. To turning, the group has the apparent sense of building, but the primitive sense is turning, as in the making of pottery. The preposition which follows it in this place seems to show that building is not meant. 3. This, of course, sounds like nonsense, but so does the original as it has come down to us. The papyrus of Ani, which reads, forces the sense of day upon the sign, which in the sense of turn would have been far more intelligible. There was the portion of Sudu and the portion of Horus, each being half the world, topographically, or half the 24 hours as regards time. I suspect that day is a faulty interpretation of the ambiguous, and that the true sense of the passage is that Sudu is satisfied with the share which comes to his turn, and thereupon delivers Horus from imprisonment in the lower world. The perplexity or ignorance of the copyists is seen in the very next words. One has he who is in merit, others he who is in my mouth, and 2 he who is in the egg. If this be the sense of the very questionable group, which looks like a mistake for a well-known title of Anubis. 4 again and again renewed. 5 his papyrus. So the word me letter 1250 it, which occurs in the rubric of chapter 134, has hitherto been translated. But the vases, or as determinatives, rather imply inkstand or palette for holding color. In this place it is the writing itself and not the material, paper, ink, or inkstand, which is meant. And from the entire context Thoth is the god who is spoken of. 6. He reconcileth the two warrior gods with each other. The final words en erosen show the origin of the Coptic form. Letter 2C8, 9, letter 2CA3, letter 2C8, F, letter 2C9, F, letter 2CA9, in visum. 7. Grind, the Coptic form of which is letter 2CA5, letter 2C9, 3, letter 2C9, 5, letter 2C9, 3. From the notion of reducing to powder, that of the frequent word wearing away, decay, is derived. 8. Let my arteries be made fast, and let me have the enjoyment of the breeze, or that I may have enjoyment. The oldest meaning of the word artery, letter 1F00 rho tau eta rho go to alpha, in Hippocrates, Aristotle, and the earlier Latin writers is windpipe, and in the plural, air ducts. But even when the word was also applied to what we call arteries, these were supposed to convey air whilst the veins conveyed blood. Sanguis per venas in omni corpus diffunditur et spiritus per arterias is the classic doctrine in Cicero, De Natura Deorum 2:55. Pliny says nat hist, Xi 89, arterii carent sensu, nam et sanguine. This error is corrected by Galen, who has a treatise on the question, whether blood is naturally, kappa letter 1F70, tau alpha phi upsilon sigma iodinu, contained in the arteries. The error of the ancients arose from the arteries always being found empty after death. The blood flowing from a wound inflicted upon them was inferred to have been intruded into them by the rupture of the veins. The Egyptian doctrine of the arteries, Coptic letter 3E9, letter 2C81, letter 2C9b, letter 2C99, letter 2C9f, letter 2CA9, letter 2CA7, in the head, by means of which air is conveyed to all parts of the person, was first found by M. Chabas in the Berlin Medical Papyrus. The passage of the Book of the Dead on which this note is written is no doubt the earliest allusion to the doctrine. 9. Hezit is one of the many names of Isis or Hathor. She is represented as suckling her son Horus, see picture in Lanzone, p. 844, and it is this which characterizes her and from which she derives her name. She is asked on the Louvre tablet, c. 14, for the white liquor which the glorified ones love. This is distinctly called milk on the Florentine tablet 2567, and vases of her milk are mentioned Dumachin, resultate 27, 6 in the inscriptions of Dendera. A picture of her given in Dumachin's Historisch in Schriffen Roman 2, 32, identifies her with Hathor and calls her Divine Mother, Mistress of Heaven and Sovereign of the Gods, while others call her the Divine Mother and Fair Nurse. There can be no doubt about the right reading of the name, which is letter 1E25 ESIT. The is written in so many texts, see Pepi, I 306 Amamu, 21, 1 Lepsius, Oswald, Roman 9, and the form at Philae, that there is no reason for confounding the name with that of letter 1E25 EMIT. We must therefore attach no importance to this latter name when applied in the vignette of the Turin Tatenbuch to one of the divine abodes which bears the name of the goddess, and is written exactly like it. 10. Uech blooming, flowering. 11. The winged things of Shu are given to me, and my cow follow me. It is a word of very rare occurrence. Birch and Naville understood it of the netting, and Brugsch of the pluming of birds. Both meanings may be disputed, but whatever Shu did was done to birds, and these are said to be given to the deceased. The prayer that a person may travel over the blissful parts, followed by his cow, is repeatedly found on the early monuments. Several papyri say that the deceased is followed by the gods and the cow. 12. Tf8, an abode abounding in delicacies. 13. He is in heaven. The reading to which Brugsch at one time attached much importance has turned out to be one of the many blunders of the text of Sutimes. But the true reading is not without its difficulties. If is taken as equivalent to, we have a strange anticipation of a change in language of which the enigmatical texts of the royal tombs give the first intimation, but which first becomes conspicuous in the Demotic period. In a previous passage we have where Nebseni has, but the important preposition had already dropped out of the earlier text of Kimhate. The demonstrative particle, which occurs in both places, may be rendered there, le voilà. 14. I salute the stream of Tiesarit, a corrupt passage like so many others in this chapter. The first word, salute, is rare but correct and well attested. The proper name is but one of the contradictory readings. It has, however, the advantage of being a real name and suitable to the passage, being that of a goddess mentioned in connection with the next abode. Tesseret is a name corresponding to the classical letter 1F00 gamma lambda alpha O, Alphav, or Clara. In the texts of the royal tombs, she is named as goddess in Sherabah. And here she is depicted as the goddess with long or flowing locks, epsilon letter 1F50, pi lambda omicron kappa alpha mu omicron sigma, and armed with horns. She is one of the forms of Isis or Hathor. 15. Canconet is etymologically akin to the verb of beating, see chapter 17, note 20, but there is no reason from the notice here to suppose that this was a place of punishment. 16. Useret is one of the commonest appellatives of Isis, especially in the later texts. The names of all these abodes, situated in that region of the sky where the sun rises, are derived from the notion of daybreak. 17. Smate, another of these appellatives, see chapter 62, note 1. 18. The emerald ones, those who are in the emerald light of the dawn. The sun rises, chapter 109, through 2 sycamores of emerald. 19. Which have the force of purification. The syllable ob expresses the word signifying horn as well as that signifying purification. The vignettes of the chapter, which are here given from different authorities, are explained in their proper place. Footnote 98. See M. Naville's remarks, Einleitung, p. 156. Footnote 99. Mission Arch, I. p. 125. Footnote 100. Also written equals, Unas, 422 and elsewhere. Footnote 101. The garden is also called, another form is Pepi I, 309. Footnote 102. Nebseni, Sutimes, in all the later papyri. Footnote 103. Compared within the Papyrus of Nesachansu, published by M. Maspero, Miss. Arch, I. p. 612. Footnote 104. The pyramid texts have the invocations, Unas, 597, Hail to thee, Horus in the domains of Horus, Hail to thee, Sudu in the domains of Sudu, Hail to thee, Lion Ar, in the garden of Aru. Another derivation is suggested in The Destruction of Mankind, line 39, as I read it an augmented form of Ar, which does not mean pluck, as in Brugsha's translation, but bind, fasten, twine, nectar, constringer, convolver. This sense would explain the ancient determinatives and lead to still more interesting results. For the ancient word ararit, a vine, has thus clearly the same etymological sense as our European word vine. Vinum attaches itself to vites, vimen, vitex, and exactly like the Greek letter 3dd omicron letter 1fd6 nu omicron sigma to the Indo-Greek root ve, to twine. So that vino means first creeper, then fruit of the creeper, finally drink made from the fruit of the creeper. O. Schrader, Prehistoric Antiquities, 324. Philological speculation might make a further advance. As R is to R, so perhaps is Aru to Aru. The first two groups are not phonetically identical, but they are certainly allied and have very much the same meaning. The last has, with some probability, been identified with the vine branch, and that, in conjunction with the text, see Zeicher. 1878, p. 107, and the plate corresponding. The vine plant is Osiris. The Greeks, or some of them at least, identified Osiris with Dionysos, Plutarch, de Isid et Osirid, 34:35. The god is sometimes, as in the papyrus of Nebseni, sitting in a naos under a vine, from which bunches of grapes are hanging. Footnote 105. Here we already have, and see my article in the Zeicher, 1874, p. 102. Footnote 106. It is also the name of a liquid substance, a produce of the cow, such as cream or clarified butter. It occurs in all the lists of offerings. Footnote 107. A reference to M. Naville's collation of this chapter, line 40, will show the corruption and uncertainty of the text which precedes the name of the goddess. If we look beyond the authorities given by M. Naville, the difficulties are multiplied. The papyrus of Queen Nedimit in the Louvre, for instance, instead of etc., reads. Chapter 117. Chapter whereby one taketh the blissful path at Ristau. 1. O paths which are high above me at Ristau, I am the girdled too, and the mighty one coming forth triumphantly. 3. I am come, I am come that I may firmly secure my suit in Abydos. 4. And that the path may be opened to me at Restau. Let my suit be made pleasant for me by Osiris. I am he who produceth the water which balanceth his throne, and who maketh his way from the great valley. 5. Let the path be made for me, for behold I am the triumphant. 6. Osiris is made triumphant over his adversaries, and the Osiris N is made triumphant over his adversaries, and is as one of you, his patron. 7. Is the Lord of eternity. He walketh even as ye walk, he standeth as ye stand, he speaketh as ye speak, before the great God, the Lord of Amenta. Notes. 1. This chapter and the following have reference to Restau, one of the gates between the Netherworld and heaven. It is not mentioned in the most ancient recension of chapter 17, from which my translation was taken, but in all the papyri of the 18th and later dynasties, it is stated that Restau was a gate south of Anaref and north of the domain of Osiris. The papyrus of Ani has this picture of it, but the most interesting representations of it are in the Dublin papyrus, DA, where the sun god is seen passing between the folding doors, and in the papyrus of Hunefer, AG, where the doors are also open and the god is sitting between them. See plates Romans 6, 11 and Vieb. The name Restau, the feminine form, is more frequent in later texts. Signifies gate of the passages. These are the passages guarded by the faithful attendants of Osiris, but armed with hurtful fingers against the adversaries of Ra, against whose onslaught the deceased prays Ra for protection in chapter 17. A mystical interpretation will be found in chapter 119 and note 2. Girdled or stoled. On the importance attached to this ritual investiture, the following references may, among many others, be useful. Yunus 66, Teta 149, Pepi I 395, Marinra 190 Tot. 125, Rubric 145-25. The deceased prays chapter 82, 4 that he may be girt by the goddess Tate. A passage in Tot. 78-26, Turin text, would be of greater interest were it not an emendation of those who no longer understood the ancient text. 3. Coming forth triumphantly. This is the reading of the oldest authority Nebseni, but the reading which has prevailed not only here, but in chapter 147 is coming forth from the crown. 4. That I may firmly secure my suit at Abydos. The Scholion on chapter 17, referred to in note 1, states that the place of Mot is at Abydos. It is, of course, the mystical, not the geographical, Abydos which is meant, and the suit, res, which has to be settled is the final judgment of the deceased. 5. The throne of Osiris in pictures of the psychostasia, see vignettes to chapter 125, rests upon water, out of which there springs a lotus flower, and upon this flower stand the 4 children of Horus. In a passage of chapter 147, which is an adaptation of the present chapter, the deceased says, La, I am he whose stream is secret. And a pyramid text, Marinra 188, 193, after mention of the great valley and of the investiture, proceeds, Thy water, thy fresh current, is a great inundation proceeding from thee. Here the deceased is identified with the Nile and its inundation, as in chapter 64 of the Book of the Dead. 6. The chapter ends here. The passage which follows in the translation is taken from the Paris Papyrus P. 7. Patron, a word supposed by some scholars to signify uncle. It occurs on funereal monuments among the designations of persons connected with the deceased, such as brother, sister, nurse. A man may have several bearing the designation, and they are not necessarily children of the same parents, c.e.g. Mariette, Cat, Debitos, p. 110, where a man has 5 Chenemesu, who cannot all be brothers either of his father or his mother. The word occurs repeatedly in the Pris Papyrus. I am inclined to think it means the legal guardian of a minor. Chapter 118. Chapter whereby one arriveth at Restau. I am he who is born in Restau. Glory is given to me by those who are in their mummied forms in Pu, at the sanctuary of Osiris, whom the guards, 1. Receive at Restau when they conduct Osiris through the domains of Osiris. Note: 1. Guards, Aku, the same personages as those mentioned in chapter 28, note 2, and they seem to me to be identical with the wardens of the passages, chapter 17, attendant upon Osiris. There is an imperfect tablet of the 12th dynasty at Hammamet Denkum, Roman 2, 138, c, in which 30 are mentioned along with the soldiers and other persons belonging to the expedition. The pyramid texts have the word, but apparently with a determinative of salutation. Pepi I, 160, cf. Line 82. Chapter 119. Chapter whereby one entereth or goeth forth from Restau. I am the mighty one, who createth his own light. I come to thee, Osiris, and I worship thee. Pure are thine effluxes, 1, which flow from thee, 2, and which make thy name in Restau when it hath passed there. Hail to thee, Osiris, in thy power and thy might, who hast possession of Restau. Osiris raiseth thee up in thy power and in thy might. Osiris raiseth thee up in thy power in Restau, and in thy might in Abydos, that thou mayest go round heaven with Ra, and survey the human race. One art thou and triumphant. Notes. 1 Pure are thine effluxes. The true reading is a phrase which recurs in these texts. The suffix of the first person, which is sometimes added to the first word, would give the sense, thine effluxes are my purification. On the meaning of C63b, note 4. At the end of chapter 149 the deceased prays, let me be joined, let me be united with the sap which proceedeth from Osiris, let me not be parted from him. 2 Which flow from thee. Sta, which has here the same meaning as when the Nile is said Denkum, Roman 3:13, to flow into the Great Sea. The name of Restau is here derived from the effluxes flowing, stau, from Osiris. The various meanings of, and of the Coptic letter 2ca5, letter 2c8, 9, letter 2ca7, are all traceable to the notion of sending forth, throwing, and are easily illustrated from the Greek. Thus, letter 1f10 kappa beta alpha lambda lambda epsilon iota is used for the discharge of a river into the sea. Letter 1f10 kappa beta omicron lambda alpha letter 1f76 are passages. Doors are secured by pushing the bolts. Mu omicron chi lambda omicron letter 1f7a, sigma letter 1f10 pi iota beta alpha lambda lambda epsilon iota. They are opened by shooting back the bolt. Mariette, Abydos, p. 58. Is exactly the reverse of letter 1f10 pi iota beta alpha lambda lambda epsilon iota sigma phi rho alpha gamma, letter 1f d6 delta alpha. Letter 2ca5, letter 2c9f, letter 2ca7. Sturkis is in letter 1f10 kappa beta omicron lambda eta, dejectio. And letter 2ca5, letter 2c81, letter 3f. Letter 2ca5, letter 2c9f, letter 2ca7, letter 2c89, beta epsilon lambda omicron sigma. Beta omicron lambda letter 1f76 sigma, letter 2ca5, letter 2c81, letter 2ca7, seminaire, and ever so many others are all determinations of one and the same concept. In such passages as and the like, sta has the sense not of towing, but of pi omicron mu pi eta, solemn procession. It occurs even where towing is out of question, e.g., in the march of military men, tombs of Amenemheb and Pesach Hermes, Arch, Francaise v. pp. 229 and 289. And string, rope is connected with the notion of throwing, like our own warp with Werfen Goth. Verpen and letter 1fe5 iota pi tau omega. Footnote 108. The Richit, mankind actually, living, as distinguished from the dead or yet unborn. Chapter 120 is a repetition of Chapter 12. Chapter 121 is a repetition of Chapter 13. Chapter 122 is a repetition of Chapter 58. Chapter 123. Chapter 1, whereby one entereth into the great house. Hail to thee, O Tmu I am Thoth. I have equally balanced the divine pair, I have put a stop to their strife, I have ended their complaints. I have rescued the Adu from his backward course. I have done what thou hast prescribed for him. And I rest since then within my own eye. I am free from obstruction, and I come that thou mayest see me in the house where I repeat the ancient ordinances and words as a guidance wherewith thou shalt guide posterity. 2. Notes. 1. This chapter, which is repeated in Chapter 139, is like the repetition of an important passage in Chapter 110. But the differences are very considerable, and it is for criticism to decide the question of priority between the two recensions. Whichever be the earlier recension, the present one is of very great interest and importance. It is found on two of the most carefully written papyri of the 18th dynasty. But the most interesting feature is the mythological allusion at this date, at latest, to an astronomical phenomenon, with reference to which later researches may furnish fresh evidence. The speaker in this chapter is said, not merely implied, as in chapter 110, see note 5, to be Thoth, who is the measurer of all things in heaven and earth, and the author and regulator of all science. He is here said to have established the equilibrium between the divine pair, Horus and Sudu, that is day and night. Such an equilibrium, strictly speaking, never exists except at the equinoxes. But the most important passage is, I have rescued the Adu from his backward course. The Adu is a mythological fish who is represented as following the course of the bark of Ra. The meaning of the name is the cleaver, divider, cutter in two. It is one of the appellatives of the sun god, with reference to his path through the sky. But what is that solar phenomenon specially deserving to be characterized by its motion backwards? I do not think any astronomer would hesitate to answer, that precession is meant. The cause of precession could only be known to really scientific philosophers, which is out of question in this case, but the phenomena would necessarily be noted by those who had important interests in keeping their calendar correct. Even the Chinese, by dint of records and without any mathematics, came to infer the precession of the equinoxes. So did the Egyptians apparently at a very much earlier period, and Hipparchus, who has the credit of the discovery, may have learnt it from them. Although is commonly represented as a fish, the same name is given to a crustacean, whose organs of locomotion are specially adapted for backward motion. Rescuing the Adu from its backward course can mean nothing less than being able to correct, or, in technical language, to equate the phenomena. It might perhaps be suggested that the backward course here spoken of has reference to the year of 360 days, corrected at an early period by the addition of the 5 supplementary days. This would certainly have been a very probable explanation of the clause, but for the direct connection which this has with what precedes, concerning the equilibrium between day and night, that is, the equinox. To posterity, literally, minors. The word in the present context seems to have a different meaning from what it has in chapter 110, where it is put in contrast with violent ones, against whom Thoth interposes his protection. Chapter 124. Chapter whereby one cometh to the divine circle of Osiris. My soul buildeth for me a hall one, in Tadu and I flourish in Pu. My fields are plowed by those who belong to me, therefore is my palm tree like Amsu. Abominations, abominations, I eat them not. I abominate filth, I eat it not. I approach it not with my hands. I tread not upon it with my sandals, for my bread is of the white corn, and my beer of the red corn of the Nile. It is the sectet boat, or it is the adit boat, which bringeth them to me, and I feed upon them under the foliage of the tamarisk. 2. I know how beautiful are the arms which announce glory for me. 3. And the white crown which is lifted up by the divine Uri. O thou gatekeeper of him who pacifieth the world, let that be brought to me of which oblations are made, and grant that the floors may be a support for me, and that the glorious God may open to me his arms, and that the company of gods be silent whilst the Hammemet. 4. Converse with me. O thou who guidest the hearts of the gods, protect me, and let me have power in heaven among the starry ones. And every divinity who presenteth himself to me, be he reckoned to the forerunners of Ra. Be he reckoned to the forerunners of light, and to the bright ones who deck the sky amid the mighty ones. Let me have my will there of the bread and beer with the gods, that I enter through the sun disk and come forth through the divine pair, that the gods who follow may speak to me, and that darkness and night may be terrified before me in Mehechuret, by the side of him, who is in his sanctuary. And lo, I am here with Osiris. My measure is his measure. 5. Among the mighty ones, I speak to him the words of men, and I repeat to him the words of gods. There cometh a glorified one, equipped, who bringeth mot to those who love her. I am the glorified one and the equipped, and better equipped am I than any of the glorified. Notes. 1 hall, or letter 1E2B, ENT, the Pyro Omicron U Alpha Omicron Sigma, Pyro Omicron Delta Omicron Mu Omicron Sigma. Vorsal, first room of a temple or palace. The sense of harem which has been ascribed to it in certain texts is entirely erroneous. The temple inscriptions see Brugsch Zeicher, 1875 p. 118 and Fall, and Mariette Dendera I6 leave no doubt on the subject. If there were ladies of the royal antechamber, it by no means follows that they were wives or concubines of the king, and hall or antechamber convey a very different idea from that of the most reserved portion of the house. Pictures and inscriptions on mummy cases identify the term mythologically with that portion of the sky, whence the first rays of the rising sun are visible. The mention of the word in the pyramid texts, pepi, I 672, is in connection with the notion of food. 2. We have here a repetition of passages to the same effect as in chapters 53 and B and others. The pyramid texts, Teta 344, have a section nearly identical. 3. The arms which announce glory for me. The clue to the meaning of this passage is to be found in, which is a relative form implying an antecedent, which can only be the arms. The arms which announce glory for me are to be explained by the usages of the ancient ritual, which prescribed certain postures or attitudes in the ceremony of, as in other forms wherein the arms played a great part. These religious ceremonies, it must always be remembered, were considered as dramatic representations of what was done in the invisible world. For the Hammamet, or the generations of human beings yet unborn. 5. My measure is his measure. The meaning of, or can only be inferred from the form which occurs repeatedly in the Great Harris Papyrus and some other documents. The scribe of the Turin Tatenbuch carelessly omitted the second part of the phrase, and therefore altered the grammatical construction. This is how M. Pirit came to conjecture the sense proclaim, which is not suggested by any of the ancient authorities or even by the later ones. The reading of the Leiden Papyrus T. 16 is identical with that of the oldest papyrus. Footnote 109. The amount of this motion by which the equinox travels backward, or retrogrades, as it is called, is per annum an extremely minute quantity, but which, by its continual accumulation from year to year, at last makes itself very palpable, and that in a way highly inconvenient to practical astronomers, by destroying, in the lapse of a moderate number of years, the arrangement of their catalogues of stars, and making it necessary to reconstruct them. Herschel, Astronomy, Chapter 4. Footnote 110. The mentioned in the tablet of Paschiarenta are not concubines, as Brugsch and others have thought, but female children, as Birch rightly asserted. Cf. My Hibbert Lectures, p. 79 note, it is the feminine form of. There is also another word, applied on the walls of tombs to persons, male as well as female, executing certain gymnastic movements. Chapter 125. Part 1. Said on arriving at the Hall of Righteousness, that N may be loosed from all the sins which he hath committed, and that he may look upon the divine countenances. He saith, Hail to thee, mighty God, Lord of righteousness. I am come to thee, O my Lord. I have brought myself that I may look upon thy glory. I know thee, and I know the name of the 42 gods who make their appearance with thee in the hall of righteousness, devouring those who harbor mischief, and swallowing their blood upon the day of the searching examination. 1. In presence of Un-Neferu. Verily, thou of the pair of eyes, too, Lord of righteousness is thy name. Here am I am come to thee. I bring to thee right and have put a stop to wrong. I am not a doer of wrong to men. I am not one who slayeth his kindred. 3. I am not one who telleth lies instead of truth. 4. I am not conscious of treason. I am not a doer of mischief. I do not exact as the firstfruits of each day more work than should be done for me. 5. My name cometh not to the bark of the God who is at the helm. I am not a transgressor against the God. I am not a talebearer. I am not a detractor. I am not a doer of that which the gods abhor. I hurt no servant with his master. I cause no famine. I cause not weeping. I am not a murderer. I give not orders for murder. I cause not suffering to men. I reduce not the offerings in the temples. I lessen not the cakes of the gods. I rob not the dead of their funereal food. I am not an adulterer. I am undefiled in the sanctuary of the God of my domain. I neither increase nor diminish the measures of grain. I am not one who shorteneth the palm's length. 6. I am not one who cutteth short the field's measure. 7. I put not pressure upon the beam. 8. Of the balance. I tamper not with the tongue of the balance. I snatch not the milk from the mouth of infants. I drive not the cattle from their pastures. I net not the birds of the manors of the gods. 9. I catch not the fish of their ponds. 10. I stop not the water at its appointed time. I divide not an arm of the water in its course. I extinguish not the lamp during its appointed time. I do not defraud the divine circle of their sacrificial joints. I drive not away the cattle of the sacred estate. I stop not a god when he cometh forth. I am pure, I am pure, I am pure, I am pure. My purity is that of the great Bennu in Sutenhunnen, for I am the nose of the Lord of Air, who giveth life to all mortals. On the day when the eye is full in Anu, on the last day of Mechir, in presence of the Lord of this land. And I am one who see the fullness of the eye in Anu. Let no harm come to me in this land, in the hall of righteousness, because I know the names of those gods who make their appearance in it. Part 2. 1. O thou of long strides, who makest thine appearance in Anu, I am not a doer of wrong. 2. O thou who holdest the fire, and makest thine appearance in Sherebah, I am not a man of violence. 3. O thou of the nose, 11. Who makest thine appearance at Kemenu, I am not evil-minded. 4. O eater of the shadow, 12. Who makest thine appearance at Elephantine, I am not rapacious. 5. O thou facing backward God, who makest thine appearance at Restau, I am not a slayer of men. 6. O thou of lion form, 13. Who makest thine appearance in heaven, I am not fraudulent in measures of grain. 7. O thou whose eyes like swords, who makest thine appearance in Shechem, I commit no fraud. 8. O thou of fiery face, whose motion is backwards, I am not a robber of sacred property. 9. O breaker of bones, who makest thine appearance in Sutenhunnen, I am not a teller of lies. 10. O thou who orderest the flame, who makest thine appearance in Memphis, I am not a robber of food. 11. O thou of the two caverns, who makest thine appearance in Amenta, I am not sluggish. 14. 12. O thou of the bright teeth, 15. Who makest thine appearance in the unseen land, I am not a transgressor. 13. O eater of blood, who makest thine appearance at the block, I have not slaughtered the sacred animals. 14. O eater of livers, who makest thine appearance at Mabbit, I deal not fraudulently. 15. O Lord of righteousness, who makest thine appearance in the place of righteousness, I am not a landgrabber. 16. O thou who turnest backwards, who makest thine appearance in Bubastes, I am not an eavesdropper. 17. O Adi, 16. Who makest thine appearance at Anu, I am not one of prating tongue. 18. O Tudu, 17. Who makest thine appearance in Adi, I trouble myself. 18. Only with my own affairs. 19. O Uamedu, who makest thine appearance at the block, I commit not adultery with another's wife. 20. O Myantuef, who makest thine appearance in Pyamsu, I am not unchaste with anyone. 21. O thou who art above princes, and who makest thine appearance in Amu, 19. I do not cause terrors. 22. O Kemu, 20. Who makest thine appearance in Kau, I am not a transgressor. 23. O thou who raisest thy voice, 21. And makest thine appearance in Urit, I am not hot of speech. 24. O divine babe, who makest thy appearance in Anu, I lend not a deaf ear to the words of righteousness. 25. O high-voiced one, who makest thy appearance in Unsit, I am not boisterous in behavior. 26. O Basit, who makest thine appearance at the Shedate, I am not the cause of weeping to any. 27. O thou whose face is behind thee, and who makest thine appearance at thy cavern, I am not given to unnatural lust. 28. O thou hot of foot, 22. Who makest thy appearance at even, I indulge not in anger. 29. O Kenimtu, who makest thine appearance in Kenemet, I am not given to cursing. 30. O thou who carriest thine own offering, and makest thine appearance in Siat, I am not of aggressive hand. 31. O thou who hast different faces, and makest thine appearance in Netophet, I am not one of inconstant mind. 23. 32. O busy one, who makest thine appearance at Utinit, I do not steal the skins of the sacred animals. 24. 33. O thou horned one, who makest thine appearance at size, I am not noisy. 25. In my speech. 34. O Nefertmu, who makest thine appearance in Memphis, I am neither a liar nor a doer of mischief. 35. O Temsepu, who makest thine appearance in Tadu, I am not one who curseth the king. 36. O thou who doest according to thine own will, and makest thine appearance in Tebu, I put no check upon the water in its flow. 37. O striker, 26. Who makest thine appearance in heaven, I am not one of loud voice. 38. O thou who makest mortals to flourish, and who makest thine appearance at size, I curse not a god. 39. O thou of beautiful shoulder, who makest thine appearance at 27. I am not swollen with pride. 40. O Nehebkau, who makest thy appearance at thy cavern, I have no unjust preferences. 28. 41. O thou of raised head, 29. Who makest thine appearance at thy cavern, I have no strong desire except for my own property. 42. O thou who liftest an arm, 30. And who makest thine appearance in the Netherworld, I do not that which offendeth the God of my domain. Plate Roman 37. Book of the Dead. Illustration. Chapter 125 equals Tomo Deceti Iur equals Anne. Du Musée Gimmet, Volume Roman 9. Part 3. Hail ye gods, I know you and I know your names. Let me not be stricken down by your blows. Report not the evil which is in me to the God whom ye follow. Let not reverse, 32. Of mine come to pass through you. Let not evil things be said against me in presence of the inviolate one, because I have done the right in Tamarit. I revile not the God. Let not reverse of mine come to pass through the king who reciteth within his own day. 33. Hail ye gods who are in the hall of righteousness, who have nothing wrong about you, who subsist upon righteousness in Anu, and who sate themselves with cares. 34. In presence of the God who reciteth within his own orb, deliver me from Babai who feedeth upon the livers of princes on the day of the great reckoning. Behold me, I am come to you, void of wrong, without fraud, a harmless one. Let me not be declared guilty. Let not the issue be against me. I subsist upon righteousness. I sate myself with uprightness of heart. I have done that which man prescribeth, and that which pleaseth the gods. I have propitiated the God with that which he loveth. I have given bread to the hungry, water to the thirsty, clothes to the naked, a boat to the shipwrecked. I have made oblations to the gods and funeral offerings to the departed. Deliver me therefore, protect me therefore, and report not against me in presence of the great God. I am one whose mouth is pure, and whose hands are pure, to whom there is said, Come, come in peace, by those who look upon him. For I have listened to the words which were spoken by the ass and the cat in the house of Heptro. 35. And I have undergone the inspection of the God whose face is behind him, who awardeth my verdict. 36. So that I may behold what the Persea tree covereth. 37. In Ristau. I am one who glorifieth the gods, and who knoweth the things which concern them. I am come and am, awaiting that inquisition be made of rightfulness, and that the balance be set upon it stand within the bower of Amaranth. 38. O thou who art exalted upon thy pedestal, and who callest thy name, Lord of air, deliver me from those messengers of thine who inflict disasters. 39. And bring about mishaps. No covering have they upon their faces. For I have done the righteousness of a Lord of righteousness. I have made myself pure. My front parts are washed, my back parts are pure, and my inwards steeped in the tank of righteousness. There is not a limb in me which is void of righteousness. I purify me in the southern tank, and I rest me at the northern lake, in the garden of grasshoppers. 40. The boatmen of Ra purify them there at this hour of the night or day. 41. And the hearts of the gods are appeased. 42. When I pass through it by night or by day. Let him come. 43. That is what they say to me. Who, pray, art thou? That is what they say to me. What, pray, is thy name? That is what they say to me. He who groweth under the grass. 44. And who dwelleth in the olive tree is my name. Pass on then, that is what they say to me. I pass on to a place north of the olive. What prithee didst thou see there? A thigh 45, and a leg. And what prithee said they to thee? That I shall see 46, the greetings and the lands there of the Fenchu. What prithee did they give to thee? A flame of fire and a pillar of crystal. And what prithee didst thou to them? I buried them on the bank of the lake of Might, as provision of the evening. What prithee didst thou find there on the bank of the lake of Might? A scepter of flint, giver of breath is its name. And what didst thou to the flame of fire, and to the pillar of crystal after thou hadst buried them? I cried out after them and drew them forth, and I extinguished the fire, and I broke the pillar, and I made a tank. Thou mayest now enter through the door of the hall of righteousness, for thou knowest us. I allow thee not to pass by me, saith the leaf 47, of the door unless thou tell my name. The pointer of truth 48 is thy name. I allow thee not to pass by me, saith the right side of the door, unless thou tell my name. The scale pan 49, of one who lifteth up right is thy name. I allow thee not to pass by me, saith the left side post of the door, unless thou tell my name. The scale pan of wine is thy name. I allow thee not to pass over me, saith the threshold of the door, unless thou tell my name. Ox of Seb is thy name. I open not to thee, saith the lock of the door, unless thou tell my name. Bone of Enmautef is thy name. I open not to thee, saith the latch, unless thou tell my name. The eye of Sebek, lord of Baco, is thy name. I open not to thee, and I allow thee not to pass by me, saith the keeper of the door, unless thou tell my name. The knee of Shu, which he hath lent for the support of Osiris, is thy name. We allow thee not to pass by us, say the lintels of the door, unless thou tell our names. The dragon brood 50, of Renenut is your name. Thou knowest us, pass therefore by us. I allow thee not to pass over me, saith the floor of the hall, for the reason that I am noiseless and clean, and because we know not the names of thy 2 feet, wherewith thou wouldst walk upon us. Tell me then their names. He who goeth before Amsu is the name of my right foot, and the truncheon of Hathor, 51, is the name of my left foot. Thou mayest walk over us, for thou knowest us. I do not announce thee, saith the doorkeeper, unless thou tell my name. He who knoweth the heart and exploreth the person, 52, is thy name. Then I will announce thee. But who is that God who abideth in his own hour? Name him. He who provideth for 53, the 2 worlds. Who pray is it? It is Thoth. Come hither, saith Thoth, wherefore hast thou come? I am come, and wait to be announced. And what manner of man, prithee, art thou? I have cleansed myself from all the sins and faults of those who abide in their own day, for I am no longer among them. Then I shall announce thee. But who is he whose roof is of fire, and whose walls are living Uri, and the floor of whose house is of running water? Who is it? It is Osiris. Proceed then, for behold, thou art announced. Thy bread is from the eye, thy beer is from the eye, and the funeral meals offered upon earth will come forth to thee from the eye. 54. So is it decreed for me. This chapter is said by the person, when purified and clad in raiment, shod with white sandals, anointed from vases of anta, and presenting oblations of beeves, birds, incense, bread, beer, and vegetables. And thou shalt make a picture, drawn upon a clean brick of clay, extracted from a field in which no swine hath trod. And if this chapter be written upon it, the man will prosper and his children will prosper. He will rise in the affection of the king and his court. There will be given to him the shesset cake, the measure of drink, the person cake, and the meat offering upon the altar table of the great God. And he shall not be cut off at any gate of Amenta, but he shall be conveyed along with the kings of north and south, and make his appearance as a follower of Osiris, undeviatingly and for times infinite. Chapter 126. O ye 4 harbingers, 1, who sit at the prow of the bark of Ra, and convey the fixed ordinances, 2, of the inviolate one, ye who are judges of my distress, 3, and of my good fortune, and propitiate the gods with the flames from your mouths, ye who present to the gods their oblations and the sacrificial meals to the glorified, ye who live through Mot and are sated with Mot, who have nothing wrong in you and execrate that which is disordered. 4. Do ye put an end to my ills, and remove that which is disorderly in me through my being smitten to the earth? 5. Grant that I may penetrate into the Amahit and enter into Restau, and that I may pass through the mysterious portals of Amenta. Be there given to me the Shensu cakes and the person cakes and all things, even as to the glorified, who make their appearance on entering into Restau or on coming forth. 6. Enter thou, Osiris N, we put an end to thine ills, and we remove that which is disorderly in thee through thy being smitten to the earth. We put away from thee all the ills which thou hast. Enter thou into Restau and pass through the mysterious portals of Amenta. Enter thou in and come forth at thy pleasure, like the glorified ones, and be thou invoked each day in the Mount of Glory. 7. Notes. In the older papyri, the vignette of this chapter is unaccompanied by any text. The only exception as yet known is that of the Papyrus Ob of the XVth dynasty. The text is also found in the tomb of Ramesses Roman VI, with the important addition of the answer made by the 4 harbingers to the prayer of the deceased. This addition is retained in all the later recensions. Other discrepancies between the two texts lead to the conclusion that even the older one has suffered from interpolation. 1 Harbingers or Saluters, see Chapter 5, Note 5, for an explanation of the name of those apes who salute the daybreak. Here 4 only are spoken of, and this was probably the original number, corresponding to the 4 portals of the Mount of Glory. The number 8, the Kemenu, is more easy to explain than 6, which is the number stated in the text quoted from the tomb of Ramesses Roman VI. 2 Fixed ordinances, theta epsilon mu iota sigma tau epsilon sigma, in the different acceptations of that word. 3 Distress, T semper antate siva necessitas, Horace says to Fortuna. The determinative and the Coptic letter 2C99 letter 2CA3 macron evidently point to the notion of constraint, but the few texts in which the word is found imply want, need, angushi, letter 1F00 nu alpha gamma kappa eta, rather than captivity. Amenemhat at Beni Hassan, Tomb 2, boasts that in his days and under his government no one was seen in distress or starving. And Horace at Edfu, Naville, Mythe de Horace, PL, Roman 22, is said to protect the needy or distressed against the powerful. This is an honor already claimed by Antuf on his tablet, Louvre, c. 26 line 17, who mentions the Maru as being an object of interest to him, like the orphan and the widow. 4 Disordered is the absence of strict order, and always spoken of as in opposition to it. 1 is kappa omicron sigma mu omicron sigma, and the other is omicron letter 1F50, kappa alpha tau letter 1F70, kappa omicron sigma mu omicron u, and may be predicated of whatever is contrary to rule, faulty, defective, out of line, deformed, or disfigured, not only in a moral but in a purely physical sense. Ill does not mean wickedness or sin, but simply physical evil, mischief, pain, or sorrow. There are many texts to prove this, but perhaps the most interesting is the great text at Dendera, Mariette Dendera Roman 4 PL 73 or Dumachin Rec, Roman 3 PL 96, where Osiris is invoked at Apu Panopolis as the fiery bull, hiding or scarcely seen on the day of the new moon. But at length rising into full strength and seeing the golden Horus fixed upon the throne of the universe. Continues the text, joy cometh round after pain or sorrow, most certainly not after sin. The meaning of which governs the noun has been explained, Chapter 40, Note 6 as stopping, bringing to an end, not destroying and still less forgiving. 5 Through my being smitten to the earth. In this position, without a suffix or nominal subject, is not an auxiliary verb, but a particle of correlation, used when a cause, motive, or circumstance is asserted or implied in connection with a preceding statement. Like all such particles, of which the function was originally only deictic, it is susceptible of very many shades of meaning, and it would be impossible in this place to do justice to a word so frequently occurring, especially in the hieratic papyri of a secular character. The following examples are only intended to illustrate its grammatical use in our text. The particle occurs 3 times before as many propositions at the beginning of chapter 123. I have balanced the divine pair. I have put a stop, etc. I have ended their complaints. Connects each of these statements with the preceding one, I am Thoth. It is as if the speaker said, it is in consequence of my being Thoth that I have balanced, etc. In chapter 36, I am the bearer of the divine words is followed by, and so it comes that I make the report. In chapter 15, line 7, I am one of those who honored thee upon earth is followed by, let me therefore attain to the land of eternity. Ahums, the son of Abana, says in his inscription, line 5, that he was young and unwedded, and so I continued to wear a certain dress. Amenemheb was, he tells us, Zeicher. 1873, p3, high in the favor of the king, and so it comes that I followed my lord. Una was sent by his sovereign on a certain mission, and the Negro chieftains of certain districts furnished the wood for his purpose, and so it came to pass that he spent a year in this wise. After verba dicendi corresponds to our as how, Kamequa, or the quad or quia of late Latinity. It often needs no more translation than the Greek letter 1f45 taugoda in such a relation. In the inscription of Pianchi, line 2, one came to tell his majesty that Kamequa, a prince, had started up and seized upon a part of the kingdom. Most certainly does not mean est, any more than it means dominus mus mordus est. Nebueu Zeicher, 1876, p5, in the time of Thotham's Roman 3, says, as how I have presided over many constructions. The Neaphoros of the Vatican, in like manner, says that I made a petition to Cambyses. Long before this Ch. Numhotep of Beni Hassan begins his biography, line 14. His mouth, it says as how His Majesty appointed me to the dignity of Irpa letter 1e25. The absence of verbal character becomes especially apparent in such combinations. 6. The older texts finish here. What follows in the translation is taken from the later recensions. It is the reply made by the 4 harbingers to the prayer addressed to them. 7. Mount of Glory. This is the real meaning of the word, and there is no reason why we should continue to use the misleading term horizon. Footnote 135. The Gothic Hana, the cock, German Hahn and our hens signify the singer, and are words cognate to the Latin canere. The Latin gallus is probably related to our call. Footnote 136. The Greek language would furnish an interesting parallel to the Egyptian if it could be shown that delta epsilon omega, bind, and delta epsilon omega, want, need, had the same root. But the latter was originally delta epsilon letter 3dd omega. Footnote 137. Such is the real meaning of, not only in this place, but in the extremely ancient text found on many sarcophagi and already in the pyramid texts. See Pepi I, 33. Thy mother nut bringeth it to pass that thou risest into full strength, without an adversary, in thy name of the strong one. In this translation, it is assumed that the second is the negative, as it was always understood in later times. See, for an instance, Zeicher. 1869, p51, and the beautiful text of Bacon Renouf, Denkum, Roman 3, 263. The true meaning of is not simply this God, but the strong one, letter 1f41 go to sigma chi epsilon omega nu. Is the strong and beautiful. Is Hebrew aleph Hebrew lamade letter fb2a Hebrew dalate Hebrew yod, letter 1f41 pi alpha nu tau omicron kappa rho alpha tau omega rho. Footnote 138. That is, succeedeth. Chapter 127. The book 1, for invoking the gods of the bounds, 2, which the person reciteth when he approacheth them, that he may enter and see the strong one 3, in the great abode of the Tuet. Hail, ye gods of the bounds, who are in Amenta. Hail, ye doorkeepers of the Tuet, who guard this strong one, and who bring the reports before Osiris. Ye who protect them who worship you, and who annihilate the adversaries of Ra, who give light and put away your darkness. Ye who see and extol your great one, who live even as he liveth, and invoke him who is in his solar disk. Guide me, and let the gates of heaven, earth, and the Tuet be open to me. I am the soul of Osiris, and rest in him. Let me pass through the gateways, and let them raise acclamation when they see me. Let me enter as I will, and come forth at my pleasure, and make my way without there being found any defect or any evil attaching to me. Notes. The text which has been followed in the translation of this chapter is that of the royal tombs of Ramesses Roman 4 and Ramesses Roman 6, called by M. Naville chapter 127, A. The Lost Busca Papyrus, of which Lepsius had a tracing, furnishes a different text. 127b, and the text of the Turin-Tatanbuch has been enlarged by means of numerous interpolations. Naville has called attention to the close relationship between this chapter and the second part of the Solar Litany. One book, properly a roll, a title given to several of the chapters, 125, 127, 129, 130, 140, 141, 142, and 148 in the Turin-Tatanbuch, instead of the usual. Too much importance should not be attached to the difference of terms. This chapter is called by the Busca Papyrus, and chapter 125, which is called in the earliest texts containing it whenever a title is given, is called ever since the time of Ramesses Roman IV. Two bounds, in the dual form, though is not unfrequent, here and in other places. The English word is not a translation of the Egyptian one, which has to be explained before any equivalent for it can be proposed, and the explanation of it has to be sought in the Solar Litany, first completely published by Naville. There we find the sun god Ra invoked as a power pouring itself forth or overflowing in 75 forms, and the forms in 75. Each of these divine forms has its own as a dwelling place, to which however it is not confined. The 75 forms in question, each of which is a god, are, as the text itself shows, simply so many names of the solar god or solar phenomena. Each of them is addressed as Ra, supreme of power, after which some attribute of the deity is mentioned, and the name of the deity is connected with this attribute. In Greece, Apollo was called letter 1F11 Cap Eta Beta Omicron Lambda Omicron Sigma, Cap Alpha Tau Alpha Iota Beta Alpha Sigma Iota Omicron Sigma, letter 1F00 Pi Omicron Tau Rho Omicron Pi Alpha letter 1F D6 Omicron Sigma, Nu Epsilon Omicron Mu Eta Nu Iota Omicron Sigma, and by ever so many other names expressive of the attributes with which he was credited. These names correspond to what Egyptian mythology called the of a god, and each of the names has but a limited application. The god is not always thought of as far-darting. Under the conception of Neomenios, he dwells in what Egyptian mythology called another, which is the local habitation, or, as mathematicians would say, the locus of the concept. M. de Rouget, without giving any reason but probably guided by what Champollion had written, translates the word zone. M. Naville, who has carefully studied the word, prefers sphere, and no better word could be thought of if we used it as we do in speaking of moving in a certain sphere, each in his own sphere, or the sphere of action, without applying a strict geometrical sense to the word. For the Egyptian was a hollow cylinder like a round tower, a chimney, or a deep well rather than a sphere. With the explanation I have just given, I prefer bounds as a more expressive translation. The word appears in the dual form on account of the presence of the god. The name was given to the fabulous source of the Nile, supposed to be in the neighborhood of Elephantine. The inscription of Seti I at Ridizi, Denkum, Roman 3, 140b, compares the abundance of water at the king's cistern to that of the cavern of the double well of Elephantine. In the later orthography, the word is written, or it has been supposed that the Coptic letter 2C95 letter 2C9F letter 2CA3 letter 2C93 cataracts might be connected with the Old Egyptian name. But the history of the Coptic word is not sufficiently known to justify any inferences. 3. The strong one, the name of Osiris. See footnote to chapter 126, note 4. Footnote 139. M. Naville leaves this word untranslated, though he rightly conjectures it to be the origin of letter 3b, letter 2cb1, letter 3 effundir, effusio, infundir, emerger. At chapter 64, 23 is undoubtedly the overflowing or outpouring. There are the reduplicated Coptic forms letter 3ed, letter 2c89, letter 3e3, letter 3ed, letter 3e3, and letter 3ed, letter 2c89, letter 3e3, letter 3ed, letter 2cb1, letter 3e3, and letter 3ed, letter 2c89, letter 3e3, letter 2c89, a name of the goose, has its origin in, and has the same sense etymologically as the Latin mergus.